Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, everybody? Good to see everybody out in the chat tonight. It's super cool. Glad to have everyone here. Excellent time for everyone to show up. It's going to be a great night tonight. We're going to wait for some of our debaters to show up. Waiting on. We're going to give them a few minutes to get in here. We did things a little bit differently tonight. I'm going to have to pop this down. Let's get rid of that for a second. There we go. We're going to have to we're going to do some different things tonight. What's up, Confluence? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to throw the link down, and I'm going to pin it, and then we're going to have to be a little bit more. We have to be a little bit more on it about who. About letting people up, but we're going to make it work. It's going to be awesome. You guys are going to have a great time, and it's going to be great. So just let you know that. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be really good. And so I've done that. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pin this link. And so now we're getting people in. We've got Confluence already in the house. What's up, my man? How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How about you?
Man, I'm just I'm hanging out, doing good. Been a hell of a week, a lot of stuff going on. Went and played 18 holes of golf this morning, and my right calf is just brutalized.
How'd you do?
I didn't do as bad as I thought I would. I haven't actually played golf in 4 years.
Okay. I golf like 3 times a year, so I suck. I'm terrible.
Gotcha. Right. Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. So I was I used to play in college with some friends, and then I played after college with friends, for a year or two. And then I just got so busy, and my friends had different jobs, and all of the things were kind of just changing, right? I mean, look, you've been to college, you know what this is like, right? And friends moved across the country for a job, and then you don't see them for a year or whatever. So I just kind of got out of the habit of playing golf, and I didn't really play again for, probably, it had to have been 8 or 10 years.
I feel like to be good at golf, you have to play a ridiculous amount.
You have to play a lot.
Occasional golf is just you'll never get.
Yeah,
better,
you'll never
at
be
least
good.
In my experience,
right? And that's kind of where I was. I started out, I was playing golf. I was doing really good, and I would go out twice a week. Sometimes we go out and play 9 holes, and then play 18 on the weekend, or we get in a quick 9 early on the weekend, and then do 9 holes or 18 holes through the week. And we do that a couple of times a week. Me and my friends. Everybody started moving, getting married, the story, right? And I started racing, and so I was gone all the time. And my boss, actually, at one of the first race shops I worked at, had been a pro golfer. That's how he got the money to found the company. Was he won a bunch of money playing golf?
Wow.
And so he was a tour pro, and did pretty good way back in the day. And so we would go occasionally, and he would just, it wasn't even a fair fight. A bunch of us kids out there with this dude that just literally literally a semi-pro, still a semi-pro golfer. So, and then I quit for a few years, and then I got married. My wife and I picked golf up again. It was something we could do together, and just it was something that I enjoyed and she enjoyed learning how to do it. So we did that together, and we played with different people, and what happens is I get into it, I start getting a little bit good, and then I can't do it anymore, and I get busy, can't do it. So,
That's what kills me. I feel like as soon as I think I figured it out, like maybe I'll do like 3 holes and it's like everything goes so good. And I'm like, oh, I locked it in. I know the secret. And then everything just falls apart. Like I feel like it's one of those games where as soon as you think you have it, you don't have it and you're back to like the
So golf reminds me a lot of debate because you can never win. You can only play the game.
Yeah.
Right? You can never actually win. I mean, you can say that you won. I had a winning performance. I had a winning score for today. But the score that wins today may not win tomorrow. Golf is one of those games that you just play because you like to play it, and that's why. And so I a few weeks ago, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go get back. I'm gonna get back into golf. I'm gonna go hit some balls around, and you know, I have to get out and and so I work out, but I need something to actually go do, right? And it, you know, and golfing is one of those things that whether or not you think it's good exercise, like if you're putting muscle into the swings, you're getting exercise.
I always like never pick a cart either. Like I'll walk all the courses. So then
I was
like
going to walk today.
7-hour experience. And then it's like, you definitely feel it after it.
On most golf courses, if you walk the whole way, you're going to walk about 6 miles.
Yeah, I believe that. Well, I probably walk 12 miles because I'm kind of walking this way and this way.
Right.
This way.
Yeah.
You know?
Right. And so I was today. I went out. There's supposed to be 4. I was, there were 2 singletons. That was me and this other dude, and then a pair. So me and the other dude showed up. The pair did not. They canceled. So it was just me and this dude that I'd never met before going out and play golf. We had a great time. And then we had somebody come in late and they put him with us. And he was like, he was better pretty much than both of us. What's up, Crystal Strange? The link is pinned. If you want to debate, jump up. We're going to start. We're trying to get people coming in. I don't know where my man, Tyler is. Let me give him the heads up. Let's go.
Yeah, he said he's coming on, and I know Gibbs said he's coming too, so I'm excited.
Yeah, Gibbs said he was going. Well, Gibbs said that he was going to be here, and and then I have Castle, who was here last week. Hey, what's up, Tyler? Lady Balls, good to see you. Everybody that wants to debate, go ahead. The link is pinned. Jump in the back. You're going to have to cam up so I can see who you are and that you're not going to, P-bomb me or any of that nonsense. We're talking golf right now just to kill some time. Don't worry about it. Just come on up. But yeah, so I hit pretty well today. I had some off strokes too. And I had like things that I don't normally do, that just cropped up. But I mean, I had never played the clubs I played with today. I have never played a round of golf with them at all. And because I just bought them, a set of clubs. I still have my old ones. I probably would have been better off to have taken my old ones, but I was like, "Fuck it, I got new clubs. I'm gonna go hit some balls with them."
I'm in a situation where I can only play a decent short game, and decent is like it's not that decent because like growing up, I would always go to this golf course that only had par 3s.
Yeah, par 3. So
and so I would just use like a pitching wedge and like, so I never used a driver like growing up. So like now I can't drive to save my fucking life. Like I'm better off just like using like a 5-iron off the tee than using a driver. Like I just can't do it. It's incurable.
My man Tyler is in the house.
Oh, Tyler.
Hey, I was just getting my camera set up. I was here. I already sent out invites to everybody.
New camera, right?
No, not yet.
Oh man. I got a camera sitting right there. You should come over and get it.
Yeah, it's only a 5-hour drive.
I mean, mulligans, to be honest. I did 2 dropped balls today, Lady Balls. I did 2. I did 2 drops because why do I have 2 of you?
2 Indian Jesuses.
Yeah. Why do I have 2 of them? That's like Captain Jack Sparrow thing here. There we go.
Fuck it, give us 5 more. 5 more Indian Jesuses.
Oh,
Yeah.
Grid. How did Wednesday? Did the Auntie Kel show up? Did that happen?
So she was here for like a little while, but she had tech issues. She does live in like Kansas, where I kind of expect that shit, and like she could get on, and we would hear like 3 words, and it would kick her off. So, but I'm trying to get her on for tomorrow night. She's like, I'm gonna go get a new laptop. Like, this sucks. I don't like it anymore.
Did you see her and Kel on at the same time? Like, can you confirm for sure?
They're definitely different people.
You're positive on that?
Oh yeah, dude. She doesn't even
sure.
sound like Kel at all.
Okay.
At all.
I wanted to see it, but I was on a Wick panel, and so I was.
You poor bastard.
I know. Yeah, but it was a fucking.
Were you on with Connor?
Wait, who's Connor again? I think so.
Counterpoints.
Oh no, I was on with him. I was on with Soy Pill yesterday, and then the first day was like a fucking man. I
don't know why I have 2 Indian Jesuses in here.
The first day I had this guy accuse me of something that apparently you said, Grid, and I guess he confused me with you. I don't know how that.
What did I say? Because I probably said it.
I was with you and Gibbs. So he starts his opener and he's like, oh, just so you know, don't listen to anything like Tyler or Confluence says, because Confluence made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband and said that he had like a
I didn't
lover.
make fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband.
No, you didn't. For one, you didn't. But I'm like, I don't even know what this guy's talking about. I'm like, you have me confused. He's like, you're lucky I'm not on my computer. Otherwise, so I go after the debate and I'm like, what are you talking about? I never talked about this. And then he says, oh no, it was actually Grid, and I don't know.
What is up with the Indian Jesus thing?
Well, I don't know. Like, he seemed to
Am
be
I
having.
echoing?
Okay, so only one of them's got volume. Talk some more so I can see the yellow.
Testing.
Yeah,
testing.
okay, that's the one that's got volume.
What was this that you're talking about, Confluence?
I'm gonna kick the other one. If it kicks you out, just come back in, okay?
We'll do.
All right, cool.
Hey, what up, Landon? Who was this you're talking about?
It was a guy
It won't let me kick it.
named Moto X Freak. He was on Wednesday's panel, and
Modi?
apparently his name's he goes by Moto, and it's Moto X Freak. And he starts his opener with this, and it's like, yeah, it's a conversation. I was on Gibbs' stream with Grid and you, Tyler. I leave, and then you guys make a passing comment, not even a joke, just a passing comment about Pelosi, and he uses that to try to take me down the opener. He doesn't even have it right. He apologized on Twitter, which is good, but I just was like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I never made fun of that.
Right.
But
Indian Jesus, did you use the link that I posted, or which link did you use?
Tyler sent me a link, and so I just I'll hit that.
Can you exit and come back in?
Yeah.
See what's going on here. I've never seen this before.
Real quick, what's the full name of your channel, just so I can get everybody to
Unreasonable Man.
An Unreasonable Man. I will post the link and I'll go right back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I got 2 others coming. Well, one that's coming right now, and then it's the chick, and then 2 dudes.
Abe's in the chat. Abe, link is pinned. Come on up, buddy.
Oh, what's up, Abe?
The only thing I've said about the Nancy Pelosi's husband thing online is that I could be wrong, but I don't ever talk about this. When the only thing I think I've ever said online about that is that it's that they keep trying to frame that guy that broke in as as kind of right wing, and yet he was literally I believe he was homosexual, and I believe that it was rumored that he had some kind of affair with Nancy Pelosi's husband.
There was a rumor, but I don't think it was substantiated.
Yeah, it was a rumor, right? Yeah, I don't know that it was.
Guy was but he was trying to say that we were all joking about him getting bludgeoned with a hammer, and I'm like, that just never happened.
Never.
The guy was naked in the house, though. What's up with that? It was so strange.
I mean, the guy who broke in is probably gay. I will say that.
But he was naked in the dude's house.
That wasn't a political assassination,
weird, dude.
No, it's
zero attempt to assassinate anybody. So it's just right off the jump. It's an invalid comparison.
Yeah, it was such a bad. He doesn't his opener, and then it's just fucking triggered the hell out of me. I'm like, he doesn't even have his facts right. It doesn't even make sense. And then that's off, man. Again, I don't know that I've ever actually talked about this until right this minute. It was just a weird thing. And I have heard people talking about how Admiral Gibbs, the link was pinned.
I sent it to him on.
I sent it to him too. He's a special case, I guess. At any rate, yes, so it was it's one of those things where I think that we have. The left constantly tries to say that it was a right winger that attacked him. I don't know why. It's just such an odd thing to say, but it is what it is.
That's what they do, though. At least this guy did apologize. I got no bad blood against him, but I thought that was a fucking shitty way to open a fucking.
It's people
who apologized.
Moto X Freak. It was a guy I was debating on Wick on Wednesday.
It's just the same people that don't give a shit about being hypocrites.
And maybe he was actually confused. Maybe he actually thought, but it was just like, bro, like, yeah, if you're gonna say something like that, you have to be, I think, pretty confident.
This is gonna TTS. So give it a second.
Cactus emoji donated $10 super chat. A contribution to the grift.
A contribution to the grift. Thank you very much, Desert Joe. I really do appreciate it. Let's keep the grift coming tonight. Go ahead.
Real quick, guys, anytime I am on stream, so bring me on your stream, any donation gets my co-host Morty a treat. So thank you very much. Every single one.
There you go. All right, let's keep that animal.
What's in your
we got the massive cat.
Yeah, I don't think this one needs any more treats. What do you think?
I don't think that one does. Indian Jesus, can I ask? What's that in your background? That like wicker thing on the wall?
That I don't know. My mom is an interior designer, and when I got this place, she's like, "Oh, you got to let me design it so I can take pictures."
She did a good job. I like
it. It looks nice back there. I just got a fucking flag.
Can your mom come to like my room and like?
I got
Goodbye.
So I guess it's cougar hunting night. Is what we're talking. Hey, I got the gun right over here. We're gonna be good to go.
Yeah, I'm right. I restocked.
I decided
one missing because the competition rifle's out in the garage.
I'm gonna take Penn like hog hunting, and I'm gonna tell him to shoot one of these boars in the head with a 22, and then drive off.
Just piss it off.
Watch what happens. Yeah, I think it'll be entertaining.
Oh my god, are you wearing a shirt of a mass shooter? Poor taste.
I know, too soon.
Wow, dude. Yeah. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to look at jokes, I probably made the most jokes about Charlie Kirk. I just waited about 2 weeks until he was in the ground and the family had time to mourn and all that stuff. And then it was acceptable to make jokes.
I got to say, your comedy
career. Too soon. That's his
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, and also, Tyler's comedy career has also been Charlie Kirk. So, I mean, I'm just saying.
$2 from Box for Morty.
Shout out to Box. What am I?
All I can say is that Tyler's not going to stick his neck out like Kirk and me and do something, the day of,
They hate me just as much as they hate you guys. Probably a little more because I'm a little actually left wing. They hate me.
Yeah,
they call me.
I've heard a lot of hate coming toward Tyler from
they
both directions.
Yeah,
we're not jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, they hate me because I don't think fucking all the leftist things that they push into the party are a good idea.
Remember that felony, that felon that came into Grid's chat that was like going after you like crazy, Tyler?
Oh yeah, yeah.
His name was, but he was like going on. He like fucking hated you so much.
Wait, what? Who is this?
You guys brought somebody on. What's his name? Flo's buddies. You brought him on. He looked like a straight meth head.
Yeah, and he said he was a felon and he had like long hair and he was like ranting. He's like, Tyler lets people fuck his wife, man. He fucking lets people fuck his wife. He was like,
okay, man.
Land.
Hear me now?
I was like, what?
Go dig holes in your fucking yard and look for the bugs under your skin.
Dude, I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've never seen him before or since. The guy was like uncorked though, for sure.
Well, Grid, I want to say thank you for letting me be a part of the panel. My first time here, and dilly to you guys.
Well, you're always welcome. We don't actually normally do a ton of panels. I changed my format a little bit for my daytime show, where I do basically a monologue, and then when I finish the monologue, then I'll open the show up for people to come up. But a lot of times people don't come up. I'll just continue to monologue, which is fine. But what we do here, I don't know if you've watched it or if you've seen anything or if anybody's told you a lot about it. But basically what we do here, this is a short format Bloodsport debate, 1v1. And Once you're paired off, you pick a debate topic. You each get 1 minute to state your case, your position or make your argument, however you want to look at it. And then you get 5 minutes of open dialogue, debate back and forth. And then at the end of the 5 minutes, the 3 judges rule, and you either stay or you leave. Very simple, easy,
The judges that
it could have been Steelman, actually. Is Steelman a felon? I don't think he's a felon. Abe Dinkus, no worries, man. We planned on starting. The actual start time should be around 8:30 because we need to get a bunch of people in here. We're still missing horseradish. We're missing it seems like we're missing a bunch of people.
We need to hop to it though, because listen, I'm about to lose my shit. I am too amped.
The man's got a salsa dance.
Listen,
okay?
listen.
The dude is going out tonight, baby.
Listen.
Look at that dude.
I'll tell you what. I'm the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. I'm having.
You know why he's riding in a limousine, don't you? Because he crashed his truck.
That's true. I already have a new truck. So fuck you, bitch. How do you like the way that dick tastes? That's called having money. Let's go, and it's nicer. Mm-hmm. Let's go.
You actually have a rollie on your wrist, though? For real?
Yeah, we got a rollie on the wrist. Let's go.
Oh, nice.
We ain't fucking out. Listen, how can you be in sales and not have a Rolex and a bag of cocaine stashed somewhere in your office? I don't know. Someone tell me.
True.
Somehow people have managed it for years, but I
just wish I was born in the 80s, or the 70s, so then I could have lived through the 80s. I missed my era.
You missed your. I mean, with that tie, I agree.
I'm an 80s baby by 31 days. 31 days I made it into the 80s.
I got to tell you, I got the nastiest fit for fucking this Destiny debate. Listen, they're not going to remember one thing about that guy. They're going to only be talking about the fit, I promise.
Wait, when's your debate?
On Thursday. This fit right here couldn't piss on that fit. I'll tell you that now.
What's the topic? What's the topic?
I don't know. We get to pick, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm not above doing dirty debate tactics, and I'm going to pick something that motherfucker ain't ever heard nothing about. All right, like
So Landon over on Twitch, Landon AFTV says Tyler is lucky I'm not up there. I would take that commie down.
Landon's not old enough to be up here, so you got to be this high to ride the ride. You know.
Oh man, that's cold blooded, man. That's cold blooded.
I like Landon, but
that's cold blooded.
As someone who is 5'4", I do not appreciate the short king disparagement here.
I got a girl for you if you need one. Don't worry. I know a lot of Latinas love them some short kings. You're gonna be all right.
Oh, that's awesome. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Hey, it's Hi Anita. How you doing?
Hey, what is up?
What's up?
Fancy seeing you.
We're gonna do some debating later. Debating. So by the way, I know there's nobody over on Twitch right now, but I apparently need to have 2 or 3, 4 continuous viewers on Twitch. So if you happen to use Twitch and you don't, but you're over here on YouTube, jump over there and just hang out. So that.
Yeah, let me just.
Can I just throw this out here real quick too? Is that since we have extra time, since the 3 judges here, can we maybe give you a brief summary on how we're going to be judging too?
Why don't you just do a practice debate? Why don't we do that? Why don't I do Confluence versus Gibbs on the left or the truly violent?
You're setting them up for the slaughter right away, huh?
Well, I got to keep Gibbs interested. He's already got half a gram of cocaine in him. He's not gonna be able to.
I just have to wait.
He can't sit fucking still. Look at it.
I'm about to start smoking. That's what I need to do. Otherwise, how do you think I'm so creative? It's the weed, bro. It's the weed.
The funny thing is that I don't normally like drug addicts, but Gibbs is all right.
Well, see, it's only an addict if it fucks up your regular day life. Otherwise.
He's chipping. He's chipping the coke, okay?
Yeah, see, if I ever run out of money, I'm going to switch to meth, and then we won't have a problem. But until then, we're going to be all right.
I'm just putting this up there, Tyler. Landon says you're lucky.
He's like 16. He doesn't know shit.
Oh, he's 16? Okay.
The smartest thing he ever did was quote me.
Oh! Now that landed. I'm going to be honest. That landed, Landon.
I gotta say,
the body blow. That was hardcore. That was hardcore. All right, so the way this works is we're going to do just a little practice debate while we're waiting on everybody else to finally show the hell up. We're going to put Confluence versus Gibbs because that's fair. What I do is you get a lot of time to like goof off in the back or talk shit in the chat because what I do is I do this. I hide you. I hide him. I hide not Gibbs because Gibbs got to play. We hide Indian Jesus. Good to see you there, buddy, by the way. We hired Anson Knowles, and we hide big man over there. And then I do this. And what can you guys debate the left or the violent? Or the left is more violent than the right? Or are both of you on the same side on that one?
We're probably on the same
sure,
side.
but I'll be the lefty. That's fine.
Okay.
I could just pretend do my best fucking.
Destiny. You can be Destiny for a minute.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not a cuck, so I can't be. I don't know. Maybe I can do soy. Maybe I can do soy fillers.
He straight said.
How about they call a bull? But that's fine. Maybe I can do like that.
Right.
I'll do a son or something.
All right. So who's going to take the affirmative that the left is most violent?
Well, obviously the righties.
Confluence. Because he's going, yeah. So that's funny that we're putting the left-leaning righty versus the right, the severe right, and they're taking the opposite side. This is fucking awesome. You couldn't write this shit. All right, go ahead. Hold on.
Cheers. Here you go. By the way, you know what Texas is the best? We got drive-through liquor stores in Texas.
Yeah, they have those in Colorado too. In Tennessee, you don't have to drive through; they deliver.
They deliver to you. I mean, they don't deliver you these cool ass daiquiris, right? With $10 refills.
$10 refills. Is that good? I'm not. Yeah,
$10 for 6 shots.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if you know this. I don't drink, brother, and I never have. I've never had a drink of alcohol in my life.
Well, that's okay.
Wait, I didn't. I know you don't drink, but you've never had one.
Never had alcohol.
Don't start now.
Yeah, I guess
don't start. That's right. All right. Confluence. 1 minute on the clock. Are you ready? Just start talking.
I think we have stats that show that the right is the more violent ones, but I think that's because the stats are absolutely cucked and they eliminate things like the BLM riots and Antifa riots and all of that stuff. And I think if you take those things into account, which is obviously left-wing violence, you see that the left is the party of violence. If you look at the celebration of violence, you see that people who skew younger and who are more liberal are more likely to think that violence is a solution, both to free speech. We saw that YouGov poll that if you to solve speech on college campus, that you can do violence, and that they're more likely to think that you can do political violence, and it's justified. So I think we can argue about crime stats, but crime stats are skewed. If we actually are honest about it, we'll know the left is the party of violence, both in celebration, in action, and in intent.
You had 15 seconds left. That's awesome. All right. Just start talking when you're ready, Gibbs.
Yeah, many people here could argue that the left has been more violent recently. We might have had 5 shootings recently that were violent because they were the lefties. That sounds real bad. All right, cool. And I know everybody wants to talk about what have you done lately, but we have to remember the right is actually more violent. What they've done is done something called having a skill diff. What they do is they sit here and they set up institutionalized violence, right? Jim Crow might have heard of it. That was real violent. They were hanging people. I don't know if you heard about Black Wall Street. Well, nobody has because it's been burned down by the right wing. I'm just saying we can keep going. The Nazis, everybody wants to paint them as socialists now on the right, but really the fact is they were racial racists. What they did was they sat there and institutionalized violence. And guess what? 6 million Jews died because of this racist right violence. Now, he can sit here and try to frame this a different way, but it's clear that there was never actually a party switch. The conservatives down there in the South, they stayed the conservatives. They're the same conservatives that were hanging the blacks and enslaving them, and they're the same ones today.
That's time. I know you're on a roll, brother, but that's time. All right.
Do it.
I'm ready when you guys are. Just start talking.
Okay, well, Gibbs, it's okay if you don't want to stick with America. You brought up the Nazis. Well, then I'm sure you'd be willing to.
Let's stick with the Confederacy. What is the
The
Confederacy?
100
Were they the
million
conservative?
deaths under communism. You would say that's left wing, right? So if you're going to compare 6
Well,
million Jews, which
well,
I agree, that's a lot.
That
of Jews.
that is a
100
bastardization
million. How is that
of
a bastardization?
well, I will tell you. You know, Stalin was never a political person. He was always a thug that Lenin hired in order to enforce his will. Stalin is actually apolitical. He only used what was in front of him.
Saddam,
have you heard of Saddam Hussein, the Ba'athist? They're right wing. How about I don't know, Mao Zedong? You would have thought this guy was a commie, but really what he was an authoritarian right-leaning dictator that took out the people based off their race.
I would love
It's
to hear
crazy.
that. How
We
is
can
the Great Leap Forward a right-wing operation?
Well, the Great Leap Forward was what we call propaganda used in order to bamboozle people into believing they were socialists, when really it was just an enforcement tool to get rid of undesirables, much like the right wing is trying to do today with the illegal aliens. And if we want to talk about America, let's talk about America. The America the Great. Hold on, no. We're going to continue talking about America. What about the Confederacy? They were the right-leaning states' rights, down home, good country boys. The rebel yell, you know, all that good shit. And guess what? They were sitting here enforcing slavery. Andrew Jackson, a strong, avid right-leaner, wanted to get rid of the Fed. What's he famous for? Trail of Tears, killing these people left and right. I mean, have you seen Native Americans? All they got casinos.
Gibbs, with all due respect, you can't dance around history. You're either going to talk.
I don't have to. I'm just stating things.
Or you're going to talk about modern America. If we're going to talk about modern America, you have to contend with my. BLM
I mean, we could talk about the 5 killings that have happened recently.
Examples, my YouGov poll, all of the polls that showed the left is more capable of or willing to.
How about Hamas? Is Hamas left or right wing? I mean, Hamas is a radical, a conservative movement that wants to kill the Jews. Are they right wing? Yes, they are. How about Iran? Iran is a conservative movement. They don't let women go outside. Hold on, do women go outside in Iran? Listen, lots of them. They've killed thousands worldwide. Iran, you know, and just like Iran is conservative, just like you should be saying Iran to get some facts, because I'm telling you the truth right now. It's real simple.
Anything that's
they are conservative
is right wing, because obviously left wing authoritarianism up here all the time. I think that's very disingenuous for you to say that anytime something's authoritarian.
Are you a Christian, sir? Are you a Christian? Would you call the Christians right wing?
Would you say Pol Pot is right wing because he
was but I would say the Pope was right wing when he gathered up thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of kids, and he sent them into slavery to the Muslims. I mean, that was the children's crusade. Do you remember? I mean, we can keep going. Well, the reason why I can keep going far back
when he killed Abel.
No, Cain was a leftist at that time, but that's only because God was more right leaning. And who's more right leaning than God? He's the most right. He used the flood to wipe out all of humanity. I guess you're just arguing that God's a bitch then at this point.
I think that God is the
you think God's a bitch
over violence. No, I would not.
Well, then you're admitting that the right wing has a monopoly on violence because God is the most right wing of all.
I will quote the prophet Erudite, aka Kyla, who said that God is above.
Who the fuck is that? Hey, let me ask you a question. Who the fuck gives a shit about what that hoe says? I'm going to quote the prophet Moses, and it says, Lord, I'm this Red Sea, and I'm going to drown the Pharaoh and all of his army. That's what he did. He drowned him. God drowned him. You are sitting here being an apostate, quoting this whore that's happy and making her husband a cock to destiny, and I'm sitting here quoting the good Lord in the Bible.
Destiny, okay? So I will stand up for Kyla.
Oh, wow. It's amazing. It's amazing. See how easy it switch sides in this debate? I'm just pointing out that the right has been killing people since Cain and Abel, and God himself came down from the heavens. I'm just saying.
Right wing is to blaspheme, and I will not.
How is it to blaspheme? God is the most right wing. He is conservative.
God is transcendent of all political leanings.
How convenient.
I mean, that is the heresy that you are saying.
No, God believes in might makes right. That's why he's a just God.
According to the Protestant church.
No, fake
the
news.
Fact you have to punt back into history, into prehistory, into biblical narratives.
We can go to prehistory. We can go into prehistory. I mean, we can go as far back as you want. But the right wing has been the violent leaders all the way back to Helen and Troy. Guess what? Someone stole Helen. He was the playboy liberal lefty. And guess what Agamemnon did? The conservative right-leaning king. He went and slaughtered people all the way back to Troy. The right wing has been the murdering bastards.
Of the right wing to define all these things as
listen,
right wing,
just because the right wing is better at killing people doesn't make the left recently being good at it. I'm so sorry that the left has 5 people that killed somebody when the right has all of history.
Wow. That was great. All right. That was cool. That was cool. All right. So we've got Cleaner, we've got Anson, and we've got Tyler as our judges. And I want to hear, since Tyler is grinning, I got to hear from Tyler first.
All right, so for the new people here, I want to first explain. I greatly emphasize on your prompt, your 1 minute. I let you pick what you want your arguments to be, and then I judge how you defend and attack with the arguments that you picked out in the 5-minute debate session. So that's a big thing for me is your prompt. Make sure your intro is what you're planning on arguing. If you abandon it, I will take points off for you, even if I feel as you won the debate. So here, Gibbs, fantastic job emulating a fucking leftist, bro. Just calling everything right wing with zero evidence, dude. Wow, it was great. Dude. Every murderous person is right wing until proven otherwise, and it shows through in your argument there. Confluence, there was a couple of points you started to try to call him out, and then he just wouldn't let you finish the sentence. He just buried you. You got to act like a boxer in that situation. When you're getting pelted, you grab the motherfucker so the ref has to come break you up. You want Grid to get in there. All right, boys, let him talk. And so you just yell over him at that point because he doesn't let you in.
Tyler, how am I supposed to compete with a fit like that?
That's what I'm saying. That fucking, he's at least got a half a ball up there right now. That being said, you did get in. You called him out for Gishdalloping. You called him out for just labeling everything right wing. You did try to go into examples. It just didn't fit in this format. You should have just said pretty much everything you said. The blasphemy thing, all you were doing was refuting his points. You never made a single positive argument until you got back to, well, if we look at modern times, all the data's in my favor, and it was like a one-liner, and that's it. 5 minutes of just arguing over whatever Gibbs wanted to talk about, and that's why he won.
Cleaner?
I'll base your point scoring that I'll tally up off of fallacies called versus fallacies used, whether or not you've actually been able to call someone out and prove it successfully. If you lie in an argument, I don't really give a shit if the opponent doesn't call you out on it. That's their fucking job to do. And if you use it and it's a successful lie, so be it. Excuse me. The structuring is one of the most important metrics, but then it also comes down to, in the end, who shows the most command over the argument. Someone who's showing a lot of command will typically have the structuring of the argument. They will have mastered the opponent as far as, I'm making this argument. Hold on, you're not ready yet. I'm still making my argument. Okay, now it's your turn. You can go. Things like that. So in this one, I thought it was really good. It kind of showed a good example of somebody trying to be respectful and somebody trying to be kind of shotgun blast. You got to see both sides of it. Gibbs is really good with the shotgun blast attacks, and Confluence is really good about being respectful. And both of them had those elements shown in spades right here. Confluence started out with 3 really, really average points with a strengthener in one of them for his opening. So I gave him 3 points on that. Gibbs, also known as the fat white guy with the pink tie, had 2 points in the beginning, 2 really good points. And so I gave him 3 points for that. Altogether, throughout the arguments, I had 8 on Gibbs and 10 on the guy on Confluence's shirt. So Confluence has it by 2 points on this one.
All right, it's tied up. Anson, let's roll with it, baby.
Yeah. So the way that I score is it's a 4-point grid. There are points that each of you get for making arguments in favor of a position. And there are points that you lose for every time your opponent attacks a position that you've taken. And so you can actually end up with negative points if your opponent attacks you more than you make assertions that are expressed. And based on my scoring, Confluence, you have 3 points. And Gibbs, you have -1.
Nice.
So confluence, and mostly because you didn't make any assertions, Gibbs. You basically attacked him the whole time, and didn't really like say anything that was substantive in terms of an argument in your favor, other than attacking him with wild claims about Nazism and stuff like that. So
Yes, that's good. That's good. Well, very good confluence. I'm glad that 2 judges understood how debate work, and 1 doesn't understand the difference between affirmative and negative positions. But that's good.
I actually set it up from the first person perspective of the affirmative when I set up the grid, because you can only judge from one person's perspective on my grid, because it's really hard to judge from 2 persons first person perspective.
Oh, you touched his camera.
So,
why did he do that?
So yeah, confluence had the affirmative. It's just that Gibbs, you like, how do I put it? You didn't say anything of substance, right? You were just gish galloping and like saying random things that weren't really related to the argument.
Yeah, that was great though, honestly.
My wife's on it. Let's see if she can fix it.
Oh boy, that's right. Okay, all right. So you guys saw how it works. What do you guys think?
Yeah, easy peasy, guys.
Tyler, your camera's going mental right now. Holy shit.
A really strong argument would be one that you have a claim, you have evidence, and then you show an impact on society or an impact on, whoever it is that's a part of the debate itself or whatever, the topic being debated. That would be a really strong argument.
I was thinking something along the lines of right-wing politics is held back by the adherence to Christianity.
As a prompt?
Yeah.
That's a good prompt. We'll look and see if somebody wants that debate later. We're missing some debaters. I know that Abe is still tied up. I know that Castle said that he will get here about 8. I guess he doesn't really get home from work or whatever until then. I thought we had like 3 more.
Horse is also saying he was driving. He told me at 9 he was driving.
I just so you know, I have a hard out at like 11.
I know you do. Which is why I'm trying to where are we? So horseradish is what? I'm sorry.
He's coming too. He just was driving home from work still.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it is kind of a weird time. Did you reach out to iCal? He wanted to come on.
Oh yeah, iCal. I didn't even think to take.
And what's his name?
He said he's busy this week.
There's Abe.
Thing.
Our man.
I think we need one more person.
Ladies and gentlemen,
why don't you ask your bestie, Tyler, Liberal Cluck?
He's wanted to come on a lot. No, I was thinking of Lactoid. See what Lactoid's doing.
Oh, he can't come. I already talked to him.
Oh, you talked to Lactoid?
Yeah, I messaged him today, and he said he's booked with a bunch of work. He hasn't even looked over some legal shit I sent him yet.
He's a morning guy too.
I like that guy. He's
yeah. Honestly, you should start getting him on your day shift. He's available during the day.
Oh, is he? Yeah, I'll have to do that.
a good guy.
All right.
Look at these shoes.
Hey, so Confluence, when you're in a debate with Gibbs and he's gish galloping, it's incumbent upon you to point that out and point out how he's being bad faith to make
just
the audience.
stop it. Just say, hey, stop doing that.
You're not a good debater unless you point out the tactics of your opponent and build rapport with the audience, making them seem like they're bad faith, whether or not they are.
Question: I know this was like a trial debate, but like if someone is, as Gibbs does, very loud and very like, how do you
louder?
So one of the things that you do, Confluence, one of the things you do is you're on your mic like this, and we can hear you really well, and then you swing your chair. And you start doing this.
Oh yeah.
And then you start oscillating in this. Your sound starts going in and out.
He did call him out on it twice. He said once that's blasphemy.
Yeah, he did call him out on it.
I'll tell you the 2 tactics I do when I deal with somebody like me. One, you just make the whole thing chaotic. You just start screaming back. Or
nuclear.
Yeah, then nobody, then the mod has to step in.
That's what I'm saying. You hug them
No,
like a
wait.
boxer.
Okay.
Yep.
The other option is you make sure that you're loud, but you slow way down. So if he's like no, you'd be like, no, let me tell you why you're wrong. And so then you're the only one they hear because one guy ends up being background noise yelling, and you're like loud but like straightforward. Yeah, and so like those are the two tactics I usually use.
That's actually primo advice. I think.
Let Gibbs.
I've done this once or twice now. I feel like.
And remember that the point of debate is the audience, not necessarily to convince the other person. So if you can point out, we all know that you're doing this, then that kind of cuts them at the knee.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Let Gibbs peek his mic out while he's yelling.
That's true.
Well, we could probably start the first couple of rounds.
Well, I wanted to just really quickly, now that we've got a break in the action. So since we have people that I don't really know, I've seen Indian Jesus. I don't really know his positions on things. I've actually never met, and I can't even read her name because the type's so small. My monitor's all the way across the room. Hi. What is it?
Hinaita.
Hinaita?
Yeah.
Did I say that properly?
Yes.
Okay, good, because it's important to get names right. So we got Indian Jesus, Hinaita, is it CZ 223?
CT.
I thought y'all told me Tyler told me I got a female leftist for my panel. Then I come on from my shows. Then I come on here and it's my based conservative Chicagoan friend. That's what I'm talking about.
I got 5 left.
I was so happy to see her here. And I was like, yeah, let's go.
Okay, so let's. So if you guys could give us your kind of like base positions and what your worldview basically is. You don't have to go into like a 30-minute dissertation or anything, but just kind of just give us some overview.
Ladies first, or would you like me to go first?
Yeah, I could go on. So I'm kind of apolitical. I don't really like talking about politics, but I do lean like more to the right side, if anything. But I don't know how to describe myself in politics. I did serve in the military. I do believe in like borders and stuff like that. So I'm more like conservative, kind of.
She don't like crime, I'll tell you that.
Do you have a religion that you support or believe in?
Yes, I'm Christian. I am Catholic.
Okay.
So yes.
So I was not really into politics. Like the night Obama was elected, I was like, why are all these black people celebrating at my college? And then I went inside and figured it out. Then when Trump came onto the scene, I was like, okay, maybe I should be paying attention to this stuff. So I was like, let me be a big brain and I'll watch CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC and get all of the information. And so then I became a never Trump for Bernie bro. I screwed over Bernie, and mainstream media made me feel like if I didn't vote for Hillary, it would be the end of the world. I've been a drug addict before, and the vote for Hillary Clinton is the most shameful thing I've ever done in my life. And just over between 2016 and 2024, just got a lot more educated on what was actually going on and understanding why the default liberal positions are 99% wrong. But I'm not super right wing. I call myself MAGA. I do think a lot of the things that Trump is doing is kind of moving away from the MAGA America First mentality. And I was born into the Catholic Church, was super into it, then got confirmed in the Methodist Church. But then I sat down and read my Bible while I was in college studying psychology and philosophy, and became an agnostic atheist, where I have been to this day. So most of my morals come from Aristotle, Kant, things like that.
I actually have a degree. I actually have a degree in psychology with a minor in philosophy.
Me too.
And a second degree in criminal justice. The most usefulest things ever. Psychology is not a science. It's just how you feel it.
If I wasn't a dog trainer, there would be absolutely no use to my degree.
Hold on. I'm interested, Grid.
Yeah.
Do you think any of the soft sciences are sciences?
Not really, no.
I might disagree with you on that.
Which one would
we
you
can talk
think?
about it.
Which one would you think? I'm just curious.
So, I mean, my undergrad was poli-sci and my minor was history. I think archaeology is a soft science. I think that's definitely a science.
Archaeology isn't really a
Well,
soft science.
Okay, fine. We can move to anthropology. I think anthropology is a soft science. I think that is a science.
Also, that's you have hard things in front of you. Soft sciences
Okay,
are
I think political
purely
science is a science. I think there's definitely a science to politics, like for sure. If you look at you can look at the theory, political theory as one aspect. You can also look at like the statistical analysis and you can actually do physical experiments with it. Like I was more.
Yeah, we'll have that discussion sometime.
Yeah, we'll do it a different day. I think that would be an interesting talk.
I wouldn't call that. I wouldn't call political science the topic of the overhead. The overhead would be game theory. Political science would fall under it.
Well, really, we'll have to do this whole thing. Game theory is fun. I got to take a class with a guy that wrote one of the books on game theory. He's pretty cool.
I got CT down there to. I'm taking away from his time. Go ahead, sir.
Can't hear you.
You're muted, sir. You muted yourself.
Is he? Are you on Chrome? Are you using Chrome? Do you have your mic selected? If you're on desktop, click the little caret. And
it might be.
He lagged and had to come back in. So
might be the thing on the mic, little button.
Yeah. If you're not using Chrome on your phone browser, you need to use Chrome in order to be able to be heard, or else we won't be able to hear you.
I don't know. I'm using Firefox, and y'all hear me fine.
Yeah, I use Firefox.
That's what they say. That's the propaganda. The Google propaganda.
It's not the propaganda.
And now we lost your video too.
By the way, fuck Google.
After watching you set up your phone for the last 10 minutes, I bet you had an awesome trapper keeper in middle school.
Well, while he figures out Confluence, what did you think of that debate the other night that we were on?
What was the debate?
That was awesome.
I tell you what,
that was so far out of left field that it was awesome.
I always go type my name in the in Wix server after I go on one of the shows, and so all of them hate me. They all hate me, right? And I base how good I did on how many comments I got, and it was so bad that they were like, "All right, this was actually an unfair matchup, Wick," and they started calling Wick. They called for Wick to not be streaming anymore because he was bringing liars on, platforming liars, and Wick is basically a liar because he's platforming me and Confluence because it was just
really.
And then they said that there's a skill diff basically between what was on there. I was like, well, I'm glad that they noticed the skill diff.
Yeah, at least they noticed that part.
Definitely.
That was a blowout. I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, give me one
second.
guy.
I thought that other guy was going to get canceled.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Emmett raided us. Thank you very much for the raid, Emmett. If you want to come up and debate, I encourage you to do so. Anybody out there that would like to come up and be a part of the show and debate, the link is pinned. You will have to come up so I can see you, because we don't want any.
I said
tell Emmett to come up. Emmett, come on.
I told Emmett to come up. I just did. Did that. Also, I thought Chris Lestrange raided us. I was hoping that he would come up and debate with us. I shouldn't say I thought he did. I saw that he did. I was hoping he would come up and hang out with us. And just to encourage Emmett, we do have. We need to start doing these for like regulars, but we do actually have a walk-on song for Emmett. It's bad. I don't know who made this. I think it was Abe that made this.
Hey.
Emmett's got his walk-on song. That's just awesome.
Abe, you made that? You made that, Abe?
So I didn't make that one. We did like a whole stream where we were making songs for each person, and that one got submitted by Dave Healy. I wish I had made that one because I've made some really good ones, but that one.
Are you about to become the WWE guy for this channel? You can make all the theme songs.
Me too, man. It was great, man. It is so good.
Hey, Def Rebel has a career solely because of the WWE. Maybe you could be Grid's WWE guy.
That's right.
We could do
He needs 30 minutes. Yeah, go ahead. Go finish being a tyrant. That's fine. By the way, if you like science fiction, you should read Piers Anthony, Diary of a Space Tyrant. It's awesome.
I enjoyed Indian Jesus' debate the other night with Tyler. That was pretty fun to watch.
Did he tie Tyler in knots?
Yeah, there was a lot of weeping and gnashing of teeth over there on that one. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, you should check that out. I think I
Hey.
handed out a butt. We butt pumped these motherfuckers. I at one point, Cassell was like, you know what?
That
You're kinda
didn't have
right.
the effect that you wanted it to have.
It's exactly how it sounds.
I felt bad for him.
Everywhere.
I felt bad for him because like there was things to argue on that side, and then Mel or whatever, yeah.
Wait,
not-
hold on. Were you debating the Furby?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Why would you do that?
Well, I didn't know what I was walking into, just like this. I'm just saying, hey, you guys want to
Grid,
debate?
I sent you a
am
stream
down.
together, by the way.
But
I
Jake
sent you a stream
did.
together.
Jake said
Okay.
the Flurb is down for a rematch, so I guess that.
I'll give Mel credit for they are down to like argue. They will. They're not a coward.
Let's-
Yeah, they're not right, but they're not a coward.
I
They're
did try to warn you
insane,
from the chat. I did try to warn you from the chat.
I don't see that, Gibbs.
All right, I'll send you
We got Box here.
Hey.
Did I say that properly? Box?
Yep. BOX.
Perfect. Awesome. What's your worldview, sir?
I'm the resident lefty. I was a lefty for a long time. I became an independent, basically, and I feel like I can steel man most lefty arguments, but what I tend to believe is more libertarian these days. I'm an atheist. That's about the gist of it.
Okay.
We could go from there.
Okay.
Fox, I've been chasing you around since I was 14.
For real?
Also sounds very
Careful with that.
homosexual. I don't think he appreciates that.
Also,
I don't
I
think
make
you
my
got the
best
joke,
argument
Tyler.
during the day. Right now, I'm in like the downward trend of like where my arguments can feasibly go, basically.
Okay.
Given
I
brain
really,
power and
I
how-
really don't think he got the joke, Tyler.
Yeah, I know.
Nope.
CT,
sorry to interrupt.
CT223, can we hear you?
We can
Is
hear
it
you.
working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There we
Awesome.
go.
Hey,
Awesome.
you.
What's your worldview, sir?
Yeah, I am definitely more at this point in my life, definitely more right leaning politics. I am a Christian and was atheist for over a decade, and just recently, in the last probably a year or so, I've been coming back to my faith. I found your all's channel because I'm a member of the Indian Jesus channel, and me and
Nice.
him have gone back and forth on these topics for quite a while. So I'm
Okay.
definitely versed in these style of debates. Me and Lutch agree on some things, but we disagree on some other things. So I'd be happy to disagree with some of you all also.
Perfect. Well, let me tell you guys a little bit more about the show. So I do these every Friday night, same bat time, same bat channel. And what we do is the way it's supposed to work, or way it was originally designed to work, is that the chat would buy debates and would name who they wanted to see debate or who whatever. And we kind of got away from that a little bit because when Trump's new
Tax on tips
went through, if you have a menu, then the tips are taxable. And so we don't have a menu anymore. However, if the chat wants to donate and make a suggestion, I'm happy to take those suggestions.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, right.
Were you
That's kind of wild.
Were you that worried about the IRS coming down on you that you had to change?
No, I'm worried about YouTube complying with the IRS.
Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah, just remember the Republicans gave you no tax on tips. The Democrats gave you $600 Crash App gets reported. to the
Listen,
IRS.
hey,
You have a point. Which one really hurts the poors?
Yeah.
We're about to start taxing your cocaine intake.
Well, first of all, I already pay taxes on my cocaine because I'm not stupid like Al Capone.
You have a
He
point.
buys
Brett.
this from the same guy that Hunter Biden gets his from.
Yeah,
have a point
no,
now.
he gets crack, and no.
Listen,
They gotta cook something up.
Yeah, listen, I'm getting that pure Colombian Bam Bam or that pink Peruvian. If you didn't know.
I
All right.
personally only buy my cocaine with XRP or Ripple.
Okay. So now I kind of have an idea about. So we got a lot of righties, which we always end up with a lot of right or right-leaning people. It's actually
I
really
can do
hard.
left pretty well.
It's really hard for me to get actual true leftist. I mean, I almost said scum there.
You told me to get righties earlier, and I was like,
that's because we were supposed to have 5 lefties.
I had like 10 lefties that would have came on, but I'm hurting for righties on my channel. Maybe I need to start tracking y'all down. Hey, don't everybody add me after this.
Look, you know me. You know me.
Some of us can debate both sides, but yeah, where's Kel?
She's online right now.
Right, yeah. Kel's doing guitar streams right now.
I'll go bother.
My credentials for being able to fight for the left-hand side is that I've been an active member of the Young Turks for like the last 20 years, and I've been on their live chat every show for the last 5 years. If you guys want to find me, you can find me on the Young Turks live show every day at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Savings Time. I watch them religiously. And so I feel like
20 years
about how
and like all that drama, I have a pretty good grip still on the left, even though
the
I
Jew
don't
question
fundamentally
stuff Anna's doing?
It is so odd when Box talks.
Sorry.
Oh, Kel's here. Hit the button, Kel. What's up? Let's get in here. All right.
Literally a
now
box.
we have a left. We have 2 lefties.
Lefty. I can do lefty real good.
And a MAGA atheist. So
I can argue either anything you want.
We've got
Let's
at
do
least
it.
2 more lefties coming. So
I can play devil's advocate if it needs to be, but
you can ask
or to play the contrarian.
All right.
You can ask Emmett. I've had some.
Keep on Trucking donated $20 super chat. Can Indian Jesus and Confluence debate if holding hands is GRY? Look at the capital letters.
Emmett thinks I'm a lefty, so you know.
All right, so I got $20 from K2 Keep on Trucking, which is actually $20.
Cal said give her 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. She's like gotta walk her dog.
Yeah. Can Indian Jesus and Confluence debate if holding hands is gay? Look at the capital letters wink.
It's such a
wild debate, bro.
I've done it.
I've heard this to prompt this is a good troll prompt. A lot of people tend to like this prompt because it's a good troll prompt. So
it's a good way to get the things rolling. Sure.
Well, yes,
it is a good way to get a couple guys in here. So is Confluence and Indian Jesus. It's a weird pairing, but okay.
Yeah, so if you're on the no side, let's do it.
Yeah.
No, I would have had like I don't know, like Gibbs and Abe go at it on that one. That would have been.
I would have thought so too. That would have been a much better, more hetero.
They're judging the atheism. I'm going to win them all.
Yeah,
by the end
that's
of the
right.
night.
Yeah, they're judging pictures. All right, now what happens, guys? Is I put you in the back. You hang out. Do charades, talk shit in the chat, whatever you need to do, and I'll bring you back in just a few minutes. Okay, so just don't just because you disappeared, don't run away.
We're doing the gay
thing.
Oh fuck. Okay, wait.
Yeah, you're
Indian
doing the gay
Jesus.
thing.
Wait, what's your stance on this?
I said yes. What's your stance on this? Because I could play this either way.
I think in a Western society it's gay, but globally it's not gay.
Okay. So the obvious point here is
All right, hold on. We got it. Just to explain the rules one more time.
minute, right? Yeah.
You each get 1 minute to make your case. I need to know who's going to take the affirmative that it is in fact gay. I can't.
Yeah, we gotta figure that out.
No, it's wrong button. I'm sorry. My labels are messed up.
Well,
Anyway.
okay. So let me just give.
So
Like before we start debating, what's your stance?
I will take no. It is not gay. I'll take no. It's not.
Okay.
Gay.
So
okay, sure.
You're the affirmative. He's the not affirmative. Or the negative. So Confluence will go first. He'll get his minute. Once he's done, we'll let Indian Jesus go. Where'd you come up with that, by the way? Because you look like Jesus a little bit.
Pretty much. Yep.
Gotcha. All right. And you're Indian, I'm assuming.
And I'm an atheist. So
Are you?
That's blasphemy. It's like I don't.
Are you Sikh?
No, I was born Catholic. My family.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Back in the day, it's Hindu.
Gotcha. Okay.
But
all right. Cool. All right. Just wanted to make, just making conversation. All right, guys. Again, 1 minute each. Don't, because I've noticed a lot of you guys get so excited. You want to roll right into the 5-minute debate, but I gotta start the clock. Okay. So just once I say, okay, that's time, pause, and then I'll let you roll right into it. All right.
I'll try.
All right. And I want a nice, clean fight. No hitting below the belt. Let's keep those ad homs to a minimum, and no stripping. Okay.
I was about to do that.
I did just get a strike on my channel for sex and nudity, so
yeah. All right. This is a wholesome show. All right. Confluence, when you're ready, start talking, and I will start the clock.
Okay. I just think, especially from a Western point of view, obviously culturally, holding hands between two men is just obviously gay. Like anyone would acknowledge that if you saw two people walking down the street, it would be gay. And so I think I have an easy W on that path. So I'll even extend globally. I'll do you a favor, Indian Jesus. I'll extend to the global market. I think that just from a physiological perspective of physical touch is an act of intimacy, and that intimacy begets romance very quickly. So I think two men holding hands just becomes the entrance into homoeroticism is so evident, is so clean. The pathway is just beveled for that to happen, that I just think it ends up becoming gay. Because when you have physical touch between a man and a woman, obviously everyone would admit globally, if you held hands with a woman, that would be romantic. And so I would, I guess, like to hear an argument why holding hands with a man wouldn't also be then
that's
homo-romantic.
Time. That's the first time you've gone over in a while.
So,
all right. Just start talking. I'll start the clock. Just start talking and I'll start the clock.
So, I completely agree with you. The prompt was not about gay men. The prompt was about holding hands, and as you said in your opening, holding hands with anyone can be or is romantic or implies that. But the prompt had nothing to do about men. It just said holding hands, and so I would just say that two men holding hands is gay, but holding hands in and of itself is not gay. You holding the hand of a woman is not gay. I can leave it there, actually. A man and a woman holding hands is not gay.
It was two men holding hands. That was a prompt. I'm sorry.
No, thank God. Thank God.
No, it wasn't.
Was it not? Hold on.
Holding hands is gay. Look at the capital letters.
Let me pause. Hold on. Let me make sure. I was pretty sure.
I can play that. I could play that too. But
yeah. No, he did it. He skipped that part. He did.
Thank you. A male and a woman holding hands.
There it is.
Oh my God.
He trolled you, but he didn't finish the troll. He left out the most important part of the troll.
I wouldn't. But I mean, I'm down to do I'll take another, if you want to give me another minute to actually talk about the two men. I could do that.
Yeah. Let's just, I understand where he was going with that. And
otherwise,
so
I'm cooked, okay.
But I need the win. I need everybody to acknowledge that I just
was great because when I read it as a typical troll prompt.
Me too, yeah.
But that's solid, man. That's solid. I'll restart your time, sir.
Okay, so I do think that holding hands implies two men holding hands implies that they're gay. But you said, I would say that's mostly in the Western context, and then of course you opened it up and did me such a huge favor, and we see across the world that not only holding hands, but kissing on the face, little. That kind of stuff, and so it just doesn't inherently mean that. If I walk down the street and see two men holding hands, I will assume that they're gay. But then we can talk about what if we have a father and an autistic son and an adult son. Then two men holding hands, that still two men holding hands, not gay. How much time do I have?
15 seconds.
I can stop there.
All right.
Give him on time.
All right, guys.
Really? No.
He literally said too. He's like, I never said that. He trolled.
Words have meanings, baby.
That's a solid troll right there. That is solid.
Uno reverse.
Yeah, you got me. You got me. All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Just start talking, and I'll start the clock.
Okay, so
Counselor?
you do inherently admit that at least it would imply homosexuality
Yes.
in most people, and I feel like the fact that you have to use fringe examples, I think kind of proves my point. The exception proves the rule, that if you see two men holding hands, at least, and you even agreed, you conceded in the West that you would think that's gay. Now, what do you think of my argument that just physiologically, physical touch is tied to romance if you're physically touching somebody, right? I mean, where's the line? Like, how much you have to touch another man before it becomes gay? Obviously, it leads to homosexuality. I think the pathway is very clear on that.
I agree. And this, I never understood why this was a thing. It never happened in my groups of friends, but especially in high school. And then I wasn't in a frat, but I lived with a frat in college. And there was a lot of just like, homoerotic, like, oh, bro, slapping ass and like pretending to be gay and stuff like that. And so, I mean, maybe it is meant to imply that, hey, look, we're gay because we're buddies and ha 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 ha. Again, I don't think it inherently means that. And that
would
was
admit
the
that's a little gay, right? Like if you're in a frat and you're slapping your bro's butt and you're like, kind of tugging at his ball sack a bit, that's at least a little gay, right?
So what?
At least
so,
a little bit.
So then we have to drill down into what is the threshold for something being gay.
I think being gay is anything that can be construed as romantic or sexual between two people of the same gender. And I would say that, the examples you gave, the examples I gave, surely, are at least what we would call, quote unquote, gay.
So would you, hopefully this is not too big of a pivot, but if we talk about in sports where, like slapping your ass after a big play or something, would you consider that in the same realm?
I don't know if I would consider it in the same realm. I mean, it's possibly slightly homoerotic. I think there's maybe a little history there, but I think holding of the hands, I mean, we have, and you would concede holding of the hands is flesh on flesh. I mean, just look at that. I mean, man, flesh against flesh. To me, I mean, that's something,
Pretty
if a
good.
man does that against a woman, if I hold a hand with a woman, my thoughts are automatically romantic. Would you concede that if you held the hands of someone who is the opposite gender, you'd be thinking this is a romantic and or sexual thing? So
Yes,
why would we
but-
say with a guy?
Well, I'll
it's
tell you
somehow
why. Because we live in an age where most of the youth are completely confused, and the only way that they have to live in the world is by their gender identity. And so, depending on if you're going to call all, I don't even know all the words, but all like the polyamorous gender bender people, if that all fits in gay, then
it absolutely does, brother.
I would disagree. I think gay is
Really?
specifically same-sex attraction.
So you think if someone's in a polycule, you think if Destiny's in a polycule and he's
right,
holding,
so if we have
his
Destiny,
wife's boyfriend's hand, you don't think that's a little gay?
I do, but that doesn't mean that they are doing that. So that doesn't mean that they're doing it for that reason. You're assigning a motive to what they're doing. You and I can both agree from the outside it looks gay.
You would say it's not objectively
people might say
gay.
I look gay. People might say I look like a woman, but that doesn't make it true.
Wait, so you
And so
think?
the fact
Are
that-
you actually conceding that? You're saying Destiny holding hands with his with his wife's boyfriend? You don't think that's objectively gay?
I do, but I am
but
not the
you
arbiter.
do, objectively, not what you and me
no.
subjectively think. You don't think it's objectively gay?
No.
That's
I
crazy.
think he is gay, and that in my personal opinion, I think that's pretty gay. Yeah,
You
but
don't think
that
there's
is
any
not.
homoeroticism going on. You don't think there's any if you put like how they in psychological experiments they can put like little sensors on your penis to like determine arousal. You don't think if Destiny was holding hands with his wife's boyfriend, you don't think the sensors?
But you're using Destiny because you already know his sexual proclivity.
Well, no, I'm just saying you said polycule. I'm just using it as like a
right.
common
So then
example. But anyone in a polycule.
Let's take somebody who you don't know what their stuff is, and you see them, and they're two
in a relationship.
They're two queer people. One is a man and one is a woman, and they're holding hands. Oh no, so okay, that wouldn't be it. So we have I guess I'm pretty gay.
Two queer. Yes, it's pretty gay.
I didn't prepare for the second part. I just prepared to win. I think that we are, and of course, guys, obviously, Destiny's gay is just anything.
But anyone in a polycule,
the point
two men and a woman, and
but the
two guys
point
are
I'm trying
holding
to
hands,
the
you
point
would
I'm
say
trying to
that
drill
is
down
gay.
on. The point that I'm trying to drill down on is not that we can look at this and question, I don't know if that's gay. The prompt being, that is gay. I don't know in any given circumstance.
Wow.
They went
Wow.
so differently than I did on this.
Yeah, this one I saw this going differently in my head, but
that was gay.
Well, that's because
That
nobody
was
saw
really
where I was
gay.
coming from, and nobody read the prompt.
Yeah, it was really
I had a
funny.
good time.
That was great though. That was like the best troll ever. K2, you got me, bro. You got me.
Got him.
Can I just be very clear real quick, though?
That's a good start.
That was for the debate. Destiny is gay as all hell.
Yeah.
Only gay. That was...
Yeah,
I don't want
for
that to get
sure.
twisted.
It's, there's been tip-to-tip action with him, so yeah, he's gay. All right, so welcome back, everyone. We had somebody else. Where'd they go? They run away? What happened? All right, well, they'll come back.
Bye.
All right, so maybe the gay talk ran them away. I don't know. Anyway, all right, so let's start with cleaner and just go down the list. How did this go?
Well, right off the bat, Confluence had really good points. I gave him 4 for the opening. Lutch had 3 for his opening, but an extra 2 because he knew the original prompt. So he got 5 for his opening. During the meat and potatoes of it, each guy got 8 points. So Lutch got this one by 1 point overall.
Solid.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, Tyler, what do you got?
All right, so that Confluence, that warm-up definitely did you good. You came out swinging, and I feel like, other than not knowing the prompt, which, again, I gave him a couple of points for actually being the only one that read it properly, but other than that, you came out swinging, and I thought you controlled the first couple of minutes of the debate. You kind of, one of his, the exception makes the rule argument you made there was really solid. I was like, damn, he is putting the spurs to him. But then as things went on, man, he turned your shit around on you. You gave a definition of gay, and then about a minute later, you expanded it into everything that completely blew up your definition, then had to try to burn your way back. And he showed too many exceptions to the rule for me to think that it's inherently something. So I think Jesus took it by a cunt hair.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and let's hear from Anson Knowles.
Well, once again, being a visionary, I'm going to have the minority report. And it's going to be 2 points for Confluence and 1 point for Indian Jesus. And that was scored entirely on how many arguments you made in favor of your position compared to how many arguments were levied against your position. And it's you like I said, you can get negative points if you really suck. So anyway, Confluence, you won.
Okay. All right.
I think without getting the prompt wrong, I would say Confluence would
I
have
think
won.
they both tied, though.
Yeah,
Because they have one win apiece. They have one win apiece.
Yeah, that's the only reason I was like, yeah, let's do this, because I saw that everyone was going to the GA stuff.
Yeah, I think we get
right.
We have to.
Because he definitely won the first one because he actually had the problem.
Well, yeah,
debate.
and
Good debate,
I think a lot of people don't realize how very important the prompt itself is. Because when you're making an argument, when you're having a debate, the prompt itself is what both sides are going to research so that they've got hours of content to share with their viewers. So if you don't know what the prompt is, how are you going to be able to research it and know it?
I've never once researched a prompt in my life.
Yeah, well, you and me both.
A2 keep on trucking comes in with that.
We all see it. No, there is an answer to that. I make 25-page Google Docs that cover every bit of the argument. That way, no matter what the prompt is.
Yeah, that is you actually do that. All right, so I don't know what to do here because Indians used to win the first round because he had the right prompt, and then when they who dropped?
Well, I think 2 out of 3 judges also gave it to me on the.
Anson just pulled himself to the back.
Yeah, Tyler and Cleaner both said
2 dubs in 1 debate.
Also, something that Since Jesus touched on it, I'll give you guys a win card on this debate here. Intent. If you're on Lutch's side, the only way to argue that into a position that you can actually defeat your opponent with is on intent. The intent of the hand holding your son's hand, holding some in whatever metric, right? You can only say the intent. So you could never say that is gay. You could just say that looks gay. So if the prompt is it gay, then you could make the argue for intent. And that's really the only way you could come at it and successfully win.
Yeah. $2 comes in from Raging Patriot 1776. Both debaters are and are in a relationship.
And we could say to that they're both master debaters.
What's funny is
So that's
when I debated this, I took the affirmative and I said it is gay because gay has two meanings. It's spelled the same way regardless. So it brings joy or it's homosexual, and no matter what, it's gay. It's all gay in the end.
Yep, I was hoping like I knew that was a risk when I asked that, because if he was like, well, it could just mean happy, and then I'd be like, oh well, you win, but
yeah.
But I like that you differentiated
All right,
between
Cal said she'll be
the
at
look
5.
and the intent, though, Lutch. That's something that a lot of people don't do. You know, from the outside looking at it, yeah, that shit looks gay. But for them, maybe it's not. You know,
eating your nails and
it
looks
All right.
gay, but is it?
I will say, in some like Middle Eastern cultures, they just walk like, for instance, the Taliban, they hold hands, and we think of them as like
but you
the
gotta
Taliban is
understand,
gay as shit. brother.
Just don't ask the Taliban about Thursday, okay?
You got to understand, though, their religion
Exactly.
tells them
Listen,
women
I'm not
are for
defending Taliban.
procreation,
I'm
men
saying
are for
gay.
pleasure. It actually says that.
Yes.
So that is gay.
Yeah.
Taliban's a little sus.
That's pretty rough.
That's also a fair argument.
All right, so Anson Knowles says he's going to be AFK. He's on his mobile and will be able to judge, but he won't be able to speak much except for that. I don't see any reason to add him back to the stage. If that's okay.
No real loss.
Yeah, no real loss. Yeah, he just contradicts you like every time. Literally, if Tyler votes yes, Anson's going to vote no, and vice versa.
True.
I don't know why that is. I think they have I think they're cheating off each other's paper.
It's a popularity.
What?
Yeah. All right. So bring back Anson. I can't. I mean, he's backstage. If he wants to come out, he can.
Loop echo, Abe.
Hey, you got echo.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, Abe,
Sorry. Hold on.
Wait, so
I'll figure it out.
Do I leave? How does this work?
Well, I'm willing. So I'm different than the judges. I feel like that you should stay because you actually won the first round, and then I feel like we started a second round. I just didn't make Confluence make a new argument because he had already made an argument that was losing for the first debate.
I agree with Grid. I will say that
Because I mean there were basically two arguments, right? That's my feeling. I understand that the judges took that into consideration, but I that's just my feeling on it. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, judges?
I don't care either way. It's your show.
I know it's my show, but I want to be fair.
keep me on, judges. Come on.
Twitter is going to hear about
Come on,
this.
Tyler. Come on.
I don't give a shit.
Well,
I'm definitely getting
Fuck you,
clips of it.
Tyler.
I personally think it's like I obviously won the first debate.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
since I was willing to go in, and then they took that into account. 2 out of 3 ain't they?
Right. We've got some people showing up late anyway, so we'll just let it roll. All right. So I would really like to see some grift flowing in. You can do Streamlabs as well as anything else. There's a Cash App. The mods will throw that out there. I'd like to see some grift flowing in because we're providing some good entertainment, I think. But in the meantime, absent grift, we'll continue. We'll soldier on anyway. I was hoping to get Box and maybe. All right, so help me out here, guys. Box versus Abe, or or Beard versus Beard. Gibbs against Box.
It depends on the argument.
I say let's give Box a go.
Yeah, I want to have Box definitely, but Abe,
Gibbs has a hard out, so I feel like Gibbs.
Yeah, Gibbs has a hard out. So let's throw
Fox
Gibbs
versus
up there.
Admiral? Okay, yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And he's all warmed up. He's chomping at the bit.
He's coked as fuck.
I'm not in my prime right now, to be fair.
I'm sorry?
I'm not in my prime right now, but I think I can do
I'm not
about
coked.
anything.
For the record, I'm not coked.
Don't
yet.
undercut yourself. Come on, man. You got this. Let's go. You got this.
Yeah.
All
That's
I
a-
can
that's
say
for the
is,
club thing.
all I can
All right.
say is, when you step on the battlefield, you do what you have became.
All right, so and the horseradish has made it. He has made it just in time to be dropped to the back because we're going to start a debate. But good to see you, horseradish.
Cheers. Eating right now, so
cheers,
Yeah,
buddy.
I've got my cam off right now because I'm trying to smash some panda right quick, but I will be ready by the next round.
That's fine, man.
Amen.
We're going to throw you in the back for a few minutes anyway. All right, so
Good
so
luck, debaters.
don't freak out. You're still in the show. You're just in the back. So, all right, CT, good to see you. Box, you get to stay. Abe Dinkus, you go. Some beard on beard crime here. High neat. High. Say that again.
Hinaita.
Huh?
Hinaita.
You guys can't talk while she's talking. She has a very feminine voice. Stop it.
Hinaita.
Hinaita.
I was going to name my daughter Hypatia. I get it.
Yeah, they're totally the same name.
It's very close.
Totally the same name. All right, and wait, where'd my Confluence? That's the guy. He's got to go. All right, you guys familiar?
Thank you,
guys
Roby, for
seen-
this. I appreciate it. Good, you're looking up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. You guys, I mean, Gibbs has been here before. Box, you got this down?
I probably do. It depends on what
Okay.
we're talking about.
What's a good topic for you to debate? What are you familiar with? Where are you at?
Just about anything. I think I can steel man most of the left's arguments
Pick one.
moderately.
All right.
I'm not
all
very
right.
good at getting it out fast. I guess I'm gonna have to.
I
work at
love that energy. I love it. All right. So
I
I've got some.
think I take on anything.
All right, I've got some good debate topics. I'm just going to run through some really quick. I just got to pull them up here really quickly. And some of these are, they're not all, look, these aren't all winners.
I really like Gibbs' energy earlier before. By the way, when I hopped on, you were going fucking ham, and I do that too. It's like where you just kind of lose yourself and you do the character. Like
Yeah,
I like to have a little more balance, I guess. More.
I do something
grounded
different
in
every time, to
reality.
be totally honest.
It was really good.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Nothing personal about what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's hard to tell people.
We got the
after
good part out of the way.
All right. Let me throw out some topics. Sound off if you like it. Is there any value to DEI/affirmative action, or is it in and of itself racism?
It's racist.
Now, you
Okay,
guys are on the
next
same
topic.
page. All right. Is our healthcare system defined for this purpose as the mechanisms by which people are provided access to doctors and treatment a net positive, or is it a massive burden on the country ending in ever increasing socialism?
I can argue some degree of Medicare for all. I can't actually own the whole thing, but honestly, I think we could do better than what we're doing right now. I think that we're the richest country on the face of the planet, and what we're doing right now is subpar.
Whatever he wants to do.
Gibbs just like, yeah, whatever, man. All right, well, I like this prompt. I want to see this prompt done justice, and I will. I'll read it again for you, just so that because occasionally we do have on some of these more clearly defined prompts, we have people get lost in the sauce and argue the wrong prompt. So, is our healthcare system defined for this purpose as the mechanisms by which people are provided access to doctors and treatment? That would be all of the admin, the way the people our insurance companies work, the way Medicare, Medicaid work, all of that. Not the doctors themselves. We're not saying the doctors are bad. We're talking about the mechanisms that they're provided the access to doctors and treatment. A net positive or a massive burden on the country, ending in ever increasing socialism? So is it just are we getting feature creep? So
it is the net positive. I can
is
play
net
the net
positive. Okay,
side of
Gibbs,
that,
are you got you taking the net? You're taking the it's a net loss, right?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad. Okay, so Box, you're going to go first. You get 1 minute. I'll start the clock when you start speaking. You can take a couple of you can take a minute to frame your thoughts and then just start speaking.
So basically, insurance is the best way to do business. And the benefits that we get from, like my mom, for instance, is on Medicaid or Medicare. She gets free government assistance, and it is a net benefit. And I think that if it's done properly, like you say, like it's going to devolve into absolute socialism. That's not necessarily the case. I think we can be smarter about this. I think we're the richest country on the face of the planet, and I think we can do some form of some basic Medicare for all justice in this country. And that's basically the gist of it.
Okay, you had 20 seconds left.
It is worth it. It's worth it.
Okay. All right, Gibbs, start talking when you're ready.
Yeah, so modern Medicare for all, or any Medicare for all, is tantamount to two things. It's theft from the taxpayer, and it's modern day slavery. Although some people would argue that it's a utilitarian good for the society, that's an unequivocal falsehood, right? Let's just look at how it's slavery. First, capitalism has raised more people out of poverty than any of their system of economic
all taxes stuff.
Hold on.
It's his opening.
Yeah. So not only that, they're going to sit here. Oh, sorry, where were we at? We were sitting here. I just totally got lost here. Sorry.
I paused your time.
Yeah. Let me just give it. What was the last thing I said? You're good. I'm usually not, but I had a concussion recently, so I'm a little slower than usual. Oh, okay. Sorry. It is basically slavery. Look at the doctors. Right now in our capitalist system, doctors are paid what they're worth. If you're a plastic surgeon, we've deemed plastic surgery a lot of money worth, right? If you're a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon where you save lives, there's a lot of money in this, right? We have a system that saves more lives than any other place. I don't want to live under a socialist system like the healthcare system in North Korea. Guess what they do there? They harvest organs. Not a system I want to be a part of. Here, it's theft, right? What they do is they take a gun and put it to your head, and they make you pay for coke addicts and hooker fuckers like me. And they're going to go, oh, guess what? This guy, he caught AIDS and he's going to die of fentanyl, and they're going to make you pay for me. And that is theft. And there's no reason you should do it.
That's time, but that was wild. Okay, all right. Look, Gibbs, nice clean fight. Let's keep those ad homs to a minimum. I know you want to go below the belt, but let's not do that. And Box, have fun, man. It's gonna be a good ride. You guys just start talking when you're ready.
So all taxation is theft, and it happens to everyone, and it's actually physically happening in the real world right now, whether you like it or not. The idea is what do we spend our money on? How do we focus the resources of the most wealthy country on the face of the planet? And I think absolutely there's a path. What I don't understand is like how healthcare costs different amounts for different people in different places at different times.
Well, I'll tell you why it costs different costs.
Fix a broken arm, right? If we all knew how much it costs to fix a broken arm, and we're going to fix a broken arm for a person because they can afford it themselves,
but not every broken arm is the same. That doesn't work.
What I'm bringing up here is what you're saying doesn't actually lead to ultimate socialism or communism.
Listen.
Right? You're doing
not every broken arm is the same. Not every broken arm is the same. If I break my arm and bone chips go into my bloodstream, that'll stop my heart. If I get a broken arm and it hits an artery, that's different than if I just have a hairline fracture. I've had numerous broken bones, and guess what? That's because I took risky behavior. Right now, I have knobs on my feet. Right? I could go pay my insurance to get them. But hold on. Why should someone be punished because you made bad decisions in your life? Why should I have to pay for heroin Bob? There's no reason. It's not just that. It is about that. It is about that because what happens is you start with, oh, we're going to take care of grandma. Then he goes, oh, we're going to put little crazy Sally over here in a mental health facility. And then next it's, oh, let's give heroin Bob methadone. And then suddenly we're just giving him meth. And then I'm paying for it with my tax dollars. And that is ridiculous. And we have evidence is happening in numerous countries. And we even have evidence of it happening here. And we also have evidence of Medicare for all being used by the Democrats to pay for illegal aliens' health care. In fact, Medicare was used under Kamala, when she wanted this, she advocated that she was used to pay for a transgender surgery for an inmate that was an illegal alien. Is that what we were paying for taxes for? Transgender surgeries for illegal aliens in prison? Ludicrous statement here.
This is all crazy talk. This is
I mean, no, it
talk.
happened.
What if we leave in place the capitalistic? Like, I'm from Minnesota. We have the Mayo Clinic. It's the best fucking healthcare system in the face of the fucking planet, and it's pay to play. And I appreciate that, right? I'm also saying that maybe there's like some space for us where we can where we can determine what we're going to pay for different things and help people that actually need the help. I'm not talking about the welfare queens or the people that want to take advantage of the system that will in the end. I'm just saying that what we have right now is not a good system.
Exactly,
right?
and this system is what's going to lead to socialism.
There is a level of healthcare we can provide to the everyman.
Well, in San Antonio right now, we have 2 hospitals closed down in low-income areas because illegal aliens and low-income people didn't pay, and so they closed down. So what you're advocating
I'm not
for?
going to fight illegal aliens.
That's fine. Low-income people made up 50%. It was legal aliens for 40%. Some other people, and guess what? They closed down because people didn't pay. But these poor Americans didn't pay, even though they were whatever, and the government wasn't able to contact them, and the hospital that shut down, which led to basically a healthcare desert. So Medicare actually leads to less care for the people that you're supposed to be caring for. Because
what if you leave the private system running alongside of it? What if you leave the private system running alongside of it? What if you have a private system and a public system running simultaneously alongside each other?
Well, what if there's a flying spaghetti monster behind the moon that's our God? That doesn't matter because it doesn't happen.
I would just like to point out that's what's happening right now.
It doesn't work.
There is a private sector and there is a public sector of our healthcare. That's what we're doing right now.
And have you ever had to use the private sector for
anything? I'm explaining what's happening right now.
Yeah, let's talk about what's happening right now. I just gave an example specifically. Listen, you can talk about what's happening right now. I am talking about what's happening right now. We're seeing Democrats using it for illegal aliens. If we could get rid of that just for funsies and just use poor Americans, we see right now that there's an undue burden on the other half of America that's paying for these people. And half the time, the health care doesn't even work. Look at the VA. That's basically Medicare for all. And I don't know a single veteran that likes the VA. They have to go through a million hoops because of all the bureaucracy. Just like with Biden and they did with these energy systems. It's an inefficient system. The best way to have an efficient system is use private health care. Medicare for all is just going to lead to a bigger bureaucracy and worse care for Americans. Period.
No VA? Are you arguing that there should be no VA because the people you've talked to say it's not good?
I would argue that we should get, as much as I love our veterans, we should have a private private people taking care of this. I think we should have private contractors taking care of our vets. Maybe the government pays the private contractors, but currently the VA is a disaster, and I think it's one of the biggest examples of why
I think we can take some bombs away from what we drop on fucking Gaza right now. We can take some bombs away from Israel, and we could pay for some other things around here. I love it. That was good. That was really good. I appreciate that.
This one.
Good job.
I loved it. I love this. And matter of fact, you guys did this argument justice.
Fiery.
Echo.
Yeah. Why am I echoing? I don't even understand how it's possible.
Sorry,
it was rain. I was like, what am I?
It's probably because you have the sound turned up too high and your gain went.
Not now,
Mike.
Yeah, you're fine now.
Yeah, I don't hear it now. I hear like white noise though from somebody.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. No one's lighting up.
Yeah, it's weird. Weird. All right.
I blame Tyler. I blame Tyler.
So
doesn't sound bad enough to.
It's not Tyler. I blame him anyway.
Anson, I'm gonna let you go first since you're on your phone and whatnot.
Yeah, Gibbs won that.
Okay. Short, sweet, to the point. Tyler?
Honestly, Box, you came out with a better performance than I thought you were going to there. You held up against Gibbs. You didn't let him bully you around, especially in the beginning. I was kind of shocked. He shut up, and I had you in 2 comments in a row, and Gibbs backed off. I was a little okay from that. You had a couple good rebuttals. But at the end of the day, you started out with your introduction, and I think you were here for my explanation. I go by your intro. You were saying that we should have some sort of system that does Medicare for all. You brought up the everyman. How do you say the everyman and a system for them, but also exclude people that have bad actions? The whole point of Medicare for all is kind of the whole pre-existing condition of being a smoker or whatnot. You have to let those people in as well.
I think that the private sector offsets that is how I kind of work that out.
Yeah,
I think we should have a private sector. I don't think that it devolves into socialism. That was the premise, right? Like this is going to devolve into socialism, and I just don't think it does outright as a concept.
Yeah, well, Gibbs did a good job there laying down. Well, you start this way. You start with the good people, and then we go to the meth heads, and then we go to the methadone clinics, and it's happening right now, and hospitals are being shut down right now. And on top of that, the taxation and stuff thing. Like you agreed with his point and said, "Yeah, your point's right, but it's still happening. So what are we're just going to spend it anyways." It's like you grant him too much. Even if a lot of your rebuttals are pretty good, you went blow for blow with him for like 3 minutes of that debate in a good way.
That's the moderate lefty position. That's not the extreme lefty position. I'm trying to hold the moderate.
I'll argue shit I don't believe in at all just to win the debate, just because that's what we're here for. So I'm just saying you gave him a lot, and I'm sure it was good faith and done with the best of intentions, but it also left you open for holes, and Gibbs hammered those holes down. And you had all you had to say, at a point was that's just anecdote, but instead you said this is all crazy talk. And if he said anecdotes and these don't represent the whole of the system, you're bringing up one news story from one city in one day, you could have probably refuted some of them. But him leaving all those on the table and then just going blow for blow with him on points, you kind of let him undercut your main argument, I feel like.
Cleaner?
Yeah. I feel like sometimes you got to give up the position to fight on the ground you want to fight on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, Cleaner, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Gibbs had it with a more controlled structuring. They were going tit for tat pretty good, and both of them had pretty decent openings. But Gibbs held more control over the argument overall, and so I got him up by 1 point on that.
Also, you did really good though. I knew you were newer to the group, so I wasn't going to give you the Confluence treatment like I did in the beginning, where I'm just going to rage out on it. Like I saw Confluence earlier in the week. I knew he could handle it. I didn't know who you were, so I was like, yeah, I try not to be a dick to new people.
Yeah, let me. So one of the things we do here, Box, is we always give people feedback on the debate because it's important, because this is supposed to be a tool to teach people how to do this, right? And so when you say in a debate that there's an echo from somewhere. I can hear it. All right, whatever. I'll deal with it.
Back too.
So when you basically concede the argument by saying, yeah, the system is bad, but what if? That's reverse of how I think you really should say it. You should say there are things that can change about the system, but it's working. And to me, I heard you concede twice.
Yeah, I can't actually. Yeah, I did concede. Yeah, I did concede to keep fighting on the point essentially. Mm-hmm. And in this argument, it really is true that it's neither all one side or the other side. Like I say, I was in this case specifically, I was just trying to try to prevent that slippery slope into socialism, just by pointing out the fact that we're already doing this. And I don't want all Medicare for all. That's not what I want, right? I do want the mix of both, and I think that's the conversation that we should be having as a country. It's cool to debate the arguments from one side or the other, but to bring it together and land that plane in the middle, I feel like is what I was trying to do here.
Right, and I can have you on one of my normal shows, and I would actually really like to have that conversation with you. But I think in the debate, you just and maybe other people will give you different feedback. But for me, what I heard was you basically saying, yeah, you're right. It's a broken system. It is a slide towards socialism. But it's what we got, and we need to fix it. So I mean, or it's broken or whatnot. Anyway, anybody else kind of hear that same thing? Or
if he would have said there, "Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater," that would have been an effective.
Right. Oh no, I mean, I'm just saying this. It's the way he said it is,
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, though. Learning to skate the razor's edge of conceding a point without conceding it, so that you can continue an argument, is a tactic that a lot of people need to learn. How to phrase a rebuttal question so that you're not conceding what your opponent is saying, but at the same time getting them to move it forward so that you can continue getting to your point, so that you can actually attack back.
Well,
yeah, and you're acknowledging that point, right?
And then, can I add something to that? One of my favorite tactics, and you can ask Tyler, he knows I like to do this, is not necessarily conceding, but is to agree with their point, right? And then I will show them why what their point is actually logically my point. And so, like, I'll say, okay, you agree with this? Okay, cool. Let me explain why that is actually this thing. And then they're gonna have to, like, now I've created this equivalency, and then you have to argue against your own points to explain why that's not that, when in reality, if anybody can see it is this. It's like, I think that's what a good tactic as well.
And Box, like, you started off he framed everything as bad, other people's bad decisions. Why should we have to pay for bad decisions? You said it's not bad decisions. That based on what we've been talking about here on the panel so far. I would have been like, aren't you over there doing this, that, and the other, and you're going to talk about other people's like that is another way to move the conversation off of you being so far on your back foot.
Yeah, I think though, Indian Jesus, I think that when the way that Gibbs is really smart, like don't sleep on Gibbs, because he's actually pretty smart.
I won't.
I'm not on that.
I won't. I appreciate that whole.
I'm a dumbass. Don't let him lie to you.
Yeah, what Gibbs did is Gibbs literally said, I've broken a lot of bones, I take a lot of risk, I do a lot of bad things, but I pay for it. I'm willing to take care of it. And he nullifies
your mom might be really old and poor. Your own mother might be really old and poor, and she might not have done anything about that. And I feel like as the richest country on the face of the planet, we have an obligation to take care of the rest of our citizens.
Mama should have worked harder.
That's a good argument. Hold on. Box. That's a great argument for a restructuring of Medicaid. You can say, look, you know what? I can agree with you, Gibbs, that there are waste. There are things that can be corrected, but we still have to take care of these people. That's what Cleaner was trying to give you earlier, is there's a way to just acknowledge. So Gibbs does this whole like a not shotgun blast, but a very
multi-arguments for a point.
Yeah,
it was hard for me not to jump to Social Security, honestly. That's what
right.
I wish you had. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
I thought your VA
and Arthur but I tell you what, if you had said that, and Arthur Dye is predicting this, Arthur Dye, if you said what you just said is somebody should take care of grandma, Arthur Dye comes back with exactly what Gibbs would have said. Mama's son can support her. Why is it my job to support your mom? And that's exactly what Gibbs would have said. 100%.
Yeah, I would have said fuck you.
And it's a totally solid argument. I don't know how I exactly grapple with that in the moment, but I try.
It's
hard
a
for me
tough
to even
format.
grapple with that. I get it.
It's a tough format, and that's why we take the time afterwards to kind of review it and say, look, just look at it from this point of view. Try this, that kind of thing. Because if we don't, people go away mad. And they're like, well, we don't ever want to come back again because you guys fucked me over. But but now we're all trying to make better. We're trying for better debates. We're trying for better interchanges of information, and we're trying to also make things interesting for the audience. I mean, people come out here to see these things. Hopefully, they'll pay some money because they ain't paying any damn money right now. But it makes the world better. So
remember, we changed the format, if not last week, the week before that, where he's not asking for money for the debates to keep the flow going. So make sure to donate because we're not promising
Yeah.
you.
No more grifting grid. Frankly, it's a sad day.
Yeah, the VA.
that was perfect. That was perfect. That was
The
awesome.
only food Morty gets is super chats, donations, or whatever. So if you want, I mean,
The VA point at the end, if you would have hammered down on that and said, like, hey, you're just using anecdote of people you know, VA has an 80% approval rating right now and has
played
it up in 2018. What the fuck are you talking about? Right there, he just blew his whole argument up.
Why?
It
He
is.
just went full anecdote on you, like hard. He kept crackhead Tom, some guy getting methadone, all that.
That
He
was
likes his
great,
personal
too.
stories.
Crackhead Tom was great. I mean, you know, Gibbs, I mean, you got to give him credit, man. He puts in the work. So we've got Grift for $2 from Guam Tech. And Box comes in with 0% mad for Morty. That's awesome, man. That's
I
awesome.
usually play my air horn.
There you go.
That's how he
Air
knows a
horns
tree's
in the
coming. He's
chat.
been sleeping, and then the air horn comes through.
Air horns
Thank you.
in the chat. So Box, you did lose. So if you want, hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will buy your. We can't do the buy back in anymore, but we'll figure something out. Maybe we can bring you back a little later. I do like to try and just kind of keep going, but that was actually a really good debate. We've had really good debates tonight. I'm happy. I'm very happy right now. So cool. Just hang out in the chat and make fun of the people up on the stage. That's the best thing. That's good therapy. So, yeah. So let's. Who are we gonna have debate next?
I got an idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm down.
Yeah, let's see. CT.
Cat fight.
Cat. Oh.
I'm down.
No wait.
These two
Yeah.
will be
I'm down with
perfect
that.
for it.
Hold on. This is gonna TTS, guys. Just keep it down a minute.
Cleaner 409 donated $20. Super chat. Cat fight. Statement: women should be in frontline bullet catcher combat roles side by side with men.
Let's go. That's a hot take. That is a hot take. All right. Well, gentlemen, you've been sidelined. So we're gonna just take the young ladies.
Boss, go to Discord.
Good luck, ladies.
Good luck.
Yeah. And wow, what a prompt. That prompt that's cold-blooded. That's what that is. But it's all right. It's all right. Gibbs, you got to go. Jesus, you got to go. You definitely got to go. And Confluence, you can't be up here. Hi, guys. All right. So the prompt, you guys understand the prompt? Should I read it again?
Can you read the prompt?
Kel, by the way, your hair looks much better. I don't know what you did, but whatever it is, it's better.
Thanks. You say that like every time I see you. I think it's just
That's
you like
because
you
you
don't
keep
like my
changing your
curls.
hair for the better.
Because you don't like my curls. It's just when I straighten it.
Could be. Yeah, that could be it. That I mean, we like what we like.
But no,
All right,
I'm like, you don't get a grid. She was on a hiatus. She's back now. This is like a planned, like a noteworthy stream. It's not just like, oh my god, hi girl, hi girl.
Hi,
Yeah.
All right.
I miss you so
like
much.
A big welcome.
Okay. All right. Well, Naomi says your bangs are better.
Thank
So
you.
maybe
They're
that's
growing. They're growing.
All right. So the prompt is: women should be in frontline bullet catcher combat roles side by side with men. Yes
I don't like
or
this
no?
topic.
Sorry,
I don't like this topic.
you don't
This
like
sucks.
that topic.
She's military too, so
I know.
I'm like, maybe, yeah. I'm like, I could argue for that, but I'm like, I've also.
You're gonna argue for it?
Yeah, I would be down to like argue for it, like from the feminist perspective, obviously. But I'm like, it's kind of tough when it's like I'm arguing against someone actually in the.
Cleaner says he knew you wouldn't do it. What?
Cleaner,
So would you argue that they shouldn't be? Whatever. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. I'm
No,
so
it's
sorry.
okay. You could call me Hen if that's easier.
Hen? Oh, that's way
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Such a
that's
struggle
way better.
for
Okay,
him.
so
So funny.
is it that you are both on the same side here that you agree that they should because you're feminist, or are you on opposite sides because we have a feminist and a non-feminist but the
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think she just doesn't like the topic.
I mean, I feel like women could fight along again. I mean, along on the same side as men. Like, yeah. So
Alongside
I think we're
them?
on the same. Yeah, I think me and Keller are on the same page for this one.
Okay. Interesting. Gibbs says debate the border.
What about the border?
Yeah, you have to be more specific there, Gibbs. I got some prompts. Let me roll through the prompts here. Let me stand by. You guys don't want any like I got a lot of leftover nerd prompts like the morality of the Jedi recruitment process.
No.
The pain, the pain in your voice was awesome. That's so great. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got here. No, that's another. Yeah, I don't like
Good to
that.
see you guys again. GG's. And I've been streaming like twice a day by accident.
What's wrong with you?
I'm just a girl.
Dims use illegals as modern slaves. Woo, that's a hot one.
Well, what's the topic?
He thinks that like modern Democrats use illegal immigrants as slaves.
Hang on, it takes a minute to populate up here. There you go. Here's the way his prompts is. Dims, he should say Dims treat illegals as modern slaves because they allow them to work for no money. They keep them in more or less poverty. And they they have them vote their direction because if they don't, they won't get all of the cool kid subsidies and stuff.
I agree with this statement. Do you agree with this statement, Kel, or do you disagree?
Kel does not agree.
We can talk about
pain,
this.
Look, do you see the pain radiating?
I don't like that prompt.
$2 comes in from K2. Keep on trucking. Stop all the niceness. It's gay.
Everything is gay with this guy. Maybe it's you.
I mean, he's a truck driver, so pretty much, unless you're burly, you're gay. I guess. I don't know. Let me see. We got a prison topic. Should total immunity exist for snitches? Because snitches get stitches.
It depends, though.
It depends. Okay.
If they were in the crime themselves, I feel like there should be like some time.
Is prison actually rehabilitating prisoners or creating better criminals?
Sorry.
Go ahead, ladies first.
Okay. I believe it's not rehabilitating, and yes, I just feel like it just makes the things worse.
Okay.
I agree.
I knew it.
Well, there's something it has to be something we disagree on.
Yeah.
Should couples be required to prove attendance in at least 6 months of counseling, professional or religious, before being allowed to file for divorce?
No.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm making this.
Oh,
so
we
bad
believe
for
in
you. I'm so sorry.
autonomy.
This
Boo,
is
boo. We believe in autonomy and fucking.
That's not autonomy. That's not an autonomy topic.
Yes, it is. You want to debate that? Chris?
That's traditional. That's just the way traditional marriage worked.
I think it would.
Before you could get a divorce, you had to go to your priest and talk to them about it. So you just weren't like.
In a perfect world, I would hope that most married couples do that. But because there's might be an exception where some guy gets crazy or something, I'd rather have the law set up.
That wouldn't be a divorce, Kel. That would be assault. He goes to jail. You have to worry about you don't have to worry about divorcing them. They're in jail, right?
Yeah, in a
Like,
perfect world, but there's so many like sub.
are you trying to tell me that women aren't bright about this? Is that what you're trying
No,
to
it's
tell
not
me?
that they're not bright. It's that sometimes you can
Okay.
be manipulated. If you're with someone for years, you're gonna like be inclined to not get the police involved, especially if you don't like the police or whatever. Like sometimes people just want to like escape the situation without getting the law involved. And I know that's like in a perfect world, yes, he would just call
Escape
the
the
cops.
situation
He'd
by
be
not
gone.
getting the law.
I don't even want to.
That is like
It's complicated.
that is extra strength mainline cope.
Cope, seed malt, etc., etc. Yes, yes.
Cope.
Cope.
All right. We're gonna get in. All right. Well, all right. No. It's okay. It's okay. I got topics for days. Honestly, I really do. Man, so the problem is that they're all kind of related to things that you guys have already like weirded out on.
Yeah.
Okay, I got one for you. The more patriarchal a society is, the more successful it is.
Yes.
Okay, I could argue on the antithesis.
Perfect. Yes, patriarchy. I am the patriarchy. The patriarchy has entered the chat. We are back. All right, cool. All right, so you guys understand what this means. We understand patriarchy. We understand what that is. We'll make sure we're not arguing past each other. Kel, can you define patriarchy for me?
It's like what? No, I'm just kidding. Patriarchy is when like men have the general leg up in society, and it's enforced through like systems and right, like when men basically take the lead in society.
Patriarchy is where the men lead
Yeah,
society.
yeah. Yes.
There are various ways that they can do that. But men lead society. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so who would have to go?
I like this one. I like it that it's two women arguing because usually it's me. And anyway,
And can we all agree?
This is by the way, this is one of my favorite arguments. So don't mess it up. And
Please go easy on me. This is like my first like little debate. So yes.
Are you not a debater?
No, I'm not a debater. I don't really like talking.
How did
about
you
politics.
get roped into this?
She's come on some political
I
panels
was told
before.
that there's going to be nerdy things at this event.
Oh,
that there'd be
you're
what?
nerdy. Oh, she's a nerdy girl. She wants a nerdy prompt.
No, we can do this stuff.
She wants
Okay.
a nerdy prompt.
All right.
If you
All
want
right.
to give us a nerd
You
prompt,
come back during the regular show. We'll talk. You'll have fun. It'll be a great time. But in the meantime, so who is so you're the affirmative that patriarchy is a more successful society, and Kel is the negative. So what we're going to do here is we're going to I give you each 1 minute, and you guys know how it works from there. You will start first, and just give me a nod when you're ready, and I'll start the clock.
Can I go second?
Well, you're the affirmative. That's
Oh,
how the
I have to
prerogative.
go first?
But
Okay.
no,
No,
you're
no,
good to like. You can take a second to like gather your thoughts and like take some notes.
Yeah, you can take a minute.
Yeah. Don't feel like the need to like go.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So yeah, the more patriarchal society leads to a better society.
Well, the only reason why I said that is because usually men are leaders, providers. That's just because I'm from a traditional home and lifestyle. So if we have men that are leading strong, it leads to a successful nation and everything else. And yet I feel like that's the problem with our society now. You don't have men leading. There's no strong, and when I say men, there's no strong person in front leading, being the guide, being the structure in our livelihoods. For every generation, there has been strong men leading. And the moment that's taken away, everything falls apart. So that's pretty much where I'm just trying to come from.
All right. 18 seconds left. That's really good. All right, Kel, just start talking.
Okay, perfect. So I am on the negative that a more patriarchal society doesn't necessarily lead to a net better in society. You say that men are traditionally leaders, providers, that we need men in our homes. Unfortunately, like the way our society is structured, if women were to stop working tomorrow, our society would collapse. They are a part of the workforce at this point, ever since World War II, basically. You said that basically right now we don't have men leading, and that's why things are falling apart right now. Well, I would argue that we still have a ton of men in power, and that's why we have some semblance of sanity left in the United States. Strong leaders like J.D. Vance, like Donald Trump, like Charlie Kirk, may he rest in peace, okay? There's plenty of men in power. In fact, I would see we really only see women like on the Whatever podcast, the Fresh and Fit podcast. There's no strong men, and that's why society's failing. Looks like we have a pretty fucking good society to me right now. So I guess my to kick the conversation off, I would just ask, where are we lacking real male leadership? It sounds like you're like idealizing something that we already have. Where's the women leadership that you're pointing to? And I can see my time with that.
All right. I'm not really sure you understood, but we'll figure it out as we go. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. Just start talking, and I will. I'll start the clock.
No. Well, I was just responding to her opening statement, how she said, "Oh, why everything's falling apart right now is that we don't have strong men leading." So I guess in what like area do you think we're lacking strong men in our country?
I feel like in our homes, I feel like that all that homes and in our government, all this lawlessness, you know, we don't really have many fathers in the homes. And I just feel like when I say, I mean, there's obviously men in government. There's men in the military. Majority of the military is men, but strong men, that's a difference. And to be a patriarch society, I feel like you have to be a strong man leading from the front. And I feel like we have a lot of men that are influenced more, not like feminine wise, but they're more about the gossip. They're more about the feelings. Men should not be about feelings or emotions. It should just be facts.
It sounds like you're basing a lot of this on personal anecdotes. Can you give me any examples so I could have like a frame of reference of what you're talking about? Of like make men masculine again. This sounds like Fox News like propaganda. I'm like, I see a resurgence in strong young men leading our country. Like I see a resurgence. I see a re-encouragement for men to be in the home and for us to like remasculate men.
My examples is just that like most men are not providers or defenders. They're more watchers. They're more.
Well, look at all the successful single mother homes. So I'm like, what is that? Why does it necessarily better? Just because that's the way things have always been.
It shouldn't have to be a strong single mother in the home. It should be a strong couple in a home. And if there were more men that would just be fathers in the home, I feel like we will be in a better path than we are now.
So what makes a man and a woman more like it's going to necessarily make society better when it raises a kid versus a mom and a mom? Since we'd be like missing the patriarchal part in that sense.
I feel like men are important. I feel like men are important in the homes just because
men can be important, but what makes a father-mother home better than a mother-mother home?
It's just the I would say principles. The base principles.
What
a man is a provider.
A lesbian couple lacks that a heterosexual couple lacks.
I just feel like they just lack the masculine figure. It's important to have that masculine figure because I grew up with a father in my home, and he taught me how a proper man is supposed to.
Personal anecdote.
It is a personal anecdote, but I see how people without fathers operate, and I see how my life has been impacted with having a father and having a strong man in the household. And
right, but that's just a pivot away from the main question. How would you having a mother and a mother be different than having a father and dad? Because that's the crux of the argument, right? Is that like a patriarchal society is better, which means men are intrinsically involved. So I'm just thinking, what if you're saying all the arguments for like, oh, a couple? It's of course it's better to have a couple at home. But if it's a mother and a mother, I just don't really see what is the crux of the argument that a patriarchal society is better. Like, okay, great. Of course, we need like father figures would be helpful. That's why they say, oh, who wears the pants in the relationship? There's plenty of structures where it works and it's successful, and things don't always work out exactly how we deemed. But I haven't heard the core of the argument of what the patriarchy brings to it. Like, yes, of course, 2-parent households better, but that's not the patriarchy. You know what I mean?
Yes, but I don't know anything in history where two female households been running things for years on end. For literally for everything in our life, it's always been man and a woman, man in the.
Well, I don't know any examples of married couples that are heterosexual that are still around today that are successful. I don't know
There's
anyone.
a lot of them, and it's been recorded in our history books, everything. There's been successful male and female couples and successful male leaders over and over again. It's just
Right,
it's
right.
really
But just because something has happened for a long time doesn't make it intrinsically better. So what characterizes it and makes it better rather than
I
just
feel
like, oh, it's
that
been like
does
that way
make
forever.
it better. If it lasted that long, I feel like that does make it better.
Okay, well, what if someone said that about slavery? Oh, well, it's lasted this long. It's got to be like a net good for society. It's been around for like 100 years or something. Like that doesn't always check out, right?
That's a morality point, though, because we
Right,
came a
and
long
so
ways.
is yours. Yeah, I would say that you're arguing almost always on morality. That like, oh yeah, a strong male in the household is going to make us intrinsically better. Sure, based on like research and stuff, but just because something has always been one way doesn't mean that it is intrinsically better. And in fact, we can see numerous examples, and we see more and more as gay people like get rights that a matriarchal household serves the same benefits. I think it's just about having responsible people, you know, leaders of the household in general. Sure, but I don't think a man-woman relationship is going to solve that.
Kel, isn't the highest
wow.
isn't the highest violence domestic violence between two women in a household in a relationship?
Before we get into all of that, guys, I got to get the judges involved.
Yeah,
That was something.
That is
That was
actually a
insane.
real thing.
That was insane.
All right,
Why
so-
is CT sideways?
I'm sorry?
Is he sideways for anybody else or just me?
No,
Not
he's
me.
Straight, he's
Yeah.
straight for me.
Yeah, he's straight up down.
I don't know if he's straight or
Feet on the
not.
ground.
All right, well, fuck it, YOLO.
It is
All right,
it's a vertical
I'll go
cam. I
where's
think
my
he's on
hand
his
signals?
phone.
Nick
I'll
is
go
the
next.
answer.
I
Where's
would
him?
like to talk to
I don't see him.
Kelly about all the crazy shit she just said.
Well,
right,
hang
right,
on.
but it doesn't have to be about the crazy shit. It's about the
Hang
stuff that's
on. We don't say anything until the judges have spoken. Please. Just
Sorry,
pass it.
my bad. Sorry.
Where's my judge? Where'd he go? He's missing. I may have to call in countenance.
It's all on you, Tyler.
I may have to call out on my boy there, Confluence, to be the third judge. But anyway, let's go with 409. What do you think, man? Where are we at?
I gave you a good example of how to do a strong argument, and Hinata just showed that. Hanesha just showed that. Claim, evidence, effect. In her opening, she listed all three and then gave some more points. And so she got 4 points in the opening, which is really good for anybody to do. Most people only get 2 or 3. Kel had 3 good points she got out of her opening. Hanesha, am I saying it right? Okay.
You can call me him.
And she did something really, really unique when she was being attacked with something that was a moral claim, where most people would try and approach it. She just said, well, that's a moral claim. Like, they're arguing a productive thing, which is a thing, like a factual. It's a statistical. It's not something that's morally good or bad or anything like that. And she just said it flat out. And so all of the arguments that Kel continued to try to construct on the moral ground didn't really hold weight at that point, because it was like, they don't make sense. You're arguing something different now. So all of the points after that just kind of lost effect. So Hen had 6 points higher than Kel. I had her at 17 and Kel at 10.
Wow. Okay. Tyler?
Well, I mean, it was clear from this that Kel definitely had control over the conversation, hands down. It was basically an interview at this point. I said this in chat about 3 minutes into the 5 minutes. Kel, when is the other shoe going to drop? Because you were just asking her questions and letting her tell you basically got her entire argument out there twice, and you didn't. You started to at the end kind of like show her what, you know, use your question to your benefit, but like a lot of those questions you didn't attack, you just asked the next question. So like it was basically an interview, and a lot of her things went unopposed. You just kept, I want to know more, I want to know deeper. What about this other situation? I don't know. I feel like you controlled where the conversation was, but you never fired the kill shot after each question. You didn't set her up and then knock her down. You just set her up and then set her up again, then set her up again, then you set her up and knocked her. So I just feel like you more attacking, and maybe it's because you guys are friends. You didn't want to be too mean, but you came off as like a news interview for like the first half. So like I did give you the win by 1 point because toward the end you started bashing out some of your points. She did a good job dismissing your slavery argument. Hen, all you're missing, because your argument was technically correct, you let her bully you out of a really good point, which was the 2-parent households are significantly more successful than any household of one single parent or 2 parents of the same gender. And you could have hit that hard if you had that study at your fingertips, because you said it, you gave the right reasons why. It's just you let her bully you out of the point because she was super confident. So that's kind of why, because she had so much command, is the reason I gave it to her.
Confluence, let's hear it.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't meant to be a judge, so I wasn't keeping score. But I think you did a great job. I think Kel had command over most of it. And I think she called out some fallacies like the anecdotes that you gave. So I think it was a great debate. I loved both of you. And I think Hen, I know you said you're not like a debater. So again, I give all the props to you in the world. I think you did a great job, but I have to give it to Kel.
Can I say
I need
something?
a cook.
I hate the judges. Y'all all suck. And I'm gonna tell you why.
I got to be honest here.
Y'all
I got to be
suck.
honest.
It's not about the topic.
Guys.
And I'm gonna tell you why I say that. All right. So okay, Kel did one good thing, right? When she pointed out, it's anecdotal. Well, you did several. You did a lot of good things.
Anecdotal's not.
Well, but I want to say, I
want
want to say why that's good, but it's bad because Kel said, "Oh, can you give me an example of a non-anecdote?" Okay, right? And Hi Anita didn't do that. She could have just said, "Name one matriarchy society that made it out of hunter-gatherer," and there's not any. But but she didn't say that. However, what Kel didn't do, judges, you fuckers, this is y'all. I'm judging you, bitches. What she didn't do was offer up any examples of her own that were anecdotal or that were historical. So she didn't give anything. Y'all just granted her that point, even though Anita should have got it.
I didn't.
So you have to go dance or something.
No, you bitches. Y'all were terrible.
When someone makes a point,
hold on,
I
guys,
only give them
couple of
score
things.
for it
First,
if
I
they
gotta
have
do some,
something for it. You know.
Hey,
but Kel did very good.
Dylan's up in the house.
Hey,
give me a second. Give me a second. A couple of things. First, $5 from Indian Jesus. The judging system is awesome. Love this format. Thank you so much. We've been working on this for a while, tweaking it. It does have problems though. And then we also had, and it just disappeared off my screen. I got to scroll. There we go. $5 from Project VO Pod. Grid 1 Debate Con, huge event, precursor to Debate Con 6. That is right. I have the opening ceremony. Let's grift the event. It's gonna be amazing. Which is true. That's all true. So Confluence and Tyler, I gotta say, Kel didn't have control of that argument.
Nope.
Kel just asked a bunch of questions. That's not control.
I agree with you.
Control. Actually, Hen had more control because she would answer and then she would ask a question or give something back where Kel never followed up. Kel never just asked a question and moved. Asked a question and moved. Asked a question and moved. That's not debating.
That's what I'm saying. It came off like an interview, but that was only the first half of it. And that being said,
that was all of it.
Bullied her out of 2 points.
I never saw Kel come back from that. But and I'm going to agree with Cleaner here. But the real thing is that she said she kept going. Well, why is it worse to have a 2-mother household, right? And Hen properly answered that. It's bad. I mean, you don't see them last. You don't see them throughout history. You don't see this. And that's a proper answer for that. Now, she did not ask questions of her own, and she doesn't have the knowledge like you guys do that say, well, statistically, the highest amount of domestic violence occurs in lesbian households. That's just a fact, period. We know that single mother households, the children of single mother households end up with more law enforcement interaction and more jail time and more prison time than any other segment of society. We have that information, and this is what I call a judgment. This is a judging fallacy is that you know that. You guys know that because you do this all the time. And so you think they know that. Well, maybe not.
The two arguments that she bullied her out of. So first of all, when Kel said that's anecdote, she wasn't the only anecdote that she brought up was her dad and her household. She brought up nationwide fatherlessness in households, and she brought up systemic issues. Kel said that's anecdote, and she's like, yeah, I guess you're right, that's anecdote, and never brought those up again. And then the same thing with the fatherhood thing. Kel kept bullying it, and she backed off. Like Kel's pure confidence.
I don't know.
We'll
agree to disagree on this.
Research agrees with you.
Bear that sound. Whatever that sound.
Wait,
is,
yeah.
I
Somebody's
cannot
like moving
bear it.
furniture.
To what Gibbs was saying, though, what he was describing, I actually did score appropriately in that metric, Gibbs. What I was doing was when Kel would ask Hen a question, Hen would give 2 or 3 points answering the question, and they weren't just like, oh, it's just this, and that's it. I mean, there was very few of those. It was most of the time it was.
That's why we have the judging system.
This
That's why we
because
have
of
the
this.
judging system because everybody sees it differently.
Right,
I
yeah,
would have scored that for Hen. Kel, I like you a lot, but you just in this one you just asked a bunch of questions. I thought that you should have really, and maybe it's just because neither one of you really know this argument that well, and the two mother thing is just.
Well,
I guess it doesn't really matter.
I just want to call out before everything shifts. Strong man, right? I heard the word strong man described in this several times, right? And I feel like strong man is directly related to like how much females perceive you get sex versus on what actually is a strong man. And I feel like if
I didn't
we
get that
shy
from Hen's
away from
argument at
like
all.
But
saying
the
strong
important thing,
man, that would be an okay thing with me.
the important thing about the strong man comment, though, was that Hen did say a good strong man a number of times, and Kel never approached that. And that was even the basis of what Hen was saying we need in society is a good strong man. She asked her for an example, and so she said, well, we've seen that all through history. There have been good strong men all through history. Like, you know, and okay, that's fair enough. You didn't give an exact example, but we do know there have been, you know, strong examples. But it was never an approach of what do you call a strong man? You know, so Hen is on the affirmative. Her belief structure is the thing that Kel should be attacking here. So when Hen says a strong man, Kel should say, okay, what is a strong man? That way she can defeat the strong man. But she never did.
Yeah. I mean, I would have scored it differently than you guys. That's why we have the judging system. Hen, please hang out. Maybe we'll bring you back or whatever, but we'll just, please hang out. Dylan, welcome to the show. Were you able to watch any of that or?
Hi, Anita. You kicked ass for first debate. I thought you were about to hand my ass to me. Not gonna lie. Thank you, Anita.
She did hand you.
I think she did.
I know, but thank you.
I think she
I learned
did.
so much.
Anyway.
I want to see her more often up here. She did
Oh
good.
yeah, she's a badass. We fuck with high.
Yeah, Hen, come back.
Okay, I'm sorry,
I'm back
guys.
for a nerd
Dylan, so have you been watching? Have you know what we're doing?
No, Tyler sent me a message, said, Dylan, we dropped one. We need you. And, you know, I was like, you know, as a supporter and lover of paddles, of course, like a firefighter, I sprung into action. And now I'm here.
Perfect.
There you go.
So what we do here, what this format is this is a short format blood sport debating. You get 1 minute each. We do 1v1. Each person gets 1 minute for their opening statement or position, and then to do 5 minutes of open dialogue back and forth, and then the judges decide who won or lost. And Gibbs wants a piece of you. He's like,
I want a good debate. I want a good debate. I know Dylan's got the skills, so.
All right.
How come you didn't welcome me, Grid?
I couldn't hear you. Whoever just said that. Who?
Good one. I want one.
But yeah, I've already debated several times.
We'll get
so other
there.
people need to step in.
We'll
That's
get there.
fine.
We're gonna get everybody. Trust me. We'll get everybody. We'll get everybody.
Boo,
I'm not stopping right now. So Gibbs, when is your heart out?
Like 11:15. So we got time. So if some
we
people
got a
want
lot
to
of
go
time.
first, yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of time. All right.
Come on.
So
it's like right now.
I just know that Dylan will give me a run for my money. So I want a
Yeah.
challenge. I know Dylan's good.
Gibbs, I will give you a run for your money, Gibbs.
Well, I hope
promise.
so. We'll see.
Well, hold
We'll
on.
see.
You guys are on the same side though.
Yeah.
CT, that's
the point.
But I'll
That's
do
the
a different
point.
side. I'll do any side. I just like the debate. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
All right. Well, I'm gonna Castleman. I haven't even said hello to you. I'm sorry. You welcome to the show. I saw you come in. I put you up, but you know we've been just going nonstop since then. No offense, my friend. How are you?
Oh, thanks, Grit. Doing well. Thanks for having me as usual.
Good,
So,
good.
all
All
good.
right, man. Well, we'll get you. We're going to get you in a debate as well next, guys. We do need chat. Where's that grift coming from? It seems light.
Morty's
Light.
hungry.
All right, but anyway, so if Gibbs and Dylan want to go at it, I'm all for that.
Can I use the bathroom first?
Yeah, I can wait.
Yeah,
Let somebody else.
Go take a
Let
leak.
somebody else. Yeah, let somebody else go.
Yeah, all
I've
right.
already played
Let's
like 3
do.
times.
All right, let me do.
CT and Abe.
Just before I have to leave, I would like Dylan.
Yeah. I got you. I kind of want to see Abe.
Dylan Burns.
I want to see Abe and Horseradish go at it. Ooh. That's going to be a good match. It's going to be a good match. Yeah.
That ought to burn.
It's gonna be good. That's gonna be
I'm
good.
here for you. Is my mic on? Is it working?
It's working good.
All right,
yeah, it's working, man. It's working.
Yeah, you just have a very uncommanding voice.
I'm just hoping mine doesn't echo a whole bunch. Hey, listen. Sometimes the truth hurts.
Echo.
All right, I'm gonna put Dylan down.
Is it every time?
No, I'm just messing with you. Oh man,
it's so stupid because it's a headset. I don't know how I could even get an echo. Like it's bizarre to me.
Mine does that to me too. Weird. Sometimes where like it hears what I'm hearing, so like it's picking up through the mic and it's like looping back around. So yeah, I don't know.
It's freaking weird, man.
By the way, Hen, you did awesome. I do want you to understand that you did exceptionally well.
Like I said, I'm sad she didn't get to do a nerd debate, man. Like she came in here looking for that.
Nerd debate.
Yeah, she picked the wrong night for it because she could have been on like the Star Wars or Star Trek.
Yeah,
or any of those nights.
Which is what I thought Friday nights was, to be honest with you.
No, so Friday night it's just debate night, and I do the sci-fi every few weeks just because we get so bogged down in all the political.
You went really muted, sir. Did you hear that too, Abe?
Donated
yep, he went really, really muted.
Your mic
Abe versus CT.
So when it TTS so any super chat over $10,
got it,
is a TTS, and that's why obviously it comes through my channel, so that's why you guys get muted and you can't hear it. So, Abe, you better survive this one because Cat wants to see you. Kissy Cat wants to see you versus CT. So you better survive.
First of all, before we begin, Mr. Abe, can I please compliment you on that fine ass stovetop you got?
Thank you.
Yeah, he's Abe's a deal, man. Yeah, you're a bit late, Kissy Cat, so hopefully he survives. We'll get you. We'll get it in there. All right. Can you guys talk for a minute and maybe find a topic, or I can suggest one, but
sure. I mean,
I was about to say I can go all day long. So yeah, what's some things that you're fiery about? Give me a couple, Mr. Abe.
Oh man, I'm not super fiery. I just pick something and run with it generally.
Anything.
Let's see. What kind of stances do you have?
So I would say that I am generally a moderate left, progressive, libertarian. I don't really fit in a box, to be honest with you. I'm equal parts pro-gun and pro-choice. So I'm a debater though. So really, whatever you give me, I'm pretty much going to be able to come after you. So I'm pretty flexible. That's why I was hoping you'd have something you were passionate about. I'll tell you what. Then what are some things that I've been kind of riled up and wanting to rant about recently?
Well, you sent me a list. Let me
I did. That's those. See, now those are my prompts for my next for my debates.
Okay. All right.
So I don't want to use those, but I do have a few from past ones. Actually, here we go. Give me 1 second. I've got. There we go. So how about should I go with ones that we've done or ones that we haven't done? Okay. Okay, real quick. I don't stream a lot on Twitch or on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
How TOS is TOS around here?
Well, it depends on the topic.
Yeah, it's floating. It's a floating lever. I mean, you can say, I mean, and a lot of it is like you can say something, but it's how and how often you say something.
Of course. Checks out.
So,
all right, Mr. Abe, I got a question for you. Are you willing to sacrifice your liberties in exchange for security?
No.
Okay.
Not in general, no.
Do you believe that whistleblowers should be given every possible protection?
Yes.
Let's see. No, I don't like those. Don't like those.
Thanks, Scott.
Are you more fan of incremental reform or structural overhaul?
Oh shit, I don't know.
Are,
I think
are you an accelerationist? Let me ask you that. Are you a burn it all accelerationist?
no. I think that we should fix it from the inside out.
Beautiful. How do you feel about the Electoral College? Are you for it or against it?
For it in general.
Okay. Do you believe that foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society?
We could go on that one. That would be for fun.
Interventionism versus.
Yeah, because traditionally, I believe no, we should not be interventionalists. But I could totally argue that we absolutely should be.
Okay.
Yeah,
two more to go through real quick before we be in. The last one is the one that I kind of am fiery about, but we might circle back to that one. Do you believe that prison inmates should still be allowed to vote while still actively in prison?
No.
Ooh, I could go against you on that one too. And then last but not least, this one's really, really key to me and really critical. Do you believe that anti-BDS laws are against the First Amendment?
Anti-BDS laws? What?
Boycott, divest, and sanction. We're not allowed to tell Israel we don't like them legally, publicly.
I think we should be able to say we don't like anybody anytime, anywhere.
I agree. Free speech absolutist here. All right, so yeah, we can do the interventionism then, or we can do the prison inmates one, whichever one tickles your fancy, sir. And whichever one you prefer, Mr. Grid.
I'd say
you guys can pick the topic. I'll go with it.
Let's do intervention because that's fun.
Interventionism, yeah. And you said you are. Which would you prefer?
I will take the we should intervene.
You are for. You are on the AF. Okay.
Let's do it.
If you can give me just a half a second. All right, sir. Whenever you are ready, I am ready.
All right. And you're the affirmative in going first?
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay. And just start talking and I'll start the timer.
Okay. So I would say that America should be interventionist. The problem is that the world stage affects everyone, including us. And so if there are troubles and strife in other nations that are going to affect our trade, our people in general, we should be there to stand for what we want, what we need. I say, yeah, that's exclusionary, but the truth is that we have to take care of our people, which means if we need it or if we need to stop it, then we need to be there to do so. We are the world power. And because of that, we have a responsibility to ourselves, but also to everyone else. And if they can't follow the rules, then we'll step in and take what is needed. Leave it there.
Well, 18 seconds left, as normal for you, actually. Just start talking when you're ready. Horseradish.
All right, I'm actually going to agree with what you said there, and that we need to take care of our people being the United States citizens. And I feel that the best way for us to do that is for us to focus on our own infrastructure, focus on our own domestic production, and we need to do what we can to focus on our defensive security, as opposed to us trying to intervene in other countries' defensive security. The last thing that we should be doing is being offensive towards another nation, which would just provoke further ire and animosity from other countries. Fact of the matter is, you're wearing a hat that makes me feel like you might have something to say about the founding fathers, and it's not an accident that the vast majority of them were anti-interventionist, and that the people who wrote the papers said that we should not be getting involved in foreign entanglements. And I'll concede. Or concede my time.
12 seconds left. That's awesome. All right, guys. You guys are gonna have fun with this. I want to see you have fun with it, and let's roll. Start talking when you're ready.
Fist bump to start.
Okay. Would you say that America needs the things that reside in other nations
I would say
worldwide.
that no, there's nothing that we absolutely need from another country. Everything that we could possibly need, we could either produce here or we can just do without. I guess it's nice that we can get pistachios from another country or avocados from below us, but no,
Sure.
we do not need those avocados. We have
And-
other resources here that we should focus on instead.
Sure, but don't other nations' conflicts involve us? Period.
Only
One way or
because
another.
we choose for them to. The only reason that they currently involve us is because of the enmeshed network that is our globalist capitalist society.
So
And the
you're
fact
saying that you would be okay with us pulling out of everything and allowing all
Yes,
the other nations to
absolutely.
collapse, fall in on
Absolutely.
themselves, and fall to pieces, and we
what
would
would be
lose.
wrong with that in your position?
Huh.
As far as I'm concerned, that sounds like a great place for us to be standing at the top of the hill.
Well, for one, it would inevitably lead to our own collapse.
How is
Because
that
as
possible?
it currently
Literally,
stands,
we
all of our
can't
trade
let
is
everybody else fall apart.
we're not building, we're not making, we're not producing. Right now,
I'm
all
saying
of that
we
is
need to
happening
focus on
outside of
that.
the
That's
US.
exactly the solution.
How would we do that?
Rather than us trying to create a whole new economy in, let's say, Iraq, after
Okay,
we've
but
gone in and bombed them to oblivion, how about
at that
instead we
point-
focus that same amount of attention into our
No.
own infrastructure?
No, we should own it. We should own all of that. If we went and we fought and we liberated, then we should own it as well. It should be
Have you
part
ever
of our
put it in
nation.
this, man? Why on God's green earth would we want to have some sort of an indefensible position on the other side of the country? We have
Well-
no direct lines of supply.
Where's our money? Where's our blood? Where's our people? Where's all the
Here
things
in the
we've
United
lost for
States.
those? No, we
Here
lost
in the
them.
United States.
No,
Right,
we
yeah.
spent them and we
Because
lost them.
Should not have. You're not that just because we did that dumbass thing doesn't mean that we should continue doing those dumbass things. We should do everything we can to reinforce our nation. And
Okay,
do
but
everything
like
we
I said,
can
that's an
to
is-ought claim. That's an is-ought claim because we have already entangled ourselves with them. In order to unentangle ourselves, we would need to collapse ourselves in order to do so, which means that we need that intervention.
The prompt, and I suppose we should reiterate this prompt real quick, since I was the one who brought the prompt to the table. I will happily reiterate it for you. Do you believe that foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society? And
Currently, yes.
I'm telling you that it's not. What it has done is it has drained all of our resources onto the global stage. And if we had held on to those same resources and used that to reinforce our nation and our economy, we would
Wait.
not be in the position that we are in
Wait,
now.
you think
And-
we'd be
and
further
part of that-
ahead without the technological advancements from other nations, without
Absolutely.
all of it? We would be
Absolutely.
further
United
ahead.
States- absolutely. The United States would, because most of those other advancements we were helping to subsidize. If we did not subsidize
No.
them on other countries, we would have subsidized them here instead. Then yes, we
We
absolutely
would have needed to bring all of the people from those nations to this nation, which would still mean we'd have to entangle ourselves
Okay,
with
no,
those
we're
nations in
talking
order
about
to
immigration now.
bring
Yes,
those people
so
in.
That's still okay. They can come here and help us. That's
That's
still not
still-
us intervening in their country. Once
But it
again,
is.
But it's no, it's not. It's us culling. It's us recruiting. We're allowed to recruit. That doesn't mean that we're intervening in other countries' business. Other countries are welcome to join us here and help us make America better. But that doesn't mean that we should be trying to
That-
go over there to make them better. And
That
that's
just
the
discounts
distinction.
all allianceship. Like there's no alliances to
that's-
anyone at that point, in which
That's
case,
fine. That is
okay, well then we just become the target. That's what will happen. We will just
our
become the target.
intervention Is what has created us to that is what has created the situation where we are the target. Almost all, if not all, of the countries that hate us right now, it's directly because we fucking bombed them unprovoked because we didn't like what they were doing. We decided to go in there as some sort of moral superiority. And we
Okay, but
decided to
again,
compete with
this
them, and now they don't like us for it, and they bomb
this
us.
still comes back to the ought. This still comes back to the ought because now at this point, if we do pull and we become non-intervention,
This is an ought debate. Ought we continue to be interventionists? The answer is no.
I don't know how it could be no. At this point, I don't know how it could be no. The entanglements are still too connected, and so here's the problem. Like you said, we have built enemies outside of the U.S. So with the ought, say we do pull out of these nations, stop entangling ourselves in these things, we become a bigger target, not a smaller target, because now we have the animosity plus the lack of engagement. So then you have all the targeting from all the nations rather than some that we're appeasing in some ways currently.
Which we already have. So again, throughout all of American history, we have continuously escalated our involvement in foreign affairs. We have continuously gotten more and more involved.
As you would as a hegemon.
And throughout the course of that, we have continuously lost not only our station and our moral superiority, but we have also lost our security.
That is why I said we should have kept everything we've touched. If we had kept everything we'd touched, then we'd... No, it wouldn't.
Again, some basics. basic
You
strategy.
build a society in that
You
new
have
place.
some sort of a through line of material in order to be able to sustain any sort of taken land.
And you would have more material.
Yeah, we're with that panel all over the place, but glad
Well,
you're
we're
giving
back.
Kel the credit she deserves. Oops.
Cheers.
Oh,
oops.
Wow.
Oops.
That was great, guys. I enjoyed that one. I enjoyed that one.
That was
all
good.
right. Anson Knowles
I enjoyed
is
it.
back. He will be our judge. Confluence, thank you so much for your
Even
service
with my soft uncommanding
previously. Dylan, what'd you think of that?
What did I think of that?
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you don't have to pick a winner or anything. I'm just you hadn't seen the format before, and I didn't really get a chance to explain
It's an interesting format. I think some people are ramblers, and by forcing them to have to like condense their points, I think it can make it clear what they believe. And like under pressure, I think your true self and you know how you really feel in your chest kind of shows a little bit. So I like the idea.
Okay. So, but you're saying Fabian Liberty would not like this?
No, Fabian would not like
No.
this. I'll tell you.
No,
that
he
now.
would get angry and just keep talking until you muted him.
I gotta
Right,
say, Dylan's probably the number one seed right here. If I had a wager out of all the people here, number one seed is probably Dylan. He's good for this format, I think.
Who's that?
Dylan here is probably the number one seed. If I had to pick somebody here,
Oh
he's
yeah,
probably the
yeah. Dylan's a bright guy.
He beat me on Nerd Night last week, but that's
I'm
because you
sorry,
guys
guys.
brought Emmett up as a guest judge.
Just got a little brown on your nose, stickers in your mouth, etc.
All right,
Brown
Anson,
noses.
let's go.
Don't
with
talk
your-
about yourself like that.
We got to do the judging, guys. Just give me a minute. Anson, go with it.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth here. I thought that they both had good arguments. Hoser had a position that I actually am partial to in terms of his worldview. But the debate, I felt like in terms of my grid scoring that I do, I felt that Abe did a much better job of attacking the positions that Hoser Radish was putting out. I scored Abe a -3 and Hoser a -7, so Abe, you won.
Negatives.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cleaner, go ahead.
Yeah, I think they were going tit for tat pretty well in that. I do think that that Abe kind of flipped it a couple of times back on horseradish, specifically with like his topic of when we took those areas, we had bases there. We could have kept the areas. We should have kept the areas. And that was a good point to refute. Well, we didn't gain anything from that. We just did nothing but lose things. Well, we did gain allies. We did gain other things, which Abe pointed some of those things out. And so I mean, overall, it was pretty close. But overall, I think Abe had 1 point up on horseradish. It was 16-15, Abe versus horseradish. It was pretty close. It was a good one, guys.
Okay. All right, and Tyler.
I'm the lame duck judge here. I was actually going to go the other way. So, Abe, I would have argued this a completely different way than you. I'm not going to hold that against you. It's just I've had this argument with a lot of people. I hate that I'm giving Horse the win on an argument that I really disagree with here, but I really think he kind of took the win. In the beginning, you had two good points. The one that Cleaner just brought up, and then in the beginning, you started coming out with what we get from other nations. You did circle back to it later, but when you brought it up, he walks up and goes, "What do you mean, like fucking avocados? Get the fuck out of here!" And you just got the fuck out of there and moved right on to your next point. And I was like, damn, he let that big fucking point. You did circle back to it later, saying the technology we get from them is imperative, and you could have talked a bit more about how our trade works. You did bring it up once, and it seemed like he had answers for everything you had. And I'm just trying to judge this in the confines of what happened here. It seemed like he was ready for every one of your points with an answer, and you only had one, I feel like, that was unaddressed. I kind of feel like he's been through this dance, and I gave it to Horse.
Gave it to Horse like Bosch.
Interesting.
To be fair, I am fundamentally agree with what Horseradish is saying.
Yeah, I was going to
so
say that. I was going to say that.
And the irony is that I fundamentally agree with you. I'm not on this side of the debate at all. I'm actually pro-intervention. I think that we should absolutely be sticking our dick fingers in everything globally so that we can make shit better, because we want everybody to be like us, right?
Just own it all. Just own it all.
Okay.
But good debate, sir. I enjoyed the fuck out of it. I
Thank you.
appreciate it, and I will grab my ankles and take the loss. So.
Okay. Well, hang out. We might bring you back.
I think you have enough people on your plate here, sir. You're going to laugh.
Well, we're trying to have. I mean, I like to do these things. Abe, Kissy Cat said she doesn't want to see you do 2 back-to-back, so to pick somebody else. So I'm gonna let Gibbs and Dylan go at it. That'll be a great one. And that way you can go go like whatever.
Good night, everybody.
Guam Tech, I saw you earlier. Is your mic and everything working?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great.
Coming out
What's your
my server if
worldview?
you want
I'm
to.
not
We're
familiar
backstage.
with you.
It's boring when we're back here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part. What was that?
Yeah, what's your worldview? I'm not familiar with you. Whoever is banging on stuff, stop it.
I'm basically just your average everyday centrist, fence-sitting asshole who can't really seem to take a position on very much.
So you're a
But
liberal. Welcome.
yeah, basically. Really, I'm not very good at debate. Honestly, I would consider myself way more of a conversationalist, which is exactly why I'm in here. I want to be able to, get the practice in, maybe hold a little bit stronger views on things, and yeah, maybe just try my hand at actually being firm on some things every once in a while.
Yeah,
he's me for
I'm
real.
gonna hop in. So me and Guam have had.
It's always good to be firm on something.
I can only hear. Hey, Gibbs. Go ahead, CT. You're gonna have to turn your mic. You're gonna have to get closer to the mic or turn it up because you're really low.
Okay, cool.
Can I turn you up?
I was saying, me and Guam have had experience in the past of talking about things like this before. If you want us to go at some,
maybe we'll do that next.
Yeah,
I like
I don't
that.
mind.
In the meantime, I'm going to throw everybody in the back except for Dylan and myself and Gibbsy, and we're going to just roll right into the next debate. We got to keep the action going. Plus, Kel just can't stop chattering to whoever she's chattering to, so she needs a break. So we can hear you, Kel. We can hear you.
Such a fucking stupid bitch. I'm so sorry. I'm like cack.
We can hear you. We can hear everything you're saying.
You just gotta mute. You gotta just mute Streamlabs, and then you can talk. Yeah.
she didn't think we could hear her.
You should see her, Greg, when she's like trying to mute people when she hosts panels. She doesn't know that she can mute people in the server. She
It's
just
so
turns
great.
the volume down.
It's so great because she was seriously like she didn't know that we could hear her. She's just chattering away, just having a great time. It was awesome. That was a good win by Abe there. That was pretty good. All right, Indian Jesus. Indian Jesus hasn't gotten a lot of play tonight. You would think that he would. All right, there we go. What are we going to debate, gentlemen?
Gibbs challenged me, so I'm
sure. I was gonna say, why don't you
ready.
pick? You pick. I'm down. I'll do whatever you want. You got anything you want to talk about?
Gibbs, we've talked for hours. I don't know what
Yeah,
else throw at you.
let's
to
do.
talk
What about censorship? You you have any thoughts on that? Is Trump too censorship compared to the others, or no?
Is Trump too censorship? I could debate, is Trump anti-free speech? I could debate that. That could be interesting.
Is Trump anti-free speech? Okay, we can do that. Unless you got something else.
I'll be pro-Trump. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Pro-Trump. All right, cool. I'll do anti. Whatever. We can do the opposite. That'd be fun. I don't care.
That could be fun though. But I bet of course I could defend the other position better. Whatever you want. Whatever the host wants.
I'll let you.
Hey,
pick.
I'm going to let you guys roll. If it is fun sometimes to see people flip sides, and we actually used to have that as a when we had the menu, that was a chat move. The chat could force you to take the position that you wouldn't normally take. But I'm good with whatever.
Well,
I want
you to do it if they haven't donated money for it. If they
I
haven't
know,
donated money,
that's
and
the
they
deal,
haven't
right?
given you money-
We'll give you 10 seconds to donate if you want to see us flip.
Yeah, give you 10 seconds to put the money down.
Yeah. All it is, it's a couple of clicks of the buttons. That's all it is. So how's
there's
everything
a
going,
1 minute
Dylan?
Intro,
You doing
and
all right?
then there's a 5-minute open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1 minute each, and then 5-minute open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we doing the free speech one, or do we want to do something else?
I can do that. I'll do whatever. I'm comfortable. I'm fine with whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. We can go with that. That's good. Is Trump bad for free speech? All right.
All right.
You want to go first, Gibbs?
So I guess is Trump good for free speech? Sure, I'll go first.
Sure. All right. I got one super chat here. $2 came in from Box. 10 seconds. I don't know what that's in reference.
That means that we're supposed to flip for the $2, but
right.
$2 is not sufficient.
Okay. Gibbs, just start talking when you're ready, man.
Yeah, so Trump is actually good for free speech compared to some other people. We've seen the evil Obama and Biden administrations sit here and come in, and we've just had the House Judiciary Committee release tons of documents showing how they pressured Google, Facebook, Twitter, all these different organizations, not even just social media, but search engines from hiding results. Some of these results that ended up being true. That's about as anti-free speech as get. Trump, the most that people can say he's done is he had the FCC chair say something in the interview. We have no evidence they've actually shut anything down. They've handled lawsuits, but it's been civilly so far. We haven't seen anything, whatever. And long story short, half the time these lawsuits Trump has filed, he's won. And we keep seeing Trump win in the Supreme Court for everything. So yeah, I don't think there's any evidence so far that Trump is bad for free speech other than, leftist memes.
Okay. That was good. That was good timing. Ready when you are, Dylan.
Sure. So the most recent example would be Brendan Carr saying we can do this the easy way or the hard way about Jimmy's show, and that was an attack on the First Amendment. But my position isn't that Trump has attacked the First Amendment. My position is Trump can never live with the First Amendment. He didn't just attack them when it comes to the FCC. He's gone after the broadcasting licenses of major news companies, threatening to pull them if they don't improve their coverage of him. And when he says improve the coverage of him, what does he say? Well, he cites his 97% study. 97% of the time, they're so mean to me. They bully me all the time. It's so mean. The president should not be whining about being bullied by a TV show. He's the president of the United States. I saw Obama stab a baby outside the White House when I was a kid, people protesting, calling him an aborter-in-chief. Instead of, for example, removing statues in the middle of the night that permits exist for with no forewarning, as happened with the Jeffrey Epstein Trump statue. That's not even to talk about his frivolous lawsuits, including the one where he sued a news organization $1 billion because they weren't mean enough to Kamala Harris in an interview.
Man, you got into that one. That was all right. You guys, I got 5 minutes on the clock. I feel like this is going to be a dirty
do you think
fight,
hate speech is free speech, Gibbs?
Do I think hate speech is free speech?
Do you believe hate speech is free speech?
Yeah, I would argue that hate speech generally would be considered free speech. However, what's interesting,
slurs, attacks on minorities.
Yeah, well, hold on.
How terrible it is.
It's really interesting, though, in your opening here.
Trump's top legal official goes out there after Charlie Kirk's assassination, says hate speech isn't free speech.
The
admin is not just Trump.
You brought up something interesting, though, Dylan.
And I never heard Biden say hate speech isn't free speech. I want to give you credit. I want to give you libs that were actually present.
Hold on, Dylan. Hold on. I want to give you credit. In your opening, you brought up something very interesting. You brought up Trump taking down a statue they had a permit for with no forewarning. I would argue, maybe that could be considered bad, right? However, we've seen Obama, Biden take down about 1 million statues with forewarning, and they said there's nothing you can do about it, despite people protesting in those areas. He renamed bases just because they had a Confederate connotation, even if these generals served afterwards, like
None
Fort
of this
Bragg.
has to do with the First Amendment.
At Fort Hood. I'm just saying it does have a lot to do because these people. Hold on. Well, then their statue point has nothing to do with this because you brought up the statue point and you're sitting here bitching about it. I'm just saying this is something Obama and Biden both did. We can also look at, like I said, you also didn't dispute. You also didn't dispute that these.
You might not agree with it.
Hold on, you didn't. Hold on, you didn't dispute. You didn't dispute my point in my opening about all the social media, all the Google searches being shut down. You didn't even dispute that, so that flows across. What's crazy is
Obama. I said Donald.
I'm just saying Trump didn't do any of this. All Trump has done. Well, we don't have any evidence. The only evidence we have. The only evidence you have is one statue.
dealt with those crazy
it's one thing or another. Either taking statues down is anti-free speech, or it's not. And when we have Trump taking down one statue, one example in the mall, we took down one statue versus Obama taking down 50 statues, renaming military bases. This is bad. This is not good. That's more egregious free speech damage. And Trump only took down one statue. And you brought the FCC. They didn't even actually do this. All he said, all the FCC chair said, was we could do this the easy way or the hard way. And then Kimmel was back in a week. Kimmel's not even gone. Kimmel's back in a week. So it doesn't look like he actually did anything. He came back in a week.
Failed. I didn't say Trump was smart.
So then I guess he didn't actually enforce it. So therefore he's fine on free speech.
That has nothing. What the fuck is that?
Are you arguing that the bully pulpit is not a thing of the president? Hold on. We know that the bully pulpit's a thing they use,
Gibbs,
right?
If I'm your boss and I come to you and I say, Gibbs, brother,
tell me,
you good man. We can do this the easy way or the hard way when it comes to your good friend Jimmy, right? What does that mean? Let's not be stupid, okay? We live through the
It means
age of
there's no questions until there's some action taken.
Means, and it wasn't even coded. It was directly on Benny Johnson.
We can do it the easy way or the hard way. Listen, nothing was done. There's no way to take it. Jimmy's back. Hold on. If this is your only argument, Jimmy's already returned. I can point to at least 15, 20 statues and military bases that have been renamed under other people. We can't point to any of those under Trump.
People off TV for lying.
The only thing you brought up is one statue. Hold on, you've only brought up one statue. And it was bullshit. Hold on, what's crazy is we've seen some of this evidence come out about the COVID vaccines and other things come out as true, and they shut that conversation down completely. And then your argument is Trump took down one kind of
You're not even defending Trump. You're just attacking Biden.
I'm doing both. I'm defending.
He didn't do it about Trump. Well,
it's not. It's not. I'm just comparing what free speech egregious actions are. Trump hasn't done any of these things. Y'all's argument is the FCC head said some bad mean things. He didn't actually implement anything. Jimmy's already back. So if that's anti-free speech, then it's fine.
He never said you had to take it down. He suggested.
Oh well, so he never said he had to take it down. Then he's fine on free
sharing
speech.
Private information about Hunter Biden, which did go against Twitter TOS.
Well, wait a minute. So he actually never took him down himself, so then that's fine. If he didn't actually then he's totally fine. You're giving me the game here.
You never forced him to take it down. Fine. Biden never said you have to take it down.
He said you have to take the statues down, and he had officials calling Facebook, Googling them, and taking official action.
I'm happy that you're going to be writing in Biden 2028, Gibbs. That's very nice. It's good to hear that you're joining the resistance. Good to know. You're a white mom in power.
Yes, I'm a Karen. I definitely believe in not taking statues down and not renaming military bases because of hurt feelings.
You said that Trump keeps winning these cases. Name one slander case he's brought against these news organizations that he won. One.
I don't follow the slander cases. I do follow all those other policy cases.
All the cases that don't have to do with free speech. Interesting.
Hey, listen. Neither here nor there. That was good.
That was well done.
Wait.
You guys got a free. You guys got a free show. I'm telling you,
it's like Spurgfest. He's my favorite person to go against. Honestly, I love talking.
It was great. I mean, honestly, it was really good because, like, you guys went at each other. Even when you were talking over each other, you weren't really that bad. I mean,
and you know another thing about Dylan, he puts his money where his mouth is. This guy is actually going and fighting for his beliefs. He's over here in Ukraine all the time, over here arguing about this stuff. I love it. It's good stuff. We need more Dylans and less of other people.
Gibbs will engage with anybody. I always appreciate that about Gibbs.
Remute. We can still hear you.
Why?
When you come back from the back room, the mute.
You have to remute yourself.
Sorry. Okay. That explains a lot. I was like, bro, I swear to God, I checked.
How are you hearing me? Oh, that's so funny. We did have some questions about your conditioner, Dylan. That was
shampoo, conditioner, but you got to remember when you dry your hair, most people go like this with a towel. That's crazy. You're destroying your hair. Pat your hair or use microfiber. There you go.
Microfiber. All right.
It's the frizzy.
Okay. All right. I like it. I'm not normally a hair care channel, but it was asked. It was, it's a fair question. So
thank you. I've really been needing that.
I was told all topics are welcome.
Yeah. I don't discriminate against topics. Since
it was topical.
Freaking Guam.
All right. Anson, score this for me, would you?
Yeah, so I was very disgusted by the performance of both of you. Well, actually, I'm going to say all three of you because there was so much talking over. I deducted 3 points for the moderator because that sucked so much. So I actually scored you both evenly since the talking over and the points just sort of melded together. I couldn't hear a cohesive argument really between the two of you because you didn't really sit down and like present something. It was just like a spurg fest. So I just went with who annoyed me with the talking over the least, and that was Dylan. So he won.
Low bar. It's a low bar. All right. By the way, they didn't talk over each other that much. I mean, I expected much, much worse, in fairness. Go ahead, Tyler.
So I got about a minute of garbles from them talking over each other where neither of them got a point in. I was trying really hard to focus one in and out, but I couldn't get either. And you guys were just both bad. I agree. Maybe at some point someone should have said, "Hey guys, one at a time." But it is what it is. We're here now. So Gibbs opened up with Trump is good on speech. Blah blah blah. Went into immediately Biden stuff that we are getting out right now. Use this as you said later. This is showing you juxtaposition of actual bad things that happen on speech and. Trump hasn't done these specific things, but like Dylan refuted that with that's not the only bad things you can do. And it was completely unanswered on his opening statement about Trump going after media companies and threatening them through license and merger agreements to do kind of what he wants. And Gibbs, when he asked you about a lawsuit that Trump had won, you could say, well, he hasn't had to win one because they've just been throwing them out. But that he could hit you with the merger point again as well. But you going after Trump, though you stuck to your prompt, or though you stuck to your intro was slightly off what the prompt was because you were after Biden and didn't really tell me Trump stuff. Dylan was more on message, and I felt like he just kept meeting you in every battle where you wanted to go. Even though you won the smaller battles, you won the FCC battle, I feel like, in there. That whole statue argument made complete waste of time because he invalidated it. I don't like comparison policing unless there's a good reason. There was a damn good reason. They had a permit to put a statue down, whereas the statues you're talking about were all under government control. And when he said that, I was like, damn, he just clapped you put a minute and a half into that fucking argument. So I gave it to Dylan just because he stuck to the prompt a little better, stuck to his points a little better, and then kind of clapped it home with one or two good dunks.
All right, Cleaner, your evaluation.
Yeah, I think they were going tit for tat really well. I would say that overall Dylan had this a little bit more, and I think that's more due to Gibbs' style. Gibbs' style is like, this is my point, and here's the 5 billion things that make that one point valid. And Dylan's style is, here's my 3 points, refute one of them, motherfucker. And so it was like, it was a clash. It was a real clash there, but it wasn't tit for tat, point for point. And so that's why I'm saying I think Dylan got it.
Okay.
I agree. I agree. He won.
When he was the cool thing about when Dylan was over talking or attempting to overtalk Gibbs is he was actually trying to do a Trump voice when he was doing it. That made it even better. That made it that much
confidence.
So, all right. Well, that's cool.
You can't lose a point if nobody knows what's being said.
Well, that's also perfect because now I can leave to go salsa dancing. So thank you so much.
You can definitely
Dylan, good job.
Gibbs would. Hey, I just want to say for the record, Gibbs would out salsa dance me on any day of the week, and if this was a salsa dancing competition, I would lose. Hands down.
That's where he's going right
because
now.
It's not. Thank you so much.
All right,
y'all be good.
Gibbs.
Have fun.
We'll talk tomorrow, buddy.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Hopefully someone resurrects him. Come on.
Awesome. Wait, would it be possible? I know I've only been here for like 40 minutes or something, but it's 7 a.m. here in Kiev.
Yeah, no, you can bail. That's totally cool.
I'd like to bail a little bit. I wanted to make sure I participated, but I was told people dropped in. You got Abe Lincoln in here. You got Indian Jesus. You got characters I've never seen before. So I got to give you credit, but you've got enough. I think you got enough star power here. Abe Lincoln is a lot more famous than I am.
Yeah. Him and Zelensky are both fascists, though, so you probably like them.
Yeah, you
Dylan
figured it
just
out.
walks in here. He beats somebody really good at debate, and then he leaves. That's all he does.
That's style points. You got to give him the style points.
I got to drop. Sorry,
And,
I
and
can't
the whole
drop this
time he
mic.
was.
I can only do this. Okay. See you all
Awesome.
later. Have a good one.
Stay
It's
safe.
Thanks,
absolutely
Dylan. Good
based.
to see you,
And
man.
I'm releasing a film about Procroft in the next 2 weeks, so people go see it. Goodbye, everybody.
Okay.
And then there were you guys.
Yes, sir.
That was actually really cool.
3 people still haven't gone yet.
Yeah, I've got
Some haven't.
who hasn't really gone. So we need Guam Tech and CT. I think is the next
good
the
matchup.
next one.
Yeah.
Castle came in a little late. We'll probably do Castle against
Box.
Am I
Kel.
doing it again?
Bomb.
Kel.
Well, Box
Shout
is
out
already
to
gone.
Castle.
Box was technically eliminated, but I could bring him back. We could do Castle against Kel. That'd be hilarious. Liberal on
That'd be
liberal
great.
violence.
Let's go CT
Yeah.
versus Guam.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's where we're going. Guys, I'm going to throw you back in the back.
Don't
I
forget.
really appreciate everybody's patience tonight. It's been a
Guys,
great.
hang out in my Discord while we wait. I know it's boring because we're not in Discord. Where if we were all backstage, we could like hang out and kick together.
Disavow.
Don't forget. Kat also paid for CT and I. So
Fake news.
She told me that she didn't want you to debate twice, so I gave her. We worked it out. But yes, you did have that debate or whatever. But yeah, all right. So let me. I'm just gonna kick everybody back. You guys have a good time. Guam Tech.
Come to my Discord.
Why? Can you tell me a little bit about your what you have done and where you what I don't know. Just tell me a little bit, man.
I mean, I'm definitely a big martial arts, advocate, and I don't believe that weakness is really something to, be put on a pedestal. And I think that it is incumbent upon everybody to be able to themselves in a lot of ways. And honestly, I would say that I lean a little bit more conservative, even though I am a centrist. But I do have a lot of liberal tendencies as well.
Okay. What have you debated before? What do you feel comfortable with?
Nothing specific. I mean,
can I throw something out there?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to get to you next. Go right ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I know me and Guam have talked in the past. So Guam, I'll throw two topics out. One, I would say is Civil War. And the other that I think would be a good topic would be AI.
Okay.
Find some prompts there, but I'm listening.
I would definitely like probably AI a little bit more, just simply because I don't really have a lot of knowledge on either one of them, but I feel like AI would be a little bit more interesting to talk about. What position would you want to take on it?
I guess I would take the aspect that AI is not for the better of society or mankind.
Okay.
So
no, I would like that. I think I'll take the opposite position on that. Yeah.
Okay. What's the prompt again?
Basically just whether or not AI is or isn't a benefit to humankind.
Okay, it's a little broad, but we can go with it. All right, who's going to take the affirmative and who's going to take the negative?
I'm going to take the affirmative that it is good for humanity.
Okay, so you'll go first. I'll give you a couple of minutes to get your mind organized, to get the points all set in your head. So, and then you can just start talking when you're ready.
Yeah,
I'll start the clock.
All right. So I think that AI definitely has a lot going for it, and it definitely isn't in the place yet to be able to be the most beneficial to humans, simply just because we're not in a place where it can actually start to think on its own and do its own prompts and everything like that. But eventually, I mean, we've already seen that it does have benefit in the scientific and even mathematical realm. The scientists and even medical fields are using it to already start to create better treatments and even cures for certain medical conditions out there. And whether or not that could actually be used in a more financial sector, I mean, it could really only do better by doing that, especially if humans are able to merge with it rather than just let it take over. So I would definitely say that while AI going rogue and doing its own thing is probably not good for humanity, the fact that we're going to have to play a part in this in general means that we're going to have
the minute's
our
up.
hand in it.
So the minute's up, but hold your thoughts. All right, CT, when you're ready.
Okay, so in that, Guam, you covered 3 key points, saying that objectively you think that AI in the long run would be a good option, but in the short term you don't think it can be feasibly funded by the current companies that are at play, or that we're not quite there yet, so to speak. You also said that you think that you brought up medically funding, saying that like it should be part of catching certain illnesses or certain diseases, but we're not quite there yet either. So it seems like, just to shorten it, it seems like you don't think we're there yet. I'll leave it up.
Okay. So we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock, guys, and get just when you're ready, just start talking. I'll start the clock.
So no, it isn't that we're not. It isn't that we're not there yet right now, as far as even the benefits, as far as the medical field, and even certain prompts for even finances and whatnot, even education. We are seeing the benefits from it currently. It's just that I don't think that it's at the point yet to be able to be used on such a wide scale that it's actually going to help the entire humanity, entire world.
I would say it's a very broad topic to where in certain sectors of medical studies it is there. When it comes to looking at cancer scans, we use AI currently to look at cancer scans. When it comes to judging certain ailments, AI can help. So it's not cut and dried to this sense, but my backtrack is it's not good for mankind, because it's either A, not studied enough to make clear answers, and B, it's putting people out of jobs.
So
do you think we should? Yeah.
Yes, the job part can be an issue. However, that's where it starts getting into weird Star Trek territory, where we might actually be able to have the socialism that a lot of people actually want the right way. Now, do I want that necessarily? Not exactly. But if we are in a place where there's more production coming out because of AI and automation, and we're also able to find a way to tax that AI and automation on those businesses, I do think that that's going to lead to something more like a UBI.
Okay, but to that argument, if we could put a lot of medical jobs to automation, is that fair to the people that went through medical school? And I'll be the first to say I'm not a socialist. I don't think it should be, but I'm just curious your opinion.
No, so maybe it's not fair to them, but also it wasn't fair to the horses when the cars first came along. So regardless of what is going to be fair, time marches on, and so does technology. So we are going to have to continue to actually move along with that, or we're just going to be stuck in the past. We don't want a Warhammer 40K situation where you can only have so much technology and not move forward no matter what starts coming your way. We do have to be able to move with the times.
So where should we draw the line? If when it comes to AI and medicine, should it be fully automated, or do you think there's a place for nurses and doctors? Because for me personally, I think we have to find a balance.
Yes, of course, there's going to have to be a balance at first, and maybe it is going to have to be a slow rollout, which I would be in favor of. But eventually, yes, people will be taken away from those jobs simply just because a robot with AI can do it better. The AI would probably be more towards the research side of things and creating, more things along with that. But the automation, something as simple as, like a car wash, right? We don't have to go through and maybe do a car wash the way that we used to by hand and possibly miss a spot or anything like that. It's all just going to be automated to the point where you just drive through and you're going to have the exact wash that you want for every single car, for the most part.
I have to ask this because I feel like we're more agreeing than disagreeing. Do you feel like in your ideal future, do you want to see more of a human aspect in the medical field, or more of an alien or a science robot aspect of the?
I would definitely want more of a science and robot aspect of it, because the human part of it is going to be pushed in one direction or the other, even depending on how much money they make or what kind of day they're having that day. If they had one cup of coffee too much or too little, there's going to be multiple different aspects of AI that we won't have to worry about that because it is going to be so automated.
I do think you're right in the sense that, like, it's important to have automation in that field when you have AI. But I guess what I'll ask is, do you recognize that there is a level of human experience? Because there's a lot of things we can automate. We can automate almost anything these days. But to actually have the human experience, you have to have a level of scientific process and life experience to come with that.
All right, that's time, gentlemen. I appreciate that. Sorry, I was slow on the button today. There we go. That
was fun, CT.
Good job, gentlemen.
That was a good job.
Thanks. I should throw it out there. You know what I mean? And me and Guam are
Box, we can hear you.
All right.
Yeah. I always like Guam conversations.
Yeah, Box, you got to unmute and remute. We can hear.
Okay. All right. So,
Box, we can hear you on the stream. You got to remute yourself.
He may not be able to hear us.
I jumped into my Discord to tell him.
I can't hear him. That's weird.
That's because you're old clear.
Judges.
Anson, let's go with how this went. Where were you? Where did you end up on this?
Yeah. So we can hear you, Box. So the debate style for CT was interesting. It was his speaking style. I had trouble following where he was going with his words sometimes. It could just be because I'm dumb. But there's so there's I until he got to the very end of his opening, it almost felt like he was just repeating everything his opponent said, and then like at the very end he snuck in like 2 or 3 words that made it an entire encapsulated argument. So I thought it was a really awesome opening. Like, I hadn't seen that kind of style before, where you basically repeat all of your opponent's points and then add like a few words to just refute them all at once. I thought that was pretty cool. But in terms of arguments and points, I scored 0 points for CT and -2 for Guam. So, yeah.
Well, I said I'm trying to get better at this. So I'll take that.
No, I mean, we'll give you some feedback.
It's not a reflection of anything except my scoring. So that means that I saw, in terms of arguments that you made versus refutations against your arguments that you sustained, like I saw a proportion of more arguments against your positions than you making positions. And then the same thing against your opponent. You made just as many refutations of his positions as he made statements of his position. So that's why he got 0 points. It's an absolute value and not a total.
Okay.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, as two of my favorite viewers, we hang out in Discord and have these kinds of conversations all the time, and I think it is useful to see that, like, I'm not just being a dick to you guys when I talk about, you know, keeping things on topic and having your a prompt. That's, you know, CTY, we were trying to workshop exactly what the.
Well, hold
prompt
on.
was
Can we finish the
in-
judging before you go?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Cleaner, can we go with you a minute?
Yeah. So I want to make sure I have who had the affirmative correct. Wam, you were on the affirmative on this one, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to clarify that because all through this debate, it was actually an internal critique from CT's side, and he was showing a very good example of how an internal critique should be done. You ask your opponent questions and try and poke holes in what it is that they're affirming, what it is that they're saying they believe in. And I think Guam did a really good job of offering refutations for those. I do give points for the style that CT used because he did use the internal critique quite effectively. He went through the structuring of it and held to it. And both gentlemen were very respectful with each other. There wasn't a command issue here. This was more closer to a conversational debate than a contentious debate. And this was actually a really good example of how people can have a very respectful debate and still get somewhere with it. So I do think overall, CT, because you really showed a good understanding of structure in your internal critique, you did great with that. You came with a lot of really good questions for him. You did steelman his answers and then give refutations to them, which is awesome. It's a very good representation also of how to do the internal critique correctly. So I gave you some extra points for that, and I think you won it overall, man.
Okay. All right. And with Tyler?
All right. So I had to ask the prompt again because I kind of got a little lost there during this.
You were lost in the sauce, yeah.
Well, if AI is good for society, because like CT, you were asking good questions, you were poking holes in it. But again, with what I said with Kel, I never saw the other shoe dropping in a way that really refuted the things he was saying. Like you doubled down and then tripled down on asking him about the medical field and his exact proportions between AI and people saying experience matters. And the first time he addressed it with, yes, experience matters. Yes, it might be a slow transition. We might not be there yet to completely replace everybody. But as of right now, we have them in the research area, and maybe one day they can get to surgeries or things like that. And he acknowledged you were right. He just went back to the same question again and again, trying to get some more juice out of that squeeze, where I feel like he addressed it as much as he needed to address the question. I saw most of his answers, even though I hated a couple of them personally, like the UBI one made me fucking grind my teeth. The correct answer there is just because we have cars didn't mean, horse and buggies went out of style, but now we have more jobs because people can move around. AI could take a lot of these stupid jobs away, allowing people to get better paying and better quality jobs by creating more opportunities. That would have been great. I hated your argument about UBI. I made my skin crawl, you damn commie.
I said socialism the right way.
Yeah, but at the end of the
what
day,
they all say.
I think just in the context of the debate, not my personal preferences aside, you had all of his questions, almost all of his questions ready with a good answer, and I think that's why you took it.
All right, solid. Now, my friend Jeebus, you may continue your critique or your gushing or happiness or whatever. I thought it was good. I thought you guys this is a hard format. It's meant to be hard. It's
Cutthroat.
What's that?
It's cutthroat.
It is cutthroat.
Is it meant to be unifying or dividing? Right? Are we trying to unify people here, or are we trying to divide people here?
We're
That's the way
trying
I
to
like
challenge
think
people
about it.
to think outside their
Even
normal
if it is
acceptance
hard,
of their
like what's
beliefs.
the ultimate goal?
The ultimate goal.
Challenge people to think outside their
I'll be the
normal
first to
acceptance of
say
their
it.
beliefs.
It's not about an ultimate goal. It's about
I like that.
Not like
Actually,
who's
that's a
right,
good-
who's
yeah,
wrong.
I like
It's to
that.
challenge your thinking.
So my goal is
Thought
to
it was done.
have people be able to actually debate each other intelligently, because a lot of places that do either short format debate or even long format debate, it boils down to this ridiculous just back and forth where there's nobody's calling them, nobody's judging them, nobody's like saying, and nobody provides feedback at the end of it, like I will in a minute. So you don't learn anything.
Yeah.
And you walk, and I'm literally like, I can give you channel names. I won't, because it's bad form, but I can give you names of channels who literally will pat people on the back who have no form whatsoever, who absolutely, they will literally say you are the best when there was a popularity contest and just more people voted for that guy. And it's wrong. It's just wrong. Like you need to understand why you lost.
Yeah.
You understand why you were not able to make your point.
I'm just saying I want the left to do well, and I don't really want to participate in like a left fast.
I want both sides to do well.
You know what?
I just want to say the left without two wings. I think without two wings.
Okay, guys, one at a time. I literally can't. I can only hear one person at a time.
Bro, well, I used to have your same mindset. Can I go? Can we say ladies first? Is that okay? Can I go?
Yeah. Go ahead, Kel.
But so I used to have your same mindset where I'm like, I know I'm not the most educated person, the most patient person, but the lucky thing is that all of these things are adaptable characteristics, right? It's not something that most of us are born with. Some of us are. I would bet money that Grid was, but it's things you can develop, right? And so instead of being like, oh yeah, I don't want to be a bad representation for the left, that just results in no one going out to debate the points that we care about. So instead, just like take the time to become a better debater. It's like a skill you can get better at, you know?
When Kel first came here, she was a wild mess. Grid has a clip of it to show you.
Like, yeah, it's been a gradual journey, bro.
Can we roll that clip?
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't understand like just a whole like.
Yeah.
We have a long way to go, of course, but we've gone leaps and bounds, and that's why when everyone is shitting on the girl next to me at the whatever podcast, I'm like, I got lucky in where they put me in 4 debates where people were pushing my patience the week before, and not everyone gets that opportunity. But it's good to put yourself in the quote in the snake pit or whatever you want to call it, because it makes you a better debater and a better arguer, right? And if your beliefs can't be challenged, then you don't actually believe them, right? Like that's really all it is. Like.
Otherwise, you end up.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I'm not gonna respond to the long text.
I love that clip though. That night was fun.
It's a piece of history. Yeah.
That was a
Speaking
good
of
night.
challenge, I kind of want to clarify that most of the reason that I probably lost that was because I was pretty much on the back foot answering questions rather than putting anything towards CT on why he might be wrong.
CT did something very, very good, which a lot of people try to do and very few people actually manage to do. And that is to perform a proper internal critique and break down your argument without really needing to make an argument of his own. Right. Like that. And and I don't know whether he meant to do it or whether, and he just kind of lucked into this and just asked the right questions at the right time, or whether, I don't know. I from my observation is he wasn't. It didn't seem like he was really intending to do it, but that's what happened, and it was a really well done. It was very well done. To be honest.
Looking back on it, I can definitely say that like I realized I didn't ask any questions whatsoever. Like, and honestly, like.
You guys
That's
were
a
both kind of
horrible
pushed
thing for me,
someone.
especially in my profession.
Well, and that's exactly why when on when I talk about on my show about breaking down, driving the conversation, moving it to where that's your responsibility. You can't expect your debate opponent to serve you up what you want. And so, it is that back and forth, and knowing the difference between if we're just having a friendly conversation versus we're in a debate. It's different approaches.
The thing is, though, when you're on the affirmative side, you are in a defensive position, so to speak. You don't necessarily have to ask your opposition questions
How are you?
because they're trying to refute your worldview and what you're espousing.
W.
And so it's their job to poke holes in what you're saying. However, what you can do is whenever they're saying, well, I don't believe this because this shows this and this, you can come back and say, well, no, actually I have data sets here that say this, and that's why all of this sounds great and you just sound ridiculous with your faulty data. You know, so you don't even have to ask questions if you've got really good structured data and really good evidence to support what you're saying, and you can just show that they're being fallacious, like they're just lying, or, you know, so you don't always have to ask questions. But yeah, asking questions sometimes, like especially in short form, because you don't have a lot of time to gather data. Yeah, asking questions can help you in something like this.
Yeah.
But he really, and again, like Grid said, I don't know if he meant to come off with showing a perfect example of an internal critique, but that's how it went. And I mean, it was very well structured. So
yeah. $5 comes in from Box. I want to sharpen the arguments. I want the left to do well. I want both sides to do well, and I want people to be able to have actual arguments that actually make sense and make cogent sense. My show is one of the few shows where you will go and you will see a natural split between the right and the left winning the arguments, and it's all based on you making the argument. It doesn't matter if I agree with your point. It doesn't matter if I agree with your position. If you make the better argument, I will say you know this person made the better argument, because the honesty, the intellectual honesty, has to be there, or otherwise you don't get any better. Nobody gets any better. Nobody understands anything better than they did yesterday. And you just, you know, that's just the way it is. And so again, and CT, were you like attempting to perform an internal critique? I'm sorry?
Yes.
You were? Okay.
Yeah, that's my if I could have any debate tactic, I try to ask questions. Because usually when you ask more questions, you can get your person to kind of talk themselves. They can kind of talk themselves into
Now we can hear you.
Cal, mute.
If that makes sense, yeah. It's not necessarily like a tactic. It's just I find for me, I ask questions because usually when people answer questions, they talk themselves down into their own trap.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes, but
Those are
you
very well done internal critique.
You run into the wrong person that just knows every answer of that question. They're gonna just eat that shit. It's gonna be more like an interview where they can just go off and just give them time.
The proper use of an internal critique is to get you to expose the weaknesses in your own argument. Right?
I've
This
already
is what Andrew
exposed my
Wilson
own
does so well. Andrew Wilson will he's when he performs an internal critique,
Not against me.
he's not trying to tear your argument down. He's trying to get you to contradict yourself so he can point out the inconsistencies in your position and in your argument, and then he wins.
But I would love to add one thing, if I could. Guam is always down to have any type of conversation, and I appreciate the debate from Guam Tech. So
I do too. I appreciate you guys coming on. You're welcome back anytime. We do this every Friday night, unless I'm out of town or I'm flying or something like that. If I'm doing something cool, most I'm here. You know, I just do this every night, or not every Friday night, and it's a great time. I got really frustrated with the other debate game shows that I went on. Not just one. I went on several. And they were just the formats were just not what I wanted, and we're dialing this in pretty good. Where we have the judging works and the feedback.
I think the judges are like the game changer. I think to have like a couple separate judges totally changes the whole ecosystem of like.
Yeah. I love being able to learn from it.
It works well. It's also
not just have like a panel of people saying you're an idiot.
Hey, Guam, when you would have scored more points for me if you had, when you were asked questions, answered the question quickly, briefly, and then turned around and attacked something that your opponent had said, or asked them a question that shed some light on something that they had said, right? But he had given you so little in terms of his own position that it made that hard.
Yeah, like looking back on it, I'm just like, there was literally nothing I could really kind of like come at him with.
And you could have just come at him with that. Hey, you haven't said anything. You've not asserted anything. You're just
I would say
asking
the
questions.
same thing.
Yeah.
Kind of in Guam's defense, yeah. I mean, it's such an abstract topic. We were talking about AI, so like, I personally think this format is kind of hard to talk about that because we only had 5 minutes, and in 5 minutes, there's so much to cover when it comes to the topic that we had. Because we're trying to talk about like, why is AI bad? I'm like, I could list countless examples, but it takes a lot longer than 5 minutes.
Sure.
So we're going to go ahead and move into the next debate. I really appreciate you guys. Guam Tech, you're welcome to hang out in the chat or whatever, and we'll keep, if we may bring you back up. We are so we did get a little bit of a late start, and we are running up against the wall. I generally try to be out of here, and so does the judges, right? Like,
Debbie just hit the wall.
huh?
Debbie just hit the wall.
What? Yeah, we hit walls all the time. That's what race cars do. They hit walls.
Am I right, gentlemen?
Yeah, you'll get there soon. Don't worry, Kel.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell
You're
you're
not
talking
wrong.
about.
It's so ugly.
Yeah. I know Tyler. Tyler wants to get out of here. He's got stuff he's got to do.
We can power through these. Everybody, get your phone.
I know. We can power through. I really do. I really do want the next debate to be Castle versus Kel. A little left on left violence. I don't think they've faced each other before, and so I kind of really want to see that happen. Well, Abe's like, yeah. He looks too happy over there about this.
Blood and blood sports,
Yeah, put the blood in the blood sports. That's right. Anyway, we're gonna hide everybody again. You guys, you're not gone. You're just in the back. I don't know why I have to say that every time, but somebody's gonna jump off one day and be like really angry. All right. So. Yeah, I didn't kick you. Anyway, all right, Castle, you got to go. Castle, Kel, and
FK at Button donated $10. Super chat. I want the left to do bad and the right to do even better. If they were more good faith or good faith at all, I'd have some in them myself. That ship has sailed. Rick, stay Rick. Everyone hates Ryan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone hates Ryan. He wants that clip of Kel saying, "I hate everyone hates Ryan." Let me see if I did have that. Let me see if I have that immediately available. It's now a clip on my on my shorts now, Kel. So enshrined forever. Thank you so much for that. By the way, you're very giving. Very giving.
So Ryan knows exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
I was explaining it like every time, and then I'm like, for what? For why? For who?
Yeah. Well, he's a very sensitive man.
Free Ryan. Justice for Ryan.
Free Ryan from what?
From purgatory fucking confinement on this channel. 1984. Just kidding. He got banned from the internet via Dad One, bro.
He's not banned from here, at least. I don't know about anywhere else. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. They probably don't like him, so
Who?
That's, everybody.
Cares. Oh, just kidding.
You literally said that. I mean, that's what you said.
It was a meme. It was like.
All right, so let me.
/whoosh.
It was awesome because it was one of the few times that Flow State's been on my channel, and you just knocked it right out of the park.
It's only because that incel dude was literally like, Ryan has such a glamorous life. There I go, explaining it again, but keck.
Yeah.
It was great. I mean, I'll give you. Look, I'm going to give it to you that it was great.
Ryan knows. Yeah, don't glamorize Ryan's.
Here we go.
The space. That's
all right. So, I don't want this to be too painful for you, Castle. Are you be thinking of a?
Well, I wasn't looking forward to because I don't know what we could possibly talk about. I don't even know how far left Kel is, to be honest. So maybe we can get somewhere.
Kel's like Kel light. Kel's like lib light. Like she's a feminist, you know, that kind of.
I've never self-identified as a feminist. Grid portrays me as a feminist.
Well, I like to be accurate.
I literally don't like. I've never talked about feminism ever online.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Kelly, you have a nose ring.
Yeah, that's it.
The high life? Do you think Ryan gets the good end of the stick? Everyone fucking hates Ryan.
Wow.
That was so perfect. It was so perfect.
Rob.
I've come to talk with you again.
So good. It is so good. It is so good. Oh my gosh. I could just, it's so good.
Just for Ryan, exactly, Tessie.
Oh, that was justice. That was justice for Ryan.
They said they're weaponizing you, Gil.
Yeah, we are weaponizing you. Kel is a weapon of mass destruction or distraction, whatever. All right, what do you guys want to debate about? What do you got in the tank?
Kel has some great ideas, right?
Yeah, Kel.
I feel like such a pacifist lately, but I'm down for whatevs.
Okay.
Pacifists in general, or just for debating?
Yeah, I didn't even want to come up and debate tonight. Gibbs was like, "I'm not going to talk to you at TwitchCon if you don't get your ass up there." He's like, "I know you're off work." He's like, "You ain't got no boyfriend. Hop your ass up on the debate panel." It's like, okay.
You get dumped again?
Huh? I wasn't dating anyone.
I thought you had like a situationship thing going on.
I have my eyes on someone, but it's not like anything serious. It's just someone that I.
What are you, like 14? What is wrong with you?
No, I'm just like busy. I'm a busy girl. I've been working a lot.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe a topic could be is, first I have to know Kel's position on this, but in terms of dating, why do you think men are dating less? Or why do you think that they're not getting married as much? Or, yeah, I guess dating less in general. Like, what have you seen out there? And what's your reasoning?
Kel only dates people who live in hearses.
No. Why do you think we actually had this conversation not too long ago? I don't think it's like a loneliness epidemic, like based on like male fucking rights organizations being needed in society now. I think it's more of like an effort epidemic, and that people are not putting in the effort that they need. I don't think it's like a feminism thing. I think it's like an effort epidemic.
I could see that. I would say I could argue the other side that it is a feminism thing. If you wanted to have that as a debate,
I'd be down.
Okay,
I could be down.
That.
Okay. All right.
You down?
Okay, so what's the exact prompt?
So my topic, and Kel, you can amend it if you want, but my stance would be that feminism has destroyed men's ability to go out into the dating field.
Well, how about
that would be
feminism has destroyed modern relationships?
Okay, yeah. Feminism has destroyed modern relationships.
All right. You go with that, Kel?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right. Castle, I'm assuming that you are the affirmative on this one?
Yeah, I'll take the
affirmative. Fact has. Okay. Whenever you're ready, just start talking and I'll fire it up.
Cool. So my position is that feminism has affected the modern dating world for guys, men out there in the world, partly because of recent events in society and how society has shifted towards a more women-oriented world than it used to be. The Me Too movement, I also feel like, has taken a lot of confidence out of men, that they used to go up to women, have casual conversation. And now that has all changed. Women have the power to now get you in trouble, to say that things you've done are inappropriate, that may not even be inappropriate just because they feel like people will take their side, and it's ruined a lot of relationships that men are looking to have. Poke fun at people, make jokes, do things that normal relationships are all about, and instead feel like it's being used against them. And I feel like a lot of the feminist movement has become a huge proponent of that, shutting men down, and it's ruined it's a huge reason why I think that the feminism movement has ruined modern relationships.
That was literally perfect. 0 seconds left. Whenever you're ready, Kel.
Okay, perfect. So you say your argument is that feminine has ruined modern dating in the capacity that we understand it. So I guess I would have appreciated if you started with a definition, because I don't really know what you mean by feminism. We understand it in several ways societally, but you basically say that that women can get you into trouble. Now that like Me Too movement has happened, women have always been able to get you into trouble just because it's like more widely acceptable. Social media, there's a ton of variables that contribute to this. But when you say that men are getting shut down more, I would say sounds like we have a confidence epidemic, effort epidemic. Relationships take as much work as friendships. So in general, I wouldn't say that it's a Me Too movement thing, and I wouldn't say that you adequately illustrated your point. I would say that it's more of an effort epidemic and a confidence epidemic based on a variety of factors.
Okay, and 6 seconds left. Very good. All right. Let's go feminism. Ready? Set. No, you guys just start talking. I'm being.
All right, so when you brought up the confidence piece, I think that kind of goes hand in hand of what I'm trying to say is that men are lacking in that confidence or maybe even that effort because they've seen what's happened to a lot of men before them
How
who
can you
have
say
been
how can you directly tie that to the Me Too movement? Because I would say that social media, like all these, like the pandemic, probably like there's so many variables that I'm like, how can you directly like tie that to the Me Too movement?
Yeah, so if you look at the Me Too movement, a lot of how that started out with legitimate claims. And I'm not saying that the Me Too movement was wrong and that there are people who were lying all the time, but I do think it enforced that kind of confidence from women to have the upper hand in relationships and can use that against men. So for example, if you went home with a guy at night and you slept with him and then the next day you saw some text from another woman and then said, actually, when you slept with me, I didn't like that and you raped me or you sexually assaulted me. I feel like a lot more women have been doing that because they feel like they can have more people on their side. And because Me Too women have been proponents of that.
You feel like a lot more women have been weaponizing rape allegations based on what? Because that seems like a huge leap. So I'm like, I want to give your argument the benefit.
Yeah, well, I
think
think that's happened.
I'm
going
to pause time here. One thing. Gotta say grape, guys.
Oh, sorry.
I know
Grape.
it's a TOS thing. Once here and there, not a big deal. But you guys, I think you guys are going to hit that a lot. So let's.
Yeah. My bad. I did say that.
All right, I did stop the time. I'm going to resume where we were. So go right ahead.
All right, Kel, where were we going?
I thought you were going. Sorry.
No, but I will say this though. To my point, I do think about the last 10 or 20 years, there definitely been more allegations of false rape accusations. And we've seen this in courts and litigation. People going to court over this and countersuing women who have false allegations of rape against men. I've been seeing more and more of this. It's not just even anecdotal.
I would say that might be like a concentrated social media feed. I guess I would have to see the statistics to like lean that credibility because I'm like, that just does not sound realistic to me. I'm like, that. I think there's probably been more. You've probably been exposed to it a lot more in the past 20 years. I would agree, but I'm like, the forms in which we like absorb information has like varied so greatly that I'm like, there's so many variables that I'm like, it's hard for me to like give that credibility. Does that make sense?
I think it's both though. I think you could definitely blame social media as part of it, but also like think back to the 70s where women were really the ones who were trying to
relationships take. Let's get back to the
relationship.
crux of the claim. What do you think a relationship takes? Because you say that feminism specifically is responsible. First, you haven't defined feminism for me, which is that. How would you define feminism? Because you're the one making the.
So modern day feminism today is something where I think a lot of people would agree where women should have equal rights as men, right, as a basic, but also that what?
basic definition. How would you say that men or women having equal rights as men is ruining dating for men?
So I'm
'Cause you're
saying that
all
they've
this, like,
exploited that.
confidence,
So I'm not saying that women having equal rights as men is bad. I'm saying that they've exploited that enhanced version of feminism back from where it was in the 50s or 70s.
So,
And have said,
yeah,
okay, now
so
that
you're
we have
saying,
equal
like,
rights, we're going to take advantage of this and not only have equal rights, but use that against you now. And I don't know how feminism even, the definition of it even matters in this debate. Like, that
well, it
doesn't
does, because
mean
your
anything.
claim is that feminism is ruining dating for modern men. And so when you say that something is ruining something for something else, when you're making the argument, you need to at least define the terms for me. So
Yeah,
I
but I'm
understand.
saying
So
it's
when you say
but
third wave, first wave,
the
okay, fine. So you're saying that third
definition
wave
is
feminism.
kind of irrelevant. We know what feminism is doing. It's the action of what it's doing. It's not
Well,
necessarily
I don't know what it's
feminism
doing.
is.
Like, explain it for the layman. Explain it for, like, as someone who doesn't know. I didn't go to college.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you now. Is I'm saying that feminism over the years, if you look at history, in the 50s,
Right,
World
but you
War
didn't
II,
say
whatever,
third wave
women didn't have as
feminism
many.
is ruining dating for modern men. You said feminism is, and then I asked you to define
Sure,
feminism,
that-
and you didn't
that
define
includes-
third wave feminism.
that includes third wave, that
Instead, you
includes
said
fourth
that women
wave.
should have equal rights to men. So I said, how does women having equal rights to men ensure that dating is worse for men? And you said, well, there's
I
all
told
these
you that
waves
it's
of
not about
feminism.
equal rights. It's about them exploiting the
Well,
opportunities
you're the one
they've
that
been
gave me
given.
that definition in the first place. That's the only reason I
Yeah.
brought that definition up.
But that's why I think it's irrelevant, because feminism is including that 10th to fourth wave. Third wave feminism
Well, if you're
doesn't
telling
matter
me that
what you
something
point
is
to.
ruining dating for modern men, you give me a definition of something. You say, okay, so I say feminism is ruining dating for modern men, and then you say, well, feminism is this. So when you say women
Right, it
having
includes
equal,
that.
women
Okay,
having
tell me.
equal rights to men is ruining dating for modern men, I say how, and you said, well, actually, the definition
Because they're
I'm like,
exploiting
it sounds like
those
well, it
equal
sounds-
rights.
So you're
Clearly
saying
they're
the
exploiting it.
exploitation of feminism is
Sure,
But
yeah,
that's-
exactly.
that's a completely different argument and a whole different subsect, because feminism is a whole broad concept, like you mentioned, first wave, second wave, third wave. So I just feel like you have not been.
We'll explain why you think we have more instances of these women accusing people of these allegations in the United States.
Well, I would say that's like irrelevant.
That was good. That was good. Okay, we're just gonna go right to the judges. Anson. I'm not sure who we're getting.
Someone's got an
back.
echo.
Muted. Anson, you're muted.
Yeah. Okay. So, what is that background noise? Somebody needs to mute.
Hold on. Somebody's got a lot of background audio.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Right.
So,
I think
I scored y'all at both -1. So I actually have it even. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I'm gonna just do a qualitative judgment in favor of Kel, because I thought that she was more expressive.
Yeah. Okay. Cleaner.
Can I ask something? I know we're still in the judges round, but can I ask something?
Can we wait till after the judges are through so that we have a?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
So the reason, by the way, that the judges go first before I let people just start talking, and although I have broken my own rule a couple of times, is I don't want the judges influenced, and I really don't want to start a back and forth between the debaters and somebody who's not a judge. Actually, we don't want any back and forth between the debaters and the judges until after the judging is done. That's poor form. But anyway, I'm sorry, Cleaner, continue.
Sure. So I thought this was pretty good, and it was kind of hard to get down to exactly who had the higher point score in it, because it was tit for tat for the most part. I think what really did it, though, was that in this, Kel actually held more of a command of the argument, and it was just by a little bit, but it was enough that I felt overall she had the win on this.
Interesting. Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
I guess I'm the contrarian tonight. I would actually have to give it to Castle. I'd say he successfully defended her point from her barrage. She definitely was a lot better on this one, kind of hitting the key points that needed to be hit. She tried to undercut his claim about it just being the algorithm. I wish then he would have talked about the Obama era and Joe Biden era changes to Title IX, how we saw men falsely persecuted on college campuses, and how they've been going and actually winning those lawsuits in high amounts. But I didn't count it out for you that you didn't have a citation on the top of your head because now that everybody's me, you know what I mean? So you can blame social media. You did kind of concede to her is one of the parts I have standing out here. You kind of gave her that argument. Otherwise, I thought you really defended yourself well, and every time she would go on the attack, you said you gave a reason why, justifying a reason why she tried to oversimplify your argument. You kept coming in and reminding her this is how I closed that sentence. It didn't let her cherry pick away from you. I thought you withheld her barrage, but yeah, I'm the lame duck.
All right, so Castleman, I think you had this in the beginning, but you lost it because you don't have you don't have. I don't think you have enough of a depth on what feminism has done and what the true the reality is, right? Like, you know, that the number of false accusation has grown to the point that states like Florida, even California and some other states are enacting laws that make it so that if you file a false SA report, you can do the woman will do a lot of time for that because they had so many where these men were being falsely accused. You didn't have this is where Kel gets you because Kel has just enough information at her fingertips to be dangerous, and you didn't have any. Right? You're just like you were pure rhetoric, and that's okay a lot of times, but you didn't have like you didn't have that in something like a growing number of cases, it's the women who are actually the aggressors in assault and abuse cases in relationships. It's actually the women. And mostly because men are more willing these days to stand up and say, "Yeah, you're not hitting me, and I can't hit you because I'll go to jail. So I'm going to report you for assault." And so feminism has had these effects, but you just don't. You're not. So like I have that information because I debate feminists all the time, and I have to throw this in their face all the damn time. Confluence probably has this information. Cleaner has this information. I don't know if Jesus does, but I know Abe has this information. And but you're on the left, so you've been insulated, and you just don't have these weapons at the front. So you were kind of unarmed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The topic was something I had to pick from the left, and Kel, you did do a good job, Kel. So, and I went off total feel. So anything that was going into the data, I had some things in my mind, but I really didn't have too much. So I felt
just
like
all rhetoric.
Yeah,
and normally rhetoric probably would have carried the day, but again, Kel has debated us enough on this to have just enough information to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Grid, that was a really good way to say that Kel was more expressive.
I know.
Nice.
He's scared to compliment women.
True Kel Sims.
What did you think, Abe? And I'm gonna cam down for a minute. I got to take a leave.
So
I'll be right back.
I think that it's a crazy topic. I think that feminism was praised for all kinds of things, and then what we see happening is this weird conglomeration of movements coalescing into feminism, and it changed how we look at relationships. It changed how we work in the workplace with people. It changed everything. And so you have a huge swath of young men who, they are not confident because they've seen that a woman has the ability to either ruin their life while dating simply because they can make a claim about them, or they can marry this woman, and this woman could decide she's going to run off and take an adventure with someone else and then divorce him and take half his stuff. So then you have all these young guys going, okay, I could get an allegation right during my dating, I could get hit for stuff I didn't do. And then if I do finally get a good relationship, everyone around me I've seen gets divorced and loses half their shit. So what's the freaking point? So then you just have all these discouraged men everywhere going, well, I don't freaking know if this is even a good idea. Even if they meet a woman, then they're on their back foot the whole time, afraid that at any time she's going to turn on him. And then you have, like Kel was saying, all these social media campaigns out there for feminism that are telling women they should leave for better, they could do better, they do deserve better. And so that dude's like, I can only do what I can do. So if she decides at any point she's just going to leave and take everything or ruin my life, she could do that at any time. And it's just it's an unbalanced place to be. And I'm not saying that it's all women's fault. I'm saying that the way things have progressed is to this point. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm saying this is the way the system looks right now. I've been married for 17 years. I'm not looking for a woman, but when I look at what everybody's saying, I'm like, dude, I don't even know how it's possible. I don't know how you could even find somebody and date somebody and be trusting enough to make it work. And I've had, trust me, on my channel, I have young dudes come to me all the time asking, what do I do? And I'm like, dude, I'm looking at the system and I have no freaking clue. Like, I just built a relationship with my wife over time, and then we decided to get married, and we've stayed that way. Like, but all these new pressures are crazy to me. Just looking at it, it's like I don't even know what advice to give them. Be a good man, work your ass off, and have honor, and keep your morals. And that's all I can tell them.
And keep your head up.
Sometimes that's not enough.
Yeah, exactly. And just keep your head up. Like, I'm 35 and single. I'd love to be married with a family, but it's like, I'm a short dude, and I don't know if the brown thing makes a difference or not. But dating apps aren't really ideal for that, and nobody goes out in the world anymore. And
I met my wife on a dating app.
How tall are you?
6'3". I'm a 6'3" Giga Chad. All right.
All right. So take a foot off of that, and then see how many women are in your DMs. But like,
damn,
when
dude, what do they call you, a micropeen?
Hey, those
you should take a
things
foot off of that. Come on.
Hey, these
it was
two
a fair
things are
joke.
not correlated scientifically. I can prove it. But like when
It
I
was a fair
when we go
joke.
out to bars and stuff, then like I would do fine. But yeah, the way that both with with Rona and the dating apps, it's just too much. Hey,
look. Hey, even for an older guy, like I've just. Well, my wife passed in 23, and so recently I jumped back into the dating market. The women that are in my age group, like, no. Man, I was dating a woman. I was dating a woman for about 3 months, and fail you not, dude. Fail you not. The week after I gave her the D finally, she dumped me because I was sick and I wouldn't go hang out with her when she had a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I didn't want to get them sick. She broke up with me.
The D was probably bad.
I didn't want to get them sick.
The D was probably bad.
I've never had complaints. That's whatever.
Yeah, honestly, like
the point is like the point is more like, as soon as you give it to them, a certain level of crazy sets in their fucking head, and all of a sudden they think they own you in some way.
Wait, normally it's like the opposite.
Not that you're like equal in the
break up with you.
relationship. Not that like you're equal in the relationship, but like they think they own you and you have to do stuff and they're entitled now in some way.
Yeah, normally they get like hyper attached, not like break up with you when you give them the dig.
Yeah, no, that's
if you're that
that's
guy.
not what we're seeing nowadays, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. So your perspective is from the. I don't know if you're familiar with the channel Homath, but I know it's a silly name, but he does a really good job.
Yeah, we're very familiar with Homath.
Shout out
His
to
yeoman's
Homath.
work.
I interviewed him way before he blew up. But anyway, the perspective that you have as a decently attractive woman is going to be very different than what reality is, because you only see what you see, and you pass by 10 times as many men that you don't notice that you do notice. And I'm not saying you're wrong, how dare you, or anything. That's just the way the world works.
Well, I'm an acquired taste. We can all agree I'm an acquired taste. Like, I'm not
wait.
My bangs are like.
I want you to think about this, Cal. I want you to think about this. Most of the dudes on this panel could talk to 100 women, and maybe 1 or 2 of those women will say, "Yeah, let's sleep together." You could go to every single man, and most of them who are single will sleep with you instantly.
Yep.
There's a
That's
huge.
not true. That's just not true.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
literally just not
I mean,
true.
if you were if you were here and you were like, "Hey, let's go,"
That's
I mean,
true.
I'd be like, "All right, guys."
No,
dip out."
I'm in
That's
a
not, I'm
quiet
not trying to
place.
take you.
You
I'm
guys
not trying to
grow,
take
and
you.
that's just
I'm just saying it's
You guys
different
have
for
that goofy
dudes. I'm
I
saying it's
agree,
different for dudes
but
and
for you to
women.
think
It's
that
different,
every
but those
single
guys
person
won't commit.
that would
Yeah,
would
and
like
fuck
that's
with
the
you,
whole.
they would do
That's
is
whatever.
crazy.
I said if you were looking for sex only, if you were looking for sex only,
Yeah.
and it was 100 people you had to ask if they would have sex with you,
You know, that's
it's
actually
so
been
different.
done.
It's crazily offset. It's crazily offset.
You can go watch that.
Women look for different
Well, it
things than
depends
men
on the
do.
pool
Well,
of women
hold on,
and the pool
hold
of
on,
men that you
guys,
ask.
guys,
You could
guys,
go
guys.
find if you go to
No.
Comic Con. I bet you could get laid 100 times by 100 different girls.
Well,
Like,
here,
bro,
hold on.
you gotta go for,
So
like, the right audience. Like-
actually, we have data on this
Mm-hmm.
because Brian from Whatever, back before there was Whatever, he actually had a prank channel.
Yep.
And he actually, and this is back when he was a surfer, and he probably, he was pretty ripped for, for whatever, however much he weighed or whatever. He went up to 100 women in the street and said, "Hey, you want to go have sex?" I
They're
think
also on
zero,
camera. They're on
maybe
camera.
one or two was like,
no,
okay.
it was hidden cam.
They
It was
took a
hidden cam.
girl, just and not a super beautiful girl, just a kind of a plain looking girl. Like 98 dudes said, "Hell yeah, let's go right now."
I'm sure that's completely reliable research.
Kel,
They videoed every bit of it.
People never know it's
Reliable.
camera. Okay,
Now,
like
when the
bro.
disparity,
You
Kel,
can't see
the
it.
thing is-
Now, would you
the thing
agree
is,
that I, as
when
a
the
man,
disparity is a direct inverse, like when the disparity is a direct inverse, you can't
Let's
say.
do a challenge.
"Oh,
Does anyone else live in a
there's
big city?
No, hold on.
If anyone else on the panel is down to go out and ask 100 people, we can do our own
what I'm
research.
telling you. I'm trying to give you some information that'll help you with your statistics. Okay, when you
No,
have a
I don't care. Let's
small
go do our own
deviation,
statistics. If anyone
when you
else
have
on
a
this panel is
small
down to go ask
deviation in
100
data
people, I will
set,
too. But I guarantee you guys are being delusional.
Okay,
I'll take
close
that
your
challenge.
cum hole for a minute,
Women
Kel.
and men want different
Close your
things.
cum hole for a minute, Kel. All right.
Or
When you
what?
have a small
Puerco
deviation
or
in
what?
data, then you can say there might be something that was extraneous. When there's an inverse in the data, like 2 people out of
No, if
100
you're
said
asking me to
X
take data
thing,
from some random guy filming
98
for a YouTube
said X
channel,
thing,
then
that's
I'm
a
going to need
huge
independent studies.
disparity. That's
That's all.
not just because of a small metric change.
Kel, there's
okay?
been actual
That's a
studies on this.
huge disparity.
Psychologically, there's been actual studies
that's
where
true.
they actually do that, not just Brian's YouTube channel. There's been actual
but who
studies
knows?
where they
Like,
have
there's
people
so many
ask them,
factors,
why would
bro.
you argue this? Because like obviously men, they don't have any commitment with this. So obviously men will sleep with like a bunch of women. I mean, again, yeah, whoever mentioned Homath, Indian Jesus, yeah, I mean Homath, he has it right. Like obviously men are looking for different things than women. I mean, why would you argue that as a woman?
Kel,
you
No,
fucking
I'm
know
just saying.
that's
I'm just saying.
true.
I'm open to being swayed, but if ask
Okay,
me to
so-
take some random person's
Okay,
data,
I got
I
one
won't.
question for
Well,
you.
if someone wants to take me up on the challenge and we both ask 100
I know,
people,
but I have
I
one
will do
question
it.
for
But
you.
until
I got
then,
one
I'm not
question
going
for
to
you
take
that I
some
think will
random
solve this.
study
Challenge
from some
Kel, I
random
got one
person.
question for you that I think will solve this. Would you agree with me that as a man, I was born a man, I am a man, I do not have the
Allegedly.
experiential understanding of what it is to be a woman, right?
I mean, you look like you got more style and more hair than me.
Oh
but
my God, you're going to be
Or
such
So I
a
don't have the
fucking bad faith
so you
homo.
agree.
All right.
You
That-
agree that I don't have
we
the
can-
understanding of what it
you
is
know,
to live like
this
a
would
woman,
be a
right?
great.
And so
This would
you
be
don't
a
have
great
the
panel
understanding the other way
discussion
around.
one night,
That's it.
but right now we're doing the debate game. Anyway, Castle, I think that I think the problem that you had again was simply that you were using an all rhetoric argument and you just didn't have the factual information at your fingertips, and that I can't make it any more simple than that, because I do think that ultimately the argument is and all of the facts show that feminism is actually destroying modern relationships. So I don't think you can actually argue that successfully, but Kel did. Also, Kissy Cat is right. Isn't it men's fault? Isn't that men's fault? Stop fucking so easily. Don't give worthless women your time. Respect yourself more. Absolutely. However,
This
since
is such
the
a female
dawn of
thing to say.
time, since the dawn of time, it has been this way. When the Martians finally take over and the Empire finally defeats the rebels, it'll still be that way.
I actually categorically disagree with what Kissy Cat said, and the reason that I say this, and a lot of guys who have any kind of experience with more than one woman in their life will understand what I'm saying. Some women, they seem fairly normal. You give them the D, and the crazy comes out, and you don't want to give them the D the day after you marry them and find out they're crazy. So, this is the one argument I have against Christians on waiting for marriage. It's the only one I have. And it's because there's a number of women that are like this. They're nuts in disguise. And until you give it to them, you don't know.
On a long enough timeline, all women are crazy. It doesn't matter whether you give them the D or not.
That's a fair point. But the relationships, as men understand it, and this is, I would say most men understand this concept. When you pick a woman, you're picking a woman that has that one crazy that you can handle throughout life.
That's true. Because would you agree with this with the following statement? A very wise man told me this once, and I've never been able to disprove this statement. All women are crazy. The prettier they are, the more crazy they are. It gets a little better as they get a little older, but it never goes away. Would you agree with that statement?
I would vehemently disagree with that statement, but I would start by asking you to define crazy, I guess, right?
Yup. And so every guy knows who's going into a date with you if they've seen this show.
Yeah,
they know.
You kind of proved the point.
I don't think they have to know, see this.
Oh no,
show
they
to
fucking
the
know now.
moral.
Trust me, girl. They know.
Dude, they don't have to watch the show to figure it out. Trust me. Hilarious though.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Kissy Cat, $5 from the Kissy Cat. Just rub one out. Sounds like cope. It's also cheaper and safer, to be honest with you, because you just don't stick your dick in crazy and real crazy. Just don't do that.
And that's the point. Yes, it is cope. We are coping with the fact that the dating landscape has changed. We're not crying and saying, "Oh, well, why don't you like me?"
I like
We're
this
just saying,
guy.
Look, hey,
He
it's
can
different.
stay. He can stay.
Things have changed.
All right, so we got to get
complaining.
another. We do have to get another debate going because I do need to go to bed at some point tonight. Who do we have left? So I want to see.
I haven't debated yet.
Tyler, can you sit up in
You're
your chair
judge.
like a grown man? Same.
We can switch out. But,
I'm slumping. That's why. I was relating. Slumping
I
as well.
kind of want to see. The problem is that we have, which is shocking, by the way, we have 4 center right or full right and 1 lefty left.
I know they kept putting the lefties against each other. I was like, why are you making me take them all out like fucking like kids in
Rob raid.
I can't believe we got a raid.
Rob raid.
Yeah, Rob Norris sent us a raid.
Thank you, Rob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were there. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Come on in, Raiders. Have a great time. We're doing a debate.
Hold on.
Tonight.
Is Rob here? I have a debate challenge. I want to take on Rob's fucking chair right now.
You hear me?
That was hilarious yesterday. I got the, I'm surfing through and I say, "Oh, Rob's live," and I click over there and it's this stream is being hosted by Chair. What the fuck?
Damn, what
Chair?
have you been doing on your knees?
Chair was the man.
I was just going to ask that.
Chair had
I
it
was
down.
just- Kel, what fucking happened?
Oh my god, you guys! I fell down an escalator. That's so mean.
What fucking happened to you?
Yeah, she fell down an escalator. There's a video of it.
Yeah, I don't have that video, but I got.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you multiple times that I'm not fucking gonna. I fell down an escalator. I have scars now.
Yeah,
It's not.
you did. You almost fell up the escalator.
His name is Escalator.
By the way, guys, it's a little late in the show for this, but every now and again, you're gonna think that fuck that guy, or you're gonna want to argue with me. You're gonna want to yell at people, and just remember that.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
This is what feminism has produced.
Yep.
This is the result of feminism right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Where's your dad? Where's the belt that he's supposed to be harnessing?
She ran away from her dad last week. She was supposed to be down in California or wherever the hell she was, and she like this is driving me crazy.
That is not what happened.
You were crying. All I know. I don't actually listen when women cry.
I was not crying. I spent the week with him. I went home exactly when I was gonna go home.
Okay.
Slander. Wow. Slander.
$5 from Kissy Cat. If you have a panel related to this grid, I'll join. We'll do it. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow night. I haven't heard back from my supposed guest for tomorrow night. Maybe we'll do that.
Grid. Someone in my chat said, "I feel like Grid is an asshole to you." Thoughts?
I'm tough on Kel. I could be an asshole. I could be
quality.
Kel, your chat's all betas. That's the problem. That's all that is.
Testy was doing
I'm not here to save Kel. Let's put that one right out. I'm trying to help Kel come to the right because I would prefer her to be right than wrong. At any rate, so let's get these debates.
Fuck you, Big Two. Derek calls me a beta.
Anson, I think you're giving all the guys in Kel's chat a lot of credit calling them betas.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Ooh, wow. Well, not all of them. Some of them are okay. All right, so let's see. We lost Castle, which is unfortunate. I kind of want to see. Who do we have left? We have CT, Confluence, Indiana Jones. Indian Jesus.
I like that.
We have Abe Dinkus and we have Kel left. Yeah.
Jesus versus Abe would be a battle of the idols.
I know. I feel like that there's the atheist versus non-atheist kind of perspectives on a couple of different topics to go very interesting. And I think Confluence versus CT would be really good. I think that'd be a really good debate. And then whoever survives that could take on Kel, and we'll just leave Kel's the last person standing. Notice I didn't say man because I didn't check to see.
No, it's because I got the biggest balls here. We all know it.
Here you go.
You win, dude. You win.
No, nobody's checking. I can tell you that.
I don't want to.
Okay. All right.
I don't think that does you any service, though.
Right. Yeah, I think that's bad.
I
So
don't
which
feel like
of those two
arguing it.
pairs want to go first?
I would love to go. I don't have too much time.
Sure, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go. All right. Somebody is talking to me in chat, and I don't know what they were saying. Emmett, what was you said you would make time to schedule it? What do we?
Cat wants to get in on that debate with Cleaner about women going crazy after they get the D.
I'm gonna piss. I'm right here.
Is that a debate? I thought it was a discussion.
That wasn't a debate. That was a known thing.
That was just my personal
men know.
experience.
That's not a debate. It's just something men
I think
know.
there's science behind that one. All right, I'm kicking everyone in the back. CT we'll see in a few minutes. Confluence we'll see in a few minutes. Kel will definitely see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, Cleaner's gonna go rub one out.
Oh my gosh.
So
I mean, Cat
bad.
paid for it, so.
So bad. Cleaner.
You rub two out.
That's also gross.
Oh my gosh. What the shit?
I don't know, man. When it gets late, shit.
It gets goofy. You've been on my panel when we
it does. You're right. It's absolutely
when I did that 18-hour one. Everybody got so goofy by the end.
That was weird that you did that too. That was terrible. Well, Glenn did like a 30.
I know.
Hours. I don't know how long it was. It was long.
Too long.
Indian Jesus, I just got your message. I want to be out of here. I want to be out of here in like 30 minutes or 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is gonna be my last one. I'm gonna get him outside before all those treats gotta come out.
Yeah. I got you, man. I got you. I understand. I got you. All right, what do you guys want to debate? What's something you guys are passionate about these days?
So I brought up earlier the notion of the adherence to Christianity is holding back the right.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay. So
existence. I play that all day.
Wait. Okay, so are you? I don't want to get into it without actually debating it. So, are you in all ways it's holding back the right, or in particular ways it's holding back the right? Because is there something we could pinpoint?
Yeah, so
that we could argue about
in particular ways. There are particular ways that Christianity is holding back the right, and so then
from succeeding politically, or okay, I would debate this.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get it. Let's get it. Make it happen, guys. All right. We do have Joseph in the back too. He's joining a little late. We'll talk. I'll see if we can let him move forward. But for now, let's go. Let's get this going on. By the way, the grift has not flowed nearly as well as tonight. That's okay.
What do you need strings?
Give you guys a good show, no matter what. Who's got the affirmative on this one?
I think that would be you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it was.
Yeah. So my basic claim is that morality is largely the context in which people talk about Christianity or vice versa, and I think that we are at a place in this country where too many people have similar values, conservative values, Republican values, even maybe you want to call them Christian values specifically. But the fact is that there is too big of a population that simply cannot buy into the truth claims. Like myself, I was born into the church, all of that stuff, and I am not in control of believing whether or not God exists. And that, I'm smart enough to realize that, okay, just because I don't believe in God doesn't mean I need to throw Christianity away. But we look at the left and we know that they're not very intelligent, and that is what they tend to do. So instead of being able to have a moral structure that everybody can be a part of, and then also, if you like Christianity, be Christian, then there's Christianity on the right, or everything we hate about Christianity on the left. Same exact way they do with Trump. It's just very basic thing
that's your minute. That was you were just getting started too. It was good. All right. All right, Abe, when you're ready.
Okay. So I would say that Christianity, as much as people will say that there's too many different branches of Christianity, there would be a unifying principle within the belief in Christianity. And so when you have the same thing guiding and founding your moral principles, if you can agree upon those principles, regardless of whether or not somebody believes, those principles stand as a good. I say that unifying principle that is a foundational set for everyone to buy into helps immensely. I don't see how Christianity itself holds it back as much as people disagreeing on what principles should be the founding ones. And I would say that our nation's foundations are written into the Constitution and everything else, and most of that stuff has foundation in Scripture in some way, shape, or form. And so when we build a society, we need unifying foundations. And I think that Christianity works as a good unifying foundation, and that people don't have to buy into it in order to follow it.
That was perfect. Literally on the zero again. That is
We're professionals up here.
I know, right? I think he's got a timer sitting in front of him. All right. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's have a nice clean fight. Let's
So I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with you that it's about the reaction to Christianity, but that's specifically what I am talking about. The adherence to this must be Christian. You need Jesus, the type of language that we use, even on our money, in God we trust, go down the list. And whether it is justifiable that somebody might think, well, I don't believe in God, so if there's something that's about God, then screw that. I'm not even listening to that.
Right.
I can agree that could be a bad thing, but that doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of people who do that and then stop thinking. Whereas I agree with you again that we need a moral through line. But if there's aspects of that people aren't buying into, then you could have the best moral structure in the world, but it doesn't matter because nobody's following it.
So this is what I would say. I would say that people aren't going to sacrifice their Christianity just because the system itself doesn't agree with Christianity. The difference would be that Christianity can accept everyone to to take part in that society, but the other way doesn't happen, right? Because what we see is when you throw out Christianity and you allow secularism to take complete reins, they will push Christianity out in every possible way that they can.
That's too broad of a statement. Secular just means not religious. So if you're
Right.
specifically talking about people in 2025 who happen to be not religious, their ideas it doesn't mean secular values or secularity in general.
The problem would be this, right? When you look at any society that has taken on more secular values and allowed for that to thrive rather than allowing everything to thrive, you see Christianity pushed to the wayside. When you look at Norway was a very Christian-centric nation. They pushed it out of their government completely, and it died in their entire community. Like it's fallen away.
So we shouldn't do that as Americans, as we are a Christian country. Like these values should be a central part of who we are as a nation. But that doesn't mean that we need to act as if there's a litmus test that if you believe this specific thing, that everybody has a different definition of what God even is, then you're not in the club. I don't think we could disagree that your average atheist is a POS because they don't have that guiding principle. And I'm saying that if Christianity is a great principle, but it doesn't apply to them, then we need to come up with a better principle or a better story or a better through line or a better
right.
moral
But I would say that most Christians that I know, that I associate with, don't have any expectation that you have to come to Christ, that you have to do anything. They want you to follow the moral through line, but they're okay with you believing whatever you want to believe, so long.
Average leftist atheist thinks?
I have no idea what most of them hate God. Hate God.
Right.
There's a difference.
And so the reason for that is because of things like it being shoved down their throats and realizing that it's not true. And so again, we're not here to debate whether or not God does exist or Christianity is true. But if you are an individual who has followed Christianity and then you come to the realization on your own that, oh, I've been lied to my entire life about how to live and all of this stuff, then it makes perfect sense why you'd want to throw it all away. And so instead, if we have a moral structure that includes these same values, if I come from over here and land on these values and you come from over here and land on these values, then we are all together, and all these hedonistic people who don't want to be, they're in another group and we win.
But I don't see how that means Christianity is holding back the right. At that point, it's the people outside of Christianity holding back the right. It has nothing to do with the people in it, because if we act as good moral agents who are upright people and we don't try to force Christianity on anyone, then how exactly is Christianity the problem?
Well,
how is people hating Christianity?
We don't have that world. We already have the world where it's been pushed on everybody. So maybe in a different world, in a different universe, you might be right. But
in the past, that's my issue.
In the past, where people like myself have been alive and been subjected to it and are continue to subject to it. And I'm not
in your family or outside your family.
Both.
Because
and again, it's not to say that I'm sitting here crying about it, but other people are. Oh, God is this and church is that, and I have religious trauma, blah, blah, blah. When if we can just have a similar type of story with the same type of morals that people will actually follow, that will be better because they will follow it.
There's no such thing. They're going to push against anything that you push forward because every religion has the exact thing that you're talking about. Every moral system you have has people that.
How do you know where human intelligence goes in the next 50, 100, 250 years?
I'm saying people will stand against something so long as they feel jaded by it.
Answer my question. How do you know? You said that can't be done. How do you know what's going to happen in the future?
I'm saying that if people are standing against Christianity,
what's going to happen in the future?
Because human behavior has always dictated this behavior.
So everything
that's what we see.
So everything that was is exactly how everything is going to be. The future is going to be exactly like it was. Is that
have there been people? Have people stood against Christianity in the past?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do they stand against Christianity today?
Yes.
Will they continue to stand against Christianity in the next 5 years?
Yes.
Then
notice how do we? Your questions? Can you answer my question? How do you know the future?
Because human behavior is predictable, and we've seen it.
Why are you lying? You don't know the future. You have no.
I'm not saying I know the future. I'm saying human behavior is a predictable metric.
It can't happen. That's talking about the future.
This is a really good long form debate.
You think all of a sudden everyone will just accept something?
No, I never said.
Well, then why would?
Well, who said all of a sudden? Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, you said in the next 50 years. That's one lifetime.
That was giving examples.
50 years is one lifetime.
How long did it take for Christianity to take hold?
Guys,
was that one day? Was that overnight? Or
no, generations.
All right. For 30 years.
All right, guys.
They're very passionate.
I love it. Actually, I've had these kinds of discussions with Lunch in the past. So.
Abe. Good game.
Yeah.
This will be a good long format one. So I'm going to start out with.
We should do that sometime.
I'm gonna start out with Tyler. Only Tyler can judge Tyler.
Exactly. All right, so we had morality and Christianity is essentially out of step with certain factions in the United States and their version of morality. We should embrace something more that has a freedom of religion, maybe based off of religious morals, and not actually pushing God because that isolates people. Whereas Christianity is a universal factor tied into the party. It's a foundation, an inviting foundation that holds the right-wing ideology together, and it's a necessity. And I kind of needed Abe to follow up a little more with his introduction in that regard. I feel like in ways you stuck to it, but you also somewhat abandoned it. You could have said something along the nature of like, well, you did say once you start inviting seculars in, they force it out, but he called it out as future telling, fear mongering. We don't necessarily know that. We've seen these work together in the past. I feel like I needed to see more. I feel like I needed you to analyze his cost benefit analysis, and you didn't. Like 70% of the country is Christian. If you would have said, why are we pandering to this small group of fucking crazy people that are losing elections and no one likes them, I would have been like, okay, then yeah. But you didn't really challenge that it's hurting politically. You just said it's what the party believes in. It's our foundation. It's a good thing. And I feel like his political element wasn't met to the point it needed to be to refute his claim.
Fair.
So you gave it to who?
Jesus, IJ.
Jeebus. All right, go ahead, Cleaner.
I think it was. I think it was pretty close. I think they both started out fairly strong, but throughout the context of the argument, the tit for tat and the way that the command structuring was falling, it wasn't like one of them had monumental more command than the other. I do think that Lutch had just a little bit more command of where things were going. I think that Abe did a really good job of trying to refute the questions that he was giving, and I give point scores for each of those. I think overall, I think Lutch did a little bit better this time.
Anson?
Yeah, I think Kel won that one because she was more expressive.
Oh my God!
Fucking stump.
Simp harder, Anson. Simp harder.
So, in terms of actual scoring, I thought that this was the best debate of the evening so far. Y'all didn't talk over each other. Y'all were actually able to articulate points. Your openings had positions, and then you tried to, restate your positions and refute your opponents and do internal critiques on both sides. It was a masterful debate. Y'all both have a lot of experience. It'd be hard for me to tell you anything that would help you improve. So I'm just going to tell you, I gave Indian Jesus a 2 and Abe a -2. So, Indian Jesus got that one.
Thank you.
All right. Abe,
Nice work,
took it on the
Lutch.
chin, buddy.
Hey, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
And Lutch was in good form, so.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And this is kind of my bread and butter. Like, this is my whole thing, is that, like, guys, we have this huge divide that we could just bridge. And having lived as a Christian and now being very a strong agnostic atheist, it's just too clear for me not to push this. And maybe I'm wrong, but I do believe that one day we'll be able to get to a place where we have the story that we need, and the morality will follow.
I'll say this much, Lutch. We're all trying to build bridges some direction.
Yeah, Indian Jesus, you seem to be confused. I said you won the debate, not that your argument was good.
Oh, wow. And that's from another atheist, too. Wow, that hurts.
So I won with a...
Oh, can you read the super chat, please?
Who's that?
It's your food. That's terrible.
Wow, I actually expected her to try and talk with her mouth full.
Yeah, that would be on brand.
A young Rowena, that makes sense.
Cal kind of reminds me of Rowena the Witch from the show Supernatural. Rowena.
All right.
I'll have to look
Do
her
you have
up.
a son? Do you have a son named Crowley?
Is that
Yes.
a thing? Is that like?
She was aborted.
It's terrible. It's terrible. 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 Well, Abe, you win some, you lose some.
Thanks, gents.
Wait,
Kidding,
lady,
kidding.
have a good night.
All right.
Later, Abe. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Have a good night, you guys.
See
what?
you, Abe. Thank you for
What,
thank
pussy?
you for coming by, man.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right, let's see.
He said that, Kelly.
All right, so we're gonna do Joseph. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, thanks for having me up.
Okay.
Cam up, pussy.
Yeah, it's kind of a rule.
I have cammed up in the past. I don't like to do it often.
Yeah, that's great. Neither do we, but we're here.
So
Is it non-negotiable?
Joseph, hold on, guys. Joseph, did you come in with the raid?
I don't have a YouTube channel, Grid.
No. Did you come in with the raid from Rob's channel? Maybe I'm not being clear. So the thing is, we're playing.
Are you a
games
Rob
now.
viewer?
You know who Rob?
Hold on a second. My
Okay,
mic's
so no,
acting
he
up.
didn't come in the raid. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, okay. So it's Mike.
It's just a safety thing.
All right, Joseph. So did you come in with the raid from Rob Noor? Maybe I'm not working.
No, you are. Yeah, we hear you.
He's muted, so
Yeah,
muted?
I'm getting.
Yeah, he's
my
muted.
spidey senses are tingling, bro.
You said something. What'd you say, Joe?
He was talking.
Maybe he's
Now
a Democrat and retarded. Let me try. I speak both languages. Hey, Brian.
Oh man, that hurts.
That was funny.
That was classic.
He said in the chat his mic is acting up.
Okay, Mike
well,
is
Grid,
that.
you said me and CT on a religious topic, so I'm kind of gassed for that, you know.
Okay, let me read the
You an
chat.
atheist too, Conflicts?
No, the opposite.
Interesting.
So the what we're doing. What we're doing tonight is the debate game, and part of the debate game requires that when you're debating or that you're cammed up. So I understand that most people, some people don't want to do that. I get that. I understand. It's totally cool. But it's not fair for Jeebus over there to be debating a blank screen, not knowing if there are 10 people back there with a crazy supercomputer debating him. And that's why because I actually had that experience. I was debating somebody.
Or they're just fat. I don't want to debate fat people.
Sorry.
Too bad.
Or if they're just fat. I don't want to debate fat. Just kidding.
Well, I mean, I had early on. I had somebody come onto my show, and it was supposed to be just one dude, and I promise you, there's at least 3 people, debate that I was debating against, and I just, so I didn't know any better than to make people came up from debating, and so it's just my deal. Since Indian Jesus won twice, absolutely subscribe to all the channels. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. So Joseph, are you back? I really can't wait because we again, I'm trying to roll through this. Joseph, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put everybody in the back. We've already just established that CT and Confluence are our next debate. So you're welcome to pop back into the back. But for now, I have to move on to the next debate.
CT, you're an atheist, agnostic?
I'm Christian.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. You have a cross around your neck.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
So,
we got to find a topic then, brother.
You're fine. I mean, I've
I'm trying to get rid of you. There you go. All right. Okay. All right. We're back. Here we go.
So I know I've had a lot of these types of debates with Indian Jesus because he is atheist, and I've talked about a lot of stuff with him. But if we're both on the same page as far as like Christianity, we might want to find a different topic.
I wasn't. I don't have any interest in constantly debating religious topics. We can do anything. You guys could talk about feminism. You can talk about.
Are you left leaning, right leaning?
I'm more right.
Oh, fucking Christ. Charlie Kirk cancellations, Jimmy Kimmel. Are you pro the cancel culture stuff? Are you anti?
You can talk about relationship stuff, like are women are women responsible for the not just feminism, but are women more to blame for the relationship issue because of hypergamy or whatever? I don't know how well versed you guys are in that sphere. Just
it's on modern dating.
Yeah.
Well, what do you feel strongly about, CT?
I mean, I could do the dating topic. I could do Civil War topic. I could do cancel culture.
What side of cancel culture?
I would say I'm against cancel culture.
Okay. So I would say post Charlie Kirk, I think the right-wing cancel culture is justified. Would you disagree?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. We got a fucking debate.
Let's fucking do it. All right.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Let me know what we got to have a very clear prompt so the judges and I know what we're listening to.
That I would say post Charlie Kirk, broadly, the right-wing efforts to cancel people is justified.
Is just what?
Is justified.
Justified.
I would say it's not.
Oh, interesting. All right. That's bold. That's bold. I like it. I like it a lot. That's bold. That's all right. Hold on. Sorry.
I don't know if I can back it up, but
all right. So who's the affirmative? You're the affirmative, Confluence? All right. Just start talking when you're ready, man. We'll make it work.
Okay, I think by cancel culture, we have kind of cucked that term, and I think no one is absolutely against cancel culture. Cancel culture is supposed to be if you have slightly heterodoxical opinions, or if you've made edgy jokes, or if you've done some minor infractions. I think with people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, that goes above and beyond, and we would obviously accept that in any other scenario. I think Schadenfreude is one of the worst things. It's a cancer on the human soul, and so I think for us to maintain a country and not descend into vigilantism and mob justice, we have to crack down on people, whether that's firings, whether that's Jimmy Kimmel, whatever it is. We need to do that or we will lose our country as we know it. I think it is that severe, and I think we're at that pressing point.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that you were done. All right. Are you ready, CT?
Yep.
Okay.
I would start off by saying I'm not a First Amendment absolutist, but I will say Charlie Kirk does not stand for squashing of the freedom of speech. If you're going to use Charlie Kirk's name to invoke that type of argument, that's false. He stands for the freedom of speech across all medias. That's what he died for. And when it comes to comparing the left or the right to the squashing of someone's ability to use the freedom of speech, that's an unfair balance, because the whole point of it is to have the freedom of speech. And by that nature, I mean that I'll simplify it like this, and I'll end it with this. If we don't have the freedom of speech, we don't have the freedom to be wrong. And that is a very key point in saying you don't have to be right, but you have the freedom to be wrong.
All right. That was good timing. All right, guys, let's keep it clean, concise, if you can. And just start when you're ready.
Okay, so my main point was that the quote unquote cancel culture we've seen since Charlie Kirk's death has been justified. Would you commit that there's no freedom of speech? I admit a lot of stuff is protected by the First Amendment, but would you say there's no First Amendment speech you can say that would justify you from facing real world consequences, including losing your job, getting expelled from school, getting an FCC violation, etc.? Would you say you can just say anything and any consequence is bad?
I didn't say you can say anything. I'm not a free speech absolutist. But what I will say is that the depending on what your speech is, there's a very clever way you can phrase it to where it's not against the law. If you call
No, we're not talking about law. We're not talking about law. To be clear, again, a lot of like celebrating death is First Amendment protected. I want to make it clear we're not talking about the First Amendment. I'm saying, do you think let's say when JFK was assassinated, if a school teacher celebrated JFK's death, you agree they would have been fired, right? Like in the past, they would have lost their job. If a Republican was like, "Oh, good, I'm so glad JFK was killed. I love that Jackie Kennedy was like weeping over his body," you would say they should be fired, and they would have been fired, right?
But Commonwealth, even that is subjective and semantic. There's a reason why when
No, it's not subjective. I'm saying, would they have been fired?
There's a reason why when JFK's wife took to the media after her husband was assassinated, she was wearing the same suit that was covered in his blood.
With all due respect, that's not my question. I'm asking, would they have been fired?
But
would a school teacher have been fired if they celebrated JFK's death openly?
I can't say.
Do you think it would be wrong if they were fired?
Yes.
So so you're basically a free speech absolutist, except when it comes to what is directly against the law. Is that your stance?
No, because that's not. You've said two conflicting things. You've said one. So, what's your point? Do you think people should be able to praise people's deaths?
I think that there is an Overton window, and I think there's certain actions that fall so far outside the Overton window that they should have consequences to them.
That's a fair point to say we're at the Overton window. The Overton window, by definition, is saying we're at the shifting of moral grounds. That's what
I think we've shifted beyond the point that we can maintain a cohesive society. I think if you're celebrating death, you're going to lead to more vigilante justice. I've seen people on TikTok call for Erica Kirk's death and Charlie Kirk's kids' deaths. That is so far beyond anything that you should absolutely face consequences. You can't live in a world like that.
We're saying two different things, and I'm very much against what's happened to Charlie Kirk and the way people are speaking out against it. But I'm saying to use his name as a catalyst to try to reduce a person's freedom of speech is not.
I'm not saying a catalyst. I'm saying if someone has said something that is so heinous as to destroy the culture of the country,
I'm saying
do you not think it's fair? Not legal action, but do you not think it's fair that people would contact their employers?
I'm saying not only would I disagree, I'm saying Charlie Kirk would disagree.
I don't see any reason why you think he would.
Because Charlie Kirk did not say we should fight speech with silence. He said we should fight speech with better speech.
Yes, but that's such. Charlie Kirk obviously didn't want violence. I'm not talking about violence, but I'm talking about Charlie Kirk. Of course, I mean I don't want to argue on what he would believe, but obviously there is a line. You have to admit there's a line of conduct, right? If someone said we should, I don't want to say something TOS, but if we should blank all blank people, and they were like a senator, they would probably be canned. If they were a school teacher, they would be canned. There is a certain amount of decorum we expect, and we shouldn't call that cancel culture. If you want to define it as cancel culture, you can, but that's in my mind ridiculous. There's a line that you cross, a Rubicon that you can't come back from, that you should face consequences.
I'm telling you, because of our First Amendment of our Constitution, the Rubicon does not exist.
You keep going back to the First Amendment. I'm not talking legal. I'm talking about what we want for a society.
Stop interrupting me, please. I'm saying unless you're calling for the specific and actionable words to hurt someone, if you're speaking in a loose, subjective form, it is protected free speech, and that's what everyone is.
I will repeat, that is not the prompt. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying the people contacting employers, people expelling, that is justified. I'm not talking about arrests. I'm not talking about First Amendment violations. I'm talking specifically about actions that the public is taking against people who have done bad things.
No, but you're talking about a broad sense of you said the Rubicon. The Rubicon is a broad.
Did he lose his mic or what? Okay. All right. Well, it is time to judge. Those were great arguments. It was a little. I actually got a little confused on that one, but that's okay. Let's
Let's start with Anson.
Yeah, I really love it when people do lefty arguments. Confluence, he used the standard emotional appeal, which is pretty much the only thing leftists have since they don't have logic. And so that's the route that you need to go down, right? And one word of advice: don't use big words when you're debating, because the audience is dumb, right? Like what's a Schadenfreude? Like I have no fucking clue, right? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Word? Is
I'm
that
a
a
standard,
fucking big word?
I'm a standard. No, I'm a standard American. I don't want to learn things. Don't tell me, okay?
Fucking Christ.
Freud's a very sarcastic person.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Whatever.
it's not. No, it's not. It's feeling joy
Hey,
in
I'm
the suffering of
judging
others. I thought
confluence.
that was the normal
Judge.
word.
I'm judging.
It is.
So
It is confluence.
So
Thank you.
So CT,
Everybody
you got
knows
a -4, and Confluence, you got a -1. So I judged Confluence as the winner, even though his position is categorically wrong.
The toughest judge I've ever seen in my life.
Jesus, fuck.
Go ahead, Tyler or Cleaner, whoever wants to go.
So cancel culture is cucked. We're overusing the word. We need to claim it back. You're basically arguing for social repercussions to people's speech that doesn't necessarily violate the First Amendment. He agreed with you. He agreed with you that was true, but we shouldn't be doing it in Kirk's name. You said, I'm not doing it in Kirk's name. He kind of went back to that point. Like you said, you're doing it independent of Kirk because a certain line is being crossed in the social order. And if we don't stand up to it now, the grounds will shift to where this is acceptable. We need to, this is crossed a line that needs to be uncrossed. And I just didn't hear the proper counter argument for that. You did veer off into, you said you weren't talking about the law, but then you asked him a question based on the law. So I see why he got a little confused with that and kind of went down that route a little bit. But generally, I think what you started with in your introduction was generally completely true at the end of the debate.
And?
Oh, sorry, Confluence. My bad.
Okay. All right. All right, Cleaner.
Oh man! Did Confluence already get 2?
Yeah, you're the lame duck.
It was pretty close. I would have said CT by 1 point, and that was mostly because he didn't lose his cool while he was going through all of this. He did get Confluence a little razzed up once or twice. And so it made it look like CT had more command over what was going on in the conversation. And appearance is a big thing whenever you have audiences watching. If they can see you real calm and collect, they tend to favor your point a little bit more. Whether or not they understand it, it's a social brainwashing technique. So overall, I think CT got it by just 1 more point because he had that cool and collect to what he was doing.
All right.
And Kel got a -6, by the way. Welcome back, Kel.
Yeah, CT, to piggyback on what Cleaner said, because I didn't give you any feedback, I just gave Confluence feedback. What I see you do is you have like a very slow tempo, and that's that even keeled command thing that I think Cleaner's talking about, where you don't get razzed up. Sometimes it is appropriate to change your tempo. You can maintain your composure, but there may be some they could even be like canned phrases that you generate that you're accustomed to in debates, where you basically ask like a set of questions that you have lined up in advance, or systems that you have set up to test someone else's logic, right? Like you can plan in advance what some of your talking points are going to be and change your tempo, because I can tell that you're a very thoughtful person, and I think it slows you down a little bit because you're actually I can see you thinking during the debate.
We got a little bit of that fire when you said stop interrupting me. He got a little bass in his voice, and I was like, oh, maybe he's about to come with it, but he just
That's a decent amount of insight, Anson.
I need you
Not
to
bad.
drop that second shoe harder.
Yeah.
I think his mic was cutting out a bit in his defense. I feel like sometimes I couldn't hear him, so I just kept going.
But I like how when Tyler is using this phrase of the other shoe dropping, it's like you're building up to something, but you're not bringing it all home. And I'm just saying, good job, Tyler.
For me, I think it's the third time tonight that I've seen someone concede a debate in the middle of their debate. I think it's maybe we're just the topics are just kind of too close.
Are you saying
to even?
If I may, Grid, can I inquiry the group and see if anyone wants to bite on my topic?
To that point, though, are you saying I conceded the debate?
Yeah. Well, you basically said that it was you agree, but you don't want it done in the name of Charlie Kirk, and I think you said that twice. And because he wouldn't want it that way and all of that, and I understood that. And while that's not a concession of the whole argument, it's a concession of a pretty important point optically, right? Like, it's a throwaway point. It's just a throwaway point. There's no point in saying it at all, other than, and you could have said it better by just saying, I just don't. I actually, if I had been against Confluence on this, I would have said, you agree with me that Charlie Kirk would never want this to happen, right? In his name, us going around canceling people like leftists. And that is a much stronger technique against Confluence, because Confluence is going to sit there rationally and attempt to pick you apart. So what you do with him is you go bombastic and put him on that back foot. And then he now has to answer, well, no, I don't think Charlie Kirk would want that. And before he could say, but, I would say, well, then we agree on that. And now, so why are you for what is effectively a leftist position? And why should I support that? And then you beat Confluence.
I mean, I definitely see your feedback, but I think you saying I agree that my point
is your mic cut out there? I'm sorry.
I definitely see your feedback, but I think you saying that that me doing that in the middle makes me agree with him. I would say that
it's just a bad optic. In the judge's head, you lose points, you lose position, right? And this is unfortunately, while I like to have pleasant discourse, this is literally about bludgeoning your opponent about the head with reality that you want him to see.
Okay, but Grid, I don't like you giving out the cheat codes on how to beat me. I don't appreciate it. Over here. Just keep that to yourself, you know.
That's why I don't get to play.
I'll be. Hey, it took a couple to find the top. We did this to try to find something to agree about.
Your mic keeps cutting in and out.
Your mic is cucked.
All right. Thank you.
It's okay. You did great, man. Come back. I can't wait to see more of your work, man, because I think you really put some thought into it, and you have some potential there.
I enjoy this. I think your mic quality, I think it honestly hurt a lot, because I think a lot of times I think you were like clipping out and that let me keep going. So I honestly think there's like some technical issues that like gave me.
No, it's fair. I'm on my iPhone right now, so it's not.
Yeah, that makes sense. Apple phones suck ass. Yeah.
Yep. Samsung.
Apple, the iPhone's good at everything except being a phone.
Facts.
All right, so you're welcome to hang out, but we got to move on to the next battle. And who shall that be? So now we've got 3 left. We got Confluence, Jeebus, and Kel.
Am I open to that, Grid?
So I don't know if you were able to hear me. So this is a debate game that we're playing right now, and part of the game is that your opponent has to be able to see you on camera, so that they know that they're facing only you, and they can read your facial expressions. We can see your arms flutter about when you're angry. Hiding behind a blank screen in this type of setting is just we can't do that. Now I have in the past I've made mistakes and allowed that, but we've been really clear about that for a while now. So you're welcome to propose a topic, but
I'll pose the topic and maybe you guys will bite onto it and I can listen to it in the background. The one that I wanted to bring up is I'm a conservative. I wanted to fight conservatives on the wanting to justify ICE masking or any type of federal enforcement being able to use a mask. I think that's really interesting.
I don't think federal agents should be able to use masks as much as random people that hop on panels should be able to use a mask. You know, I'm advocating for abolishing all masks.
That's actually really smart of you, Kel, to bring up that sort of
You're fighting
connection.
like a member of ICE right now, bro.
ICE is like
I think that anonymity is a problem in our culture, and it allows people not to stand behind what they say. And you can extrapolate that. You're right, Kel, all the way down. But anyways, I'll let you guys get back to it.
How can you say that?
maybe I'll came up sometime.
Yeah. I may have to think about that topic, but I think it's okay. I mean, it's an okay topic. I don't know that it's going to play tonight, but that's cool. It's an interesting thing with the masking of federal officers because, obviously what we're seeing, unfortunately, in modernity, we see a lot of doxing and that sort of thing. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm a fence sitter. I could be swayed, maybe.
Privacy is not a right, Rid.
I don't personally.
Privacy is not a right. You're right. That's true.
I mean, I don't see a problem with it because as it is, we have undercover agents and they have to have their anonymity secured in order for them to do their job and find the bad guys. And I mean, that is kind of a right of the lesser of the masses to be able to retain their anonymity and be able to do their job. So like for me, I totally understand why they have that, and I don't think they should be forced to
there's
dox
leftists
themselves.
I can argue now.
Or push like
Families.
crazy fucking.
Yeah, there's leftists doxing people's families. ICE attacks are up by 1,000%. There's been 3 mass shootings on ICE facilities in the last 6 months. These people are under fire. They're being attacked by violent radical leftists. Our ICE officers with masks on are the same reason Batman wears a mask. And if you
I'm really glad the lefties saying
I could
that.
argue against that.
No, that's wrong, Tyler. That's stupid, right? So just
You do actually have a right to privacy, though.
Yeah. Just because
Not when you're a government official.
Just because the government hasn't done its job and rounded up all the leftists and put them where they belong doesn't mean they get to hide behind a mask.
Ooh,
there's reasons why the federal government can't go after state protesters.
Those reasons should be revisited.
Just like the fucking ICE agents shouldn't be able to hide behind their masks. So I don't think. Okay, fine. If I agree with you, then I grant you that. Maybe ICE agents shouldn't be able to fucking hide behind that either.
There's a reason why. No, there's a reason why Bukele has an 85% approval rating in El Salvador. He has the right model.
I'm not arguing models. I'm just arguing the police have to play within the model they have now in front of them.
You're saying government gets to hide behind a mask. They should do it all out in the open.
No, I disagree. I mean, we're not talking about politicians. Politicians are the face of the state. People need to know who they are, whatnot, like that. Your government workers that are at government facilities that deal with civilians every day, like that makes sense. I understand why they shouldn't be masked up. Your guys who are in law enforcement and their job is to literally catch a bullet or kill the bad guy, end item result. That's a necessity for them.
When the Founding Fathers published the Federalist and the Anti-Federalist papers, they did it under pen names. They did it for a reason. You protect your family first and foremost. And if you're going to put the chilling effect on me to risk my family's life to further the country, then you're just not going to get the furthering of the country anymore.
Yeah, I like the leftist is the one saying this because I'm on the fence on this. So I really am. I understand both sides of the argument. I sympathize with both sides of the argument. However, while an ICE agent in and of themselves going out and doing their job, fine, much like when I was younger, I didn't really care. However, when you start when we start having the reality of people doxing people's families and things like that, which I'm not sure, and I'm not even sure where I'm at on doxing even, but it's
you have to be careful because this is a TOS related.
I know. I'm skirting, but I got it.
I
Well,
post on
we're gonna have
TikTok.
to
So I
move
can use
on.
TikTok language to be the anti-ice mask person.
Yeah.
I need that.
So what we got to do here now is we got to get a debate. So should it be Confluence and Kel? Confluence. Look, I'm getting all kinds of signals here from the lefty. What
I'm trying to land a plane over here. Sorry.
Trying to land a plane. Should it be Jeebus versus Kel? It doesn't seem like a fair fight.
Yeah, I know. You just don't stand a chance.
I'll take it easy.
Yeah, Amy, you have a point. She's got the answering vote already.
She does have those feminine wiles.
That's right. Those wiles are called boobs.
You got to go 2-0 on judges that will be fair to you.
Taking on all comers.
It's so bad, Anson. It's so bad. He's not denying any of it. Not one word of denial.
She's sedated.
All right, I'm okay with Kel versus Jeebus if they want to do that.
I'm down.
All right, cool. All right, what do you want to debate?
We can go a number of different areas. Seems like dating stuff might be a good place to start. Like I don't know, something specific on dating or feminism or women's rights or something like that. Is she alive?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty apolitical. I
She's
can go
thinking.
anywhere.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I'm pretty apolitical these days. More of a pacifist.
So how about something like most men are invisible to women? Does that work? Or is that too vague?
It's too vague.
And that is a little too vague, and it's really not that's like a statement, not a debate topic. Now, let me go over here to my DGen category. I do have a DGen category of debate topics. Thanks, Anson Knowles, by the way, for providing those. Lord, please help me. All right. Sorry, I've got to get into the. Those are hidden deep in the vault, where they should never see the light of day, and yet they do. All right. So,
yeah, I get to repeal the 19th. I mean,
how can okay?
What did you have? I prefer
Repeal the 19th is great. You guys want to do repeal the 19th?
I could. I don't love it. What did you have?
I got a couple. This is so unfair to Kel. Should alternative sexual practices be embraced as personal freedom or scrutinized for their broader influence?
I would say both. So,
but yeah, that's such a vague debate topic, honestly.
Okay, all right.
But no, I feel like it's a good premise. I just feel like it lacks.
Let's just do the 19th. Let's just do the 19th. Let's do it.
Like the
do what now?
We should repeal the 19th Amendment.
I got you. I love that. I love the energy. This is awesome. Kissy Cat is nixed DGen, no DGen. Although there was no check with that. I'm just and we will honor the wish. No DGen.
All right.
Some DGen? No. All right. Okay. So what is our topic and who is the?
Before we start, can I actually pull up the actual amendment?
Yeah. Well, actually, can we how about this? Should women, or pardon me, hold on. Should universal suffrage be the law?
Okay, I would go with no on that.
Because that's what we have right now, right? We have anyone,
And you'd say
once
yes.
you're 18, you can vote.
In the U.S.
Male,
right?
female.
US,
Yeah,
maybe.
right. Obviously,
Yeah.
we're speaking in the U.S.
Yeah, okay.
Adults in the U.S. Yes. Okay.
Great,
yeah.
great. Okay.
So which side are you on that, Kel? You think everybody should have the right to vote?
No shit, Sherlock. Yes, sir.
And Jeebus is already shaking his head. No.
I mean, I kind of
There's
do.
some
but,
dumb
you
people
know.
out there. Why do you want the dumb people to vote? I mean, I'm sorry, making his argument for him. All right, so, oh boy, this is good. That's real good. All right.
Anybody out there? I don't actually want to repeal the 19th, but I definitely
Yeah.
think it could be done and wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. All right. So you are the affirmative.
Like you just preface
Jeebus?
your argument undermining your own argument. That I'm like, then how are we even supposed
I
to
did
make
that
like-
before. And
okay, well that's just like a pussy cop out move. Well, I'm like, oh well, I don't actually believe this. Then it's like, okay, well, then your argument
I'm
doesn't
trying
mean
to.
anything.
I was. Then you should be very. It should be very easy for you to knock it down.
Yeah. All right. So Jeebus is the affirmative. He says it should be done away with. Kel, you said, or no, pardon me. He says he believes in. No, wait, Kel, you are the affirmative, because
affirmative
you
of
believe in universal suffrage, and he says no. So, Kel, are you ready?
That okay, hold on. Let me back up the VOD. I'm like, I'm 99% sure that's not the way you phrased the initial question.
What would you? What? We don't
Hold
have
on,
to
I'm gonna back up
What would
my
you like to
VOD
do?
because I'm like, let me fucking back up my
So
own.
what would you?
Would there be universal?
I'm pretty
suffrage?
sure you're on the affirmative. I'm pretty sure, like the initial way that we phrased it. I'm, like,
I'm
hold
pretty
on.
sure I'm not. So wait, are you saying then that you were against? Because sure, if you want to argue against universal suffrage, I could take that
No,
too. But I don't
I'm
think
just
that's
saying.
what you
I
do.
think we formatted the question differently the first time. Let me back up my VOD
Well,
for a second.
the first time
why does
it
that matter?
was-
You want everybody to have the vote, and I'm arguing that everybody shouldn't.
Right, but you're saying that it would be a net better for like that's how we first started talking about it, is that it would be better for society for women to not be able to vote. So I'm like, you should be
Well,
on the affirmative. Right? You should be making
Right,
the
but that.
Okay. I mean,
For
if you
whatever
wanna do
reason,
that.
you guys didn't like
you wanna do that, I'll
yeah,
take
well,
your
I'm
affirmative.
not going to make the initial statement. I will make
yeah,
follow-up
sure.
argument.
It's fine.
But he should make the
That's fine.
initial
He
statement.
can.
Okay.
You know what?
So then,
arguing
the
that
go out of
universal
order.
suffrage
That's
should
fine.
not exist.
Guys.
I will argue against it, but I'm not going to make the affirmative
You
argument.
can go. We can very easily reverse this. We can simply say that universal suffrage should not exist, and that puts it right where we need it. Okay, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay. All right, you ready there, Jeebus?
Yeah. Give me a second here. All right, so, I mean, the idea that everybody should have a vote is already not the way that it works, and we all, well, according to the laws, agree that there are certain limitations on who can and can't vote. You know, obviously, namely children and felons. Originally the vote was tied to people who had land ownership, and with conscription, then there's the ideas of a selective, service guarantees citizenship, and with that, the vote. I don't see why, if women are not up for conscription, then they should be able to have the vote. And if we are going to say that we should, then it would be an agreement that feminism is wrong and that we should have unequal laws for men and women. See my time.
Perfect. You had 5 seconds left. All right. Let me know when you're ready, Kel.
I'm ready. Okay, so you're making the argument that we should repeal the 19th Amendment because, everyone ought to have the right to vote, except for children and felons. So it sounds like you're automatically grouping women in with children and felons, but didn't provide any information to back that up or like group them into the same category. You said that initially it, the right to vote pertained to land ownership, which I think is hilarious considering that most men in today's U.S. economy do not own land. So I don't understand how that would perpetuate. Like the numbers are pretty like similar to men and women in like today's day and age. You said so it doesn't really make the equivocation doesn't really make sense to me at all. So when you say that the 19th Amendment should be appealed, I'm going to need more than like it was children, felons, and landowners. That's not really a strong argument to stand on. And everyone should be granted the same opportunity to things in our United States of America, liberty, freedom, and justice for all.
All right.
That was interesting. Okay, let's roll right into it. I have
Great.
5
If you would
minutes on
not
the clock.
undermine my opening statement every time after I make one, that'd be great. I'm like 3 for 3 tonight. I will send you the clips, but I'm like, it feels bad, man. I'm like, and it's not very fair, right?
Stuck
I'm
to
like,
me?
I'm gonna still come out on top because I'm a good, like, I'm a decent arguer, but I'm like, it doesn't help.
What?
when the
I'm sorry.
moderator
I'm lost
is
right now.
constantly
No, if you're
undermining my
talk-
arguments. Like, it doesn't help at all.
I haven't talked to you yet. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, not you. I'm sorry. I'm like, every single time I make an opening statement, Grid like says something to undermine it.
Okay,
It's
so do you want to have this conversation, or you
maybe
want to
not.
cry?
Yeah, no, it makes me feel unrespected, and I don't think it's very fair. So maybe I should just.
Anyway, all right, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's.
Okay,
you guys
so-
just let me know when you're ready.
I am ready. So you said that I grouped felons in, or excuse me, I grouped women in with women in with felons and children, only in the sense that by the way that we're talking, that they all would not have the right to vote. So let me ask you this: if we went back to only, as you brought up, that there's a pretty even split of men owning land and women owning land. If we went back to only land ownership guarantees a vote, would that be okay?
Well, when you said they all would have the right to vote, you weren't like prefacing that you were talking about that in a historical context at all. You said the only people that were initially allowed to vote is children and felons, and then people that own land. And then I
The
said,
question was, if we went back to land ownership, would it
So
be
what-
okay?
Wait, what's the delineation that makes one better than the other? So why do
I'll
you think
answer
women?
any question you want to ask me as soon as you answer the question that I've put forth to you. If we went back to everyone who owns land and only people who own land get to vote, even though many men do not own land, would that be okay?
No, I don't think that's a
Why not?
net positive system. No,
Why
because I think everyone owns or has the right to vote, and especially with the way that
Based on what?
based on like the way that capitalism is shaping society and like the fact that most people are being gentrified out of the cities that they exist in, everyone should be like allowed to vote. So like because we've seen the system like benefit like millionaires systematically for decades, and so it's like if only those people are allowed to vote, then it's going to be an intrinsically unfair system. It's going to be a monarchy.
Why?
Like
Why would it be
again.
intrinsically unfair? Do you
Because
think
the-
millionaires
like,
all
if-
think the same way politically?
No, but I just think that if people have power and like they can gain that power based on like increasing rent and all this other stuff that we've seen systematically throughout the decades, then why would we? Yeah, because if most people don't own land, then I wouldn't hand the majority or the vote of who rules the country over to the minority. I'd hand it over
Fair
to the
enough. So
majority.
then the idea about
People that are
knocking down my thing about land ownership being relevant to what we're talking about, because today most men also don't own land, is irrelevant.
It's not even men or women. It's just people don't own land. So right. So I think
so the point that you brought up to knock down
own-
my argument is irrelevant. Correct?
So I'm saying that everyone
Correct?
owns the right to vote.
Correct or incorrect?
No, I'm saying it is exactly
Correct or
imperative.
incorrect?
Incorrect, because it's exactly imperative, and it can deconstruct your argument completely, fundamentally. Do you not understand? Because you're saying
I
that
don't.
what? What's your argument? Just like state your thesis, and then I'll explain to you exactly why that debunks it.
I just gave. What do you mean? We've just been doing this.
Just
Only 5
state
minutes.
your
I'm not going to
thesis
spend my time.
simply. You're trying to like
stating
word
everything.
salad it.
You are
You
trying-
said
you are trying to
everyone
put
should
together
have.
that this should not be fair because of this, and I'm giving you okay. Well, then this
Right,
is
and
fair.
I'm
You
saying
say
that you're
no. I'm
exactly
asking you
proving
why
my
not?
point. That
You are on
because,
this
yeah, land
you're
ownership
on this
has nothing to
basis
do
that
with it.
everyone should have.
Right, so
that
land
everyone should have-
ownership is
where does
neither
that come from?
masculine or feminine. So what is the defining characteristic?
Masculine or feminine? What are you even talking about? We were talking about land ownership. Fine,
Right,
put that
and
aside. You're saying that
what is your
you're saying. So, would you agree or disagree that American culture is better or worse than it was 70 years ago?
Can you restate your thesis? For
Would
the
you?
layman?
No. Can you? My
No, because
thesis
I'm
that
like,
not everybody needs that the notion that everybody should get the vote is wrong. Not
So,
everybody should
yeah,
get the vote. That's my
right,
thesis.
so you still have yet to say why women should, because everyone
I didn't
has
say
the vote.
anything about women.
Wait, so women have the vote right now, right? Women and
Yes.
men, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that should be reappealed. So I'm saying what intrinsically makes it that women shouldn't vote, and all you give me so far is land ownership, which is not a gender specific like characteristic.
I didn't say only women shouldn't vote.
Well, what Okay, well,
you're on the same. You're on
well,
the position
does the
that
19th
everybody
Amendment,
should
yes
be
or
able
no?
to get
Wait,
the
does the
vote.
19th
I
Amendment, yes or
disagree.
no, specify women?
We moved off of that because you wanted to.
that's
We were
the
talking about universal suffrage.
That's why I
You
asked you to
said
restate the
everybody
prompt
should be
several
able to
times.
get to vote, and I am asking you why, and I have not got an answer to why you think everybody should get to vote. You said that
But you're
it's
on the
helping American
affirmative, though,
culture,
Bill.
and then I asked you about American culture over the last 70 years, and then you obfuscated. So I'll ask you again: do you think over the last 70 years the voting habits have increased the value or whatever metric
I
you
will
want to use,
reject the
anything
pivot
about American
again
society, or
and
would you agree
ask
that
you,
maybe
as someone
some of these
on the
left-wing
affirmative,
policies have kind of
why
let us
is
down a little
reappealing
bit,
something
and
that
it's
already
not
exists
really
for
good.
all?
We have a self-deletion epidemic. We have a drug epidemic. So
Well,
I
let you
don't
finish
see
and
what
then let me
benefits
talk.
that you're talking about.
Okay, you are on the affirmative. You're saying that we should reappeal women's right to vote. I'm saying why, and
No,
you're
I'm saying we should repeal everyone's right
so
to
what?
vote.
So
It
what do you
should not
think?
be.
So we should just gotta
Copy
rework the
this
system from the ground up. You sound like a crazy
suffrage.
liberal.
You moved off of the 19th because you didn't want to
No,
do
it's
that.
not
We
about.
moved-
You can't
we
let your
moved-
opponent
we
move
moved-
off of the
we
prompt, bro.
moved
We're
to
gonna get back to the
universal
prompt
suffrage.
because
That
we're in a
means
debate about that
everyone
prompt.
gets to vote. Has nothing to do with men, women. You changed it to universal suffrage. That
No,
means
no,
everyone gets to
change
vote, and
the
I disagree
prompt.
that everybody should get to vote. Why do you think that everyone should get to vote? Perfect.
All right.
Those are the perfect time.
Okay.
Halfway through, bro, you get to back through the.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Good game.
Cleaner.
Yeah. I think he did a really good job of bringing her back around to trying to get to answer the questions that were pertinent to the points that he was trying to make. And she was kind of trying to divert and pivot away and continue moving the conversation in another direction. But the few times that he allowed her to, she wasn't making points that were refuting what he was saying. She was speaking to something else. It was almost as if they were talking past each other, as if only one of them understood what the prompt was. And so, I mean, that and then the overall command structure that he held. Indian Jesus got it.
Okay. Tyler.
I went the other way, actually, to be honest with you. There was a point in the introduction where Indian Jesus brought up feminism, and then about 2 minutes into the debate, Kel invalidated, I feel like, his Holmes argument, saying it has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with masculinity or femininity. It's just an arbitrary condition that you're putting on that doesn't further your argument at all. In a way, actually, it felt like Kel was defending her thesis and you were the one attacking it, where it should have been going the other way. Like, you should have just kind of fortressed up and let her try to take picks at you, because you were being pretty aggressive there. And it kind of let you, like, at one point you told her you'd answer questions, and the first two questions she asked you after she answered your series of questions, you didn't answer back to her. So it kind of came off as like you were refusing to engage with her, just kind of talking past. Now, the 19th Amendment thing, I read that differently than Cleaner. I think that she understood the prompt. She was making a practical argument for how we get.
Hold on, Tyler. Tyler, what do you think the prompt was?
The prompt that I have written down was universal suffrage. But how
Correct.
do we get from point A to point B, point A being where we are now, to this universal suffrage? We have to repeal the 19th Amendment. And what justification?
But it wasn't about it. Should it exist?
Yeah. Well, that's for him to defend there, and she's not given a reason why women should not have an ability.
I just wanted to ask a couple of clarifying questions.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Like, I didn't see her.
Normally, we let the judges finish, but
I saw her critiquing him. I was trying to see it from there, but like, he was asking all the questions and she was defending herself. But really, like, he was like attacking her attacks on his attack. And then when she was responding in kind, when she did get engaged with, I think she landed a couple good points. Again, that feminism thing came out of nowhere. But I judge off of the introductions, and he was the one that brought up feminism. So, like, to bring up masculinity and femininity on homeownership, when you start your point off with feminism is bad and we should treat the genders differently, like, you set that argument up and she accurately knocked it down, I feel like.
I would just generally disagree that feminism was an example of the way that she was saying voting or universal suffrage has helped culture.
I agree. If you would have left that line out,
Anson, please.
Yeah, and this is coming from someone who thinks that voting is immoral, and that the argument that you use for women not being allowed to vote is that it's immoral. So why would we force immoral activity upon our women? They're supposed to be the gentler of the sexes. But in terms of the debate, Kel, you did not make any assertions at all in your opening. And that was wonderful, because basically Indian Jesus was put in the position of internally critiquing you. And then you had this thing that you did every time he tried to internally critique you, where you would confound him and you would say things to disrupt the internal critique process by saying, was that restate your thesis? You were like basically trying to get him to pivot off of his internal critique. And I thought it was an effective method of basically screwing with him. And he's shaking his head. Yeah. I thought it was a very unique way of dealing with that debate. That was actually pretty good. And I gave negative 12 points to Jesus and negative 3 points to Kel. So I thought Kel actually, like, that was probably the biggest blowout of the night from my scoring methods.
Oh, interesting. Because I didn't think Kel even understood the prompt. She kept arguing about the night.
You said the exact same thing last time, and I'm like, I'm honestly like, I respect you so much,
You
Grid.
didn't
So
understand it last time.
Well,
too.
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I'm like, I'll review the bot tomorrow, but I'm like, it's super insulting that every single time I finish a debate, you're like, it's like she didn't even understand what you're talking about. I'm like,
maybe.
I didn't do that. Look,
you-
here's the thing. If you're not going to let me explain, and then
I do let you explain, and you say the same thing every time, and it hurts my feelings.
Someone just told you that you had the biggest blowout against me of the night, and like, I
My number one.
won. Don't forget, guys, that I won twice in one
bro, you don't understand it. This is someone that I look up to like a father figure, and it's frustrating for him to have.
Well, I'm trying to.
I don't
Look,
understand the problem.
universal suffrage is men and women voting.
You think that I don't even
Universal suffrage is what we have now. He made the very effective point in the beginning that even as things exist now, we do not allow some people. He used children, which was dumb. I wouldn't have used that. But he used felons, right? We don't allow felons. We don't allow illegal immigrants to vote. There are classes of people in this country that we do not allow to vote. That means that we don't, in fact, have universal suffrage, and therefore, why do we have a version of it? And I thought that you never countered that. I disagree with Anson that you interrupted his internal critique, because basically you just kept saying all you want to do is repeal the 19th Amendment. But that's not, he never mentioned repealing the 19th Amendment. He was simply trying to get to, why do you think universal suffrage is a good thing, which was the prompt. So you never addressed it. He couldn't get you to address it. And I have no idea about anything else. I agree with Cleaner. I disagree with Tyler. I 100% disagree with Tyler. And I think Anson's out to lunch on this one. So that's my opinion.
Word. No, and I think all of that, there's like so much merit, like valid criticism within that. But I think it's just kind of frustrating. Do you understand if someone had you on their panel like 3 weeks in a row?
I don't give anybody pats on the back unless they literally.
I'm not asking for pats on the ass, but if you open every single critique, but you didn't even
definitely wouldn't give you a pat on
prompt,
the ass.
No, it's literally like just fucking undermining my understanding of engaging with the conversation at all. So why would I keep coming? Like,
but I'm trying to give you. I'm literally told you how to engage.
And all the other feedback, I appreciate, Grid, but you open up every time like you didn't even understand the prompt. Like you undermine my credibility just right off the bat.
Kel, you do understand though that like you're kind of doing the same thing. Hold on, Kel. Kel, hold on. You're doing it again. All right. You do understand that you're kind of undermining other people as well. Like when Grid was trying to give you an honest critique to help you do better, you interrupted him in the middle of it and didn't let him finish. So you didn't really know what it was he was going to say.
Yeah, no, this has been, that's why I'm like, I should have had examples like pulled up ready to go before I had this like outburst. So I do apologize. This was immature. But yeah, it's been a build up. I'm like, I feel like I really do try and act like mature most of the time, but this is like the third time this week you've done that to me where it's like just completely insulting.
Then maybe this isn't for you. Maybe this isn't for you.
Well, hold on,
It's
hold
okay.
on. I said the same thing to 2 other people tonight.
Yeah, this is what this is, and it's not for everybody. And if you don't like it, then nobody's forcing
And I
you
called
to
out,
do it.
and by the way, Kel, I literally told Steelman, I stopped the debate when Steelman was out in the fucking weeds, and told you when you were on it. Look, I am not being unfair here. I am not being
exactly what I'm talking about. It's a useless argument because it's just like I can't argue my feelings because it's like you guys can just argue how you
should be arguing your logic.
Well, okay, Kel, here's the thing, Kel.
I can show you why I feel frustrated.
Do you want
Right
to
now,
be
I
treated
have-
like everybody else?
Yeah.
Or do you want to be
Kel?
treated like the cute little girl on the screen? Oh,
Hold
I'm
on.
just a girl.
Jesus,
You
give
can
me a
only
minute.
get one or the other.
Kel,
I'm just saying,
Can-
Chris, I will pull
Kel,
up examples and send them
Kel,
to
just
you
calm down. Kel,
to exemplify what I'm talking
Kel?
about. It's not just my ass, dude. Like,
okay,
it's really-
Kel.
He's running out of battery.
And we
Kel?
had this privately too multiple times. Like,
Okay, Kel. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm a dude, and I don't have the ability to. I don't have the ability to present things in a way that is apparently conducive to you taking them. I literally talk to you the same way I talk to everybody on this panel. I literally told Tyler tonight twice that I think he's out to fucking lunch. And he, you know what? He didn't say anything about it. I'm
I'll
incapable.
cry about it later. I will be
But also,
calling
women
you
should
and
vote.
crying later.
But look, I lack the ability to say anything but what's true.
Good. I got to be honest with you. I think there's a certain point where like everybody is not for everybody, and I wasn't trying to be condescending or mean or anything when I said maybe this
I
isn't
get
for
you. No, look,
It doesn't
Kel
matter.
can debate. I'm going to be honest with you. Kel has a lot of future as a debate. She gets really wrapped up in her feelings, and she takes things a little too personally sometimes.
Good.
Kel can really debate really well. Look, if I thought she was going to suck at this and couldn't do it, I wouldn't even comment.
Look, what Kel is going through right now, she needs to go through. The feeling, the emotions about these things, she needs to get used to feeling it and being able to control it. And it's hard to do whenever you're first starting to get into some of the things that really affect you. So what she's going through right now, if she's crying for real about it, good, she needs to go through that so she can get it out of her system and learn to cope with it really well. I think she actually has a future as a debater.
Nice.
But I think she does. She'll have more emotional regulation going through this, being on this panel. You know,
Right.
so I mean, you know, it's something. Kel, sweetie, it's a growing pain thing. It really is. In this world, it's just the way it kind of is, and I do think you'll get better. You just got to stick with it. Don't give up. Keep
Yeah.
at it. Otherwise, the tears ain't worth it.
Yeah, stop whining, Kel.
I'm tough on. Look, I get it. I'm tough on everybody. I want you guys to be better. I really want you to be able to take wins and to have good conversations without getting all pissed off about it. I actually love it when the liberals are on here and talk and go and come away from it with like, yeah, you know what? I can actually have a heated discussion and nobody gets pissed and throw things.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, Homath does a really good video on how women think with feelings and men think with logic. And Indian Jesus is a fan of Homath like I am and everybody else is. Cal, I suggest you go watch all of Homath's audio or video library. It'll teach you how to not be whatever this is right now.
Including the interview that I did with him.
Well, so about the debate itself, Jesus, something when they were talking about the tit for tat that y'all were doing, I wanted to mention something that you did, which I thought was a really brilliant debate strategy. And I'm not sure if you meant to do it or not, but either way, something I saw was this. All right. So you started in with the argument, and she came at you with one thing and tried to refute it, and then started trying to defer with other side points and pivots and all that. And you kind of let her go off into left field and kept on refuting them, make her look ridiculous, make her look like she doesn't know what she's talking about by saying, "Do you even know what the prompt is?" And then bring her right back to the topic at hand that you were trying to talk about in the beginning and going, "Yeah, but wait a minute. You didn't ever answer this question. Let's go." That's actually something that I've only seen a handful of debaters do effectively. And it's hard to do effectively because you don't always know your opponent.
Yeah.
But when you pull it off, and I thought it was a really, I wouldn't say it was the perfect representation tonight, but I thought it was a really good one. And I wanted to bring it up because it's a tactic that you don't get to see a whole lot really pulled off even decently nowadays.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I did have a question in general about the notion of being like on the defensive. And so like it would it have been a better thing to let, like I'm just a little confused because we're all talking about how she wasn't really staying on the point, so I got more aggressive in terms of trying to actually have the conversation. And I could definitely see how, okay, you could, you don't need to be that aggressive, but is it the level or is it the tactic that I shouldn't have done?
I think you shouldn't have gone after her so hard. Like what Grid was saying, she never answered your question, but she's under no obligation to answer your question. She's the one questioning and picking holes in your armor. So all you should have done is just kept fortifying your armor as you talked. If she said something that's a little off point, be like, look, that's a little off point. I'm just talking about this here, and just kind of kept your argument tight, concise, and stuck to it. It's her job to penetrate your wall.
Yeah, because typically I don't do a affirmative and defensive. It's just two different. Or this is the prompt.
It's like Ramsey Bolton leaving Winterfell to go attack Stannis Baratheon when he had Winterfell's
Don't do that.
Look at I would say look at what makes the external critique such a good thing. When you're on the affirmative, using the external critique method to refute your opponent's claims and their things that they're trying to attack you with can actually be a really good thing. Because what they're trying to do is approach your worldview. You're trying to go outside your worldview with rational reality that adheres to your worldview and say, well, you're being ridiculous because this and this and this and this. So your worldview doesn't hold mustard to what I'm saying. It doesn't, it doesn't reflect and compare to what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So I think you should look at the external critique. That might help you quite a bit more for like whenever you're on the defense, when you're on the affirmative. But I think you did pretty good. And to be fair, I think Kel was trying to do a thing where she'll walk you through a series of questions, and then she has a hit point. And I think it was just the way that you were answering the questions wasn't achieving the hit points that she had. And I think, with a little more experience, she'll probably have that down a little bit better. And we'll probably see her get to those hit points a little quicker.
I do the same thing. I'm trying to work on it myself because I'll do that tactic and then it'll go off. And I got to remember to be like, okay, I have like 3 or 4 yes or no questions to make a point. Can you answer those? And then you go, and I always forget to do that. And then I get annoyed that people aren't giving the answer that I want. And it's like, well, but just give me a yes or no. Like it's not just a yes or no. So fair. Definitely fair.
Y'all both did good. You really did.
I recommend there's a Trent Horn versus Destiny on the Whatever podcast. They did a 1v1 like a year and a half ago. Watch the first hour of that. That is a masterclass in setting up your argument with points and then not letting the snake slip away because he's already fucking hung himself. It's amazing to watch.
Well, Confluence, you should be debating Kel, but there she is. She's back.
You better?
Flexing on the phone. I'm not even talking.
She had to get an emotional lifeline to dump her feelings on somebody.
I cried for the third one, and they fell for it and voted that motherfucker out.
Oh, that's cold.
You guys are too harsh. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I feel like there's too much harshness.
No, we're not. This is a guy's space, and she's jumping in to have fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. But anytime that a young lady jumps in with guys, there's going to be some harshness they're going to have to figure out how to, regulate their emotions with. It's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. I had to teach my daughter to do this.
$2 says that was Ryan the radical coder on the phone with her making her feel better.
Not a chance.
Look, she's shaking her head. Yes, it was. It was Ryan.
Was it?
It's okay,
Ryan.
girl. They make me cry too.
Who said that? Who said that?
Tyler. That was Tyler.
That was Tyler? I thought it was Tyler, but I was like,
good.
no. When did he grow a pair that big?
Good job, Tyler.
It's too late, man. My filter's falling off. I like Ryan.
I like Ryan too. I like Ryan as far away as fucking possible.
He's been in Kel's chat for the past hour or so, shit talking you, Grid. That's where he's at.
That is
Oh,
not
yeah.
true. That is not true.
That's probably.
I can read some of the chats if you want me to.
Read them. Read them. Read them. Any actual Grid hate would get banned in my chat. I really
They
don't.
are
I
they are
Kel,
insanely
you still think
biased.
I was too tough on you?
Oh, okay, sorry. Yep.
What?
Kel, do you still
Ever.
think I'm too
Whatever.
tough on you?
No, I'm like, I will explain further what I'm talking about. I didn't explain my words well. I definitely let my emotions like get the better of me in the conversation. But I'm like, there is merit to what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm not gonna like back down off what I like. What
I
was
didn't
saying.
say there's not merit.
I don't think you were too tough on me. I think you were disingenuous in your framing of me, like right off the bat, in a ton of conversations within the past month. So it's been like a frustrating like accumulation of feelings.
I don't think I'm
which it's not like the
disingenuous.
appropriate space
So maybe
or
it's a
meditate to take it out, especially
conversation
without like
between you
my exact clips of what I'm talking about to illustrate my point. So I'm like, I don't think it's like a good time to rehash it, but I do hope to like regather my points so I can like better illustrate what I'm talking about. I don't think you were too harsh on me, you know.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's
I'm getting yelled at by the wife.
You're framing of me like right off the bat.
Yeah, I gotta bring Morty outside before he explodes, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you so very much.
Guys,
Jesus. That's
handle
cool.
this. Handle this after. We gotta get this last one done.
Yeah, let's get this last one in and get out of here. Confluence and Kel. $5 came in from Kissy Cat. Panel is just jealous that Ryan has her phone number. Which panel? I don't know which panel.
No, I'm not.
Well, good debate. Hope I'll see you again.
Yeah, man, it was good to see you, man. And I hope you come back. Come on to the channel anytime.
Definitely will
Stay
do,
safe,
guys. I'm
man.
live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern on my channel. Please do check me out. Drop new videos every single day. Thank you so much, guys.
See you, man. All right. So Confluence gets a stay. Kel gets a stay. Anson, Cleaner, Tyler. And then there were 3, 2, 1. All right. What are we debating, guys?
I don't know.
I feel like I gotta get back into debate mode. There's like a vibe going on. Kel, what's your religion?
Agnostic.
Strong agnostic or weak agnostic?
I was raised fundy, so I'm just like, you recently just realized no one's coming to save us within like the past 3 years.
Where do you drive?
But I still think there's something out there because like
Where do you get your morality from?
I think it's ridiculous. That could be a good debate. I think it's ridiculous to think that without organized religion, we wouldn't have any morality as people. I think it's intrinsic, fundamentally, as people, as humans.
That's too long a debate.
Yeah.
That's like a good hour.
That is long. Is there anything, Grid, can you think of anything that's like tangential, but
Yeah,
can fit in 5 minutes?
Yeah, give me a second here. I tend to stay away from religion because it gets so esoteric and takes a long damn time. I got a lot of feminism topics.
Kel said she's not even a feminist, which
I've never self-identified as a feminist ever.
Yeah, that's
like I'm not even. I never even identified as a lefty up until I started like engaging with the politosphere.
you're kind of like feminist coded, though. You'd say that, right?
Maybe because I have 2 nose piercings and
She's all for the girls. Are degrees for bragging
Not learning? Maybe that one's that may be too vague. Let's see.
Because I was like, credentials may be important sometimes.
Because I know that our man Confluence is highly trained to be highly trained. He went to college. He believes in college. I know that Kel did not go to college and is doing fine, and she doesn't necessarily believe in college. But I don't know how to put a debate topic around that. Find something else.
Do you think college is useful, Kel?
In like specific niche situations, but I would say the college, like the general college pipeline for the majority of kids is probably problematic and should be reformed.
Majority of kids are retarded, so I think I'd agree with you.
Yeah. Send most of them to be mechanics type.
Yeah, there you go. This
Epstein files.
Always the last one.
Release them. Is God in government? Kidding.
Let's see. Man, some of these I don't even know.
We always have the religious one to fall back on. I know it's
Yeah,
broad, but we do have it.
Is cheating in a relationship worse than cheating in a professional sport?
Yes.
Can we say, like, is cheating in a relationship worse than cheating in the Olympics?
Well, Olympics aren't professional. They don't get paid.
I could argue for the Olympics, but for vocational, I'm like, no, I'm a capitalist junkie.
Really?
Yeah. But, like, the Olympics are for, like, you know, the integrity of our country. Type.
I mean, sure. Okay. All right.
If you're down, like the syndrome, I'm down, like the system.
I mean, if you guys want to argue that one's
I'm
good.
down in maybe both senses. Yeah.
Just Joseph's like, just pick one, old man.
I could do that. I think cheating in a relationship is worse than cheating in the Olympics. I think.
You think so?
That's kind of a fucking retarded problem, but I think I actually agree with that. Yeah.
Like, I mean, you understand it's cheating in a relationship is about feelings. Cheating in a professional event is about the mass amounts of money that could be lost or whatever.
I'll fucking.
So well, that's why I pivoted to the Olympics.
I'll
the
take
Olympics,
the affirmative.
Yeah, the Olympics like don't really gather that much money for the athletes involved, but I'm going to argue on like behalf of like representation of America. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you could also you could go from the feelings angle on that. I generically don't come at things from feelings, but it's okay.
Well, it's just going to be a feelings-oriented debate.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe this one's better. Does sleeping with your boss for a promotion make you a sellout or a strategist?
Sellout.
Yeah, sellout.
Yeah. Okay. You guys are close on that.
Unless, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I think we could do the Olympics one. Okay, I know. It's kind of retarded, but
it's kind of bad.
I think there's an argument to be had, though.
Oh man.
Or the religion one. I know.
I got one for you. Modern men take advantage of feminism.
This will be my third feminist debate tonight, and I'm not even a feminist.
Isn't it great?
I'm not even a feminist.
Wait, would you say no to that, Kel?
What was the prompt again? I just like tuned out when I heard
feminism. Do modern men, guys like Confluence over there with his t-shirt and his slicked back hair, take advantage of feminism?
Wow. I'm gonna start crying, Grid.
I don't even know. I still have not gotten one person to define what feminism means. So I'm like, I don't really know what that means.
You don't know what feminism means?
Bro, no, not like I'm not educated enough to like argue on behalf of like
Okay.
feminist rhetoric. I've expressed that every debate I've been in, but I'm like, I feel like it's kind of just hanging fruit. I'm not like I just have two nose rings. You're like, here, take the pro-feminism debate. I'm like, I'm not educated. We
No,
just
you don't have to.
when
That's
they go to
fine.
college.
She does know what the Olympics
Feminism
is,
has a
and
lot
she
of-
knows what
It's fine.
cheating
We
is.
got we've got other. I've got other
I'm-
ones. I have other ones.
So just
I do love that.
we get
topic,
actual
though.
feminists on here to debate feminist points. 'Cause
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
there
we'll get
are
one. Don't worry, we'll get one. People can change. For example, from a degenerate into a based person, or from a felon into an upstanding citizen.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are going to agree on that. Oh well. I have like literally hundreds of topics. It's crazy. These are all Star Wars topics now. That's
I can't.
Gone too far. Gone too
Let's
far.
do the religion thing. Come on, I know. It's
Yeah,
like
all right. Let's do that. Let's
but
do that.
we'll
Let's
it.
let's. You guys just figure one out between you two.
What
Hurry
was
up,
the first
got
one we
one
came
of
to,
those.
Cal? You said that humans can intrinsically find morality without God.
Mhm.
Okay, is that a good prompt? Humans are inherently moral without the need for a God, or what? How do you want to phrase that?
Yeah, like Christianity or any other like religional denomination doesn't dictate like our intrinsic morality. It's just kind of built in or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go on record now as saying where morality comes from tends to be a very long debate. If you guys can do this, and
We're gonna try to squeeze it. We're gonna squeeze it
If you
real
guys
tight.
manage to do this, that's rad. All right, who's got the affirmative, and what is the exact prompt?
I guess I would have the affirmative to say that people have morality kind of built into them intrinsically, and that religion isn't needed to dictate it, etc., etc.
All right, well, that's fine.
Wrongly worded
When you're
prompt.
ready, just let me go.
Hold on. Let me get my notes together. Hold on. It's a big one. Okay. Okay. Long have we believed as humans that intrinsically we need Christianity, hence why we send missionaries across the globe, right? We need Christianity to dictate morality. And that's why we have to go convert people out of their religions and alter them in a variety of ways in the way that we see fit with our God, even though a lot of religions have, similar things in common. I think that would be ridiculous because imagine like societies where they're just like born and they don't know about Jesus, and then they're just like damned to hell, and their societies just aren't ethical at all. Well, we can see like throughout history that isn't the case, and that it's just kind of built into us as people. And even after people lose their faith in God, typically they tend to find themselves in other spiritual situations that condemn their morality. That's not just like Jesus related. It's indoctrination. It's literally just like a fucking death day cult at the end of the day. Christianity like intrinsically is. So I think it's ridiculous for us to like expect it to shape the way that we.
That's it. All right, Confluence, ready?
Yeah, Kel, I think with all due respect, I think you fucked yourself on your own prompt because you opened it up to all religions. You said we didn't need a God. You said Christianity or any denomination or religion, et cetera, et cetera. And so right off the bat, I think you're conceding that because you're just punting to other religions, which would still be obviously religious. But even if we go back into culture, we can see through time and space that people have raped each other. They've cannibalized each other. You have the Aztecs that were sacrificing each other at numbers that would boggle the human mind. We have a prostitution that's described in like the Old Testament, worship of like the Asheroth poles, of where males and their sons would have sex with the same prostitute. Very deranged stuff. I mean, we can clearly see, and even if we look at animals, we see that cannibalism happens in the animal kingdom. We see that that sadism happens in the animal kingdom. We see that rape happens. We see all these things throughout human society. Obviously, we need religion to
that's time. Sorry, I was hoping you'd wrap. All right, we got 5 minutes on the clock. You guys, just let's roll.
It's almost like those things that you brought up were all stemming from upbringing and environment at the end of the day. Like
really, wait. When you say
cannibalism, all of the, you think that was not having to do with religion? Oh, it's almost like the Aztec gods.
I'm saying,
sacrifice.
I feel like you didn't listen. I feel like you didn't listen to my.
Wait,
I feel like you don't cut me off. I feel like you didn't listen to my whole opening. Animals cannibalize. They grape. They do act in sadistic ways. So you can't start at humans and say that's from upbringing. This is built into the evolutionary DNA of people.
Haven't people since history as well, right? Like the Aztecs and stuff.
Exactly, right? But I'm saying if it starts with the animal kingdom from the lowest forms into the highest, obviously that's
all the way out.
Intrinsic.
It's almost like upbringing has something to do with it.
How, in what way? We're talking about animals. We're talking about a chimp having non-consensual sex with another chimp. You think that's an upbringing thing? You think that chimp came from a single parent household?
You already conceded that it extends into people as well. So if you look all throughout history, as society progresses gradually, luckily we gain more and more morality because we have more value for human life.
Okay, I feel like when you say luckily, I would say
I'm sorry, wrong adjective.
Religiously. Obviously, we have animals being horrible. We have modern humans being horrible. And then we have religion come along and tell people how to act. And obviously, intrinsically, humans are just red in tooth and claw just as much as the animal kingdom is. And unless you can explain why are the animals as brutal as primitive humans are? What is the changing point, I guess? If it's not religion, what kind of maybe come into
how would you delineate between religiousness or intrinsically? You said religiously or intrinsically?
I'm saying
how do you delineate?
Very clearly, intrinsically, we have the entirety of the animal kingdom being again red and tooth.
Intrinsically, as humans, don't you think we're different than animals? Don't you think that's why we have different rights and stuff?
At what point? At what cutoff? Do you think a chimp gave birth to a human?
Because of our mental capacity and stuff. That's why we don't kill humans and eat them. That's why we kill cows and eat them.
Okay, but again, in my opening, I brought up the Aztecs. They were humans. There's a lot of I brought up the Asheroth poles.
Right, first you said, I'm talking about animals, so how can you reverse
It's all connected, Kel, especially if you're not going from a religious point of view.
Back to the other point, so that doesn't really make any sense.
It's the same point, Kel. If you're not going from a religious point of
right,
view,
and
the biological chain is a steady slope.
But you still haven't answered my question.
What's your question?
How do you delineate between religiously and intrinsically?
I answered that. Intrinsically, you can't ask me a question and then not let me answer it. Are you gonna? Can I answer it?
Different than cows, yes.
Yes, but you would have to define a point at which we become different. And under a non-religious point of view, there's no point at which that makes sense. And even if I conceded that,
our sentience is different. Our ability to go to the heaven. It's in the Bible.
I feel like now
it's in the Bible. It is. We are going to go to heaven, and then the animals are the things we put on the ark, and it's in the Bible.
That's conceding my point. That's conceding the religious point.
Well, I'm just delineating how you asked for delineation. I gave you one that you could.
You asked me for delineation. Don't turn
right,
this
and then
around.
You asked me for one. I put it in your framework, and so now I'm.
No, you're not putting it. I've never at once said a Christian point of view. I said, in fact, that you made the mistake of only forwarding Christian point of view in your opening.
You're just pivoting.
The prompt was about. I'm not pivoting at all. I'm saying we need God and objective morals to guide humans, because if we look at animals again, if we look at early humans, if we look at all these uncivilized tribes, we see cannibalism, we see degradation, we see rape, we see a bunch of terrible things, a bunch of
the entire
tendencies.
time. It's so hard to get because I literally brought that up, and then you said no. I was talking about animals, so you need to watch what you're talking about. I brought
no, I never said that.
I'm talking about Aztecs and people. I'm like, well, that's what I was talking about.
I'm saying if you're making a distinguishing between animal and human, you've already conceded the religious point that there is some God that's coming in.
No,
it's
I don't
not
think
intrinsic.
It's because I'm
if you
vegetarian.
think it's intrinsic, then it would have to be extant in animals. Because there's no otherwise, what magical spiritual thing is happening at an animal to make it a human? So if it's intrinsic with humans and you're under an atheist worldview, it's intrinsic in animals, it's intrinsic in protozoa, it's intrinsic in all of it.
No,
so how would it not be?
Because even if you don't have religion, you can still accept that a cow and like animals that we eat walk around on.
I'm not saying you can't, but I'm saying, why do you think that with animals and with primitive societies and with backwards tribes, we see so much degradation and bad morals? Why do we see all of that? We see PDF fileness. I want to be TOS. We see cannibalism. We see rape in animals and in humans. And it's only when it comes to religious thought that we are able to abstract beyond that and realize that our predilections are.
That's not true. If you look at science textbooks, we have differentiations that like bring us between
Science textbooks.
It's not just religion that makes us like have that decipher.
You think science textbooks give us our morality?
Okay. Anson.
Yeah, that was a race to the bottom right there. Jesus. So I don't know. Like, the score, I'll just tell you the score. Confluence, you got a -22, and Kel, you got a -16. So Kel won because she didn't make it to the bottom as fast as Confluence. Y'all were basically just like talking past each other the whole time, and I don't know if it's intentional on Kel's part as like a strategy to throw her opponent off of their game. The way that she debates, but Confluence, you got to control yourself a little bit, man. I mean, if she's just saying nonsense, like grow a pair and just like say, "Shut up, woman, I'm talking," because she basically just keeps talking over you over and over and over again, and you just let it happen like a damn beta, dude. Cut it out.
Anson, I'll debate you on the same topic, brother.
Yeah, let's do
point
it.
that out.
Yeah, I'm
all right. Cleaner.
There was a lot of tit for tat in it, but the baseline was that Kel didn't exactly refute what it was that Confluence was saying. Confluence did refute a couple of times what Kel was saying. On this one, Confluence got it by a large number of points.
Okay.
I am the tiebreaker here. Okay, so I saw Kel have a few more rebuttals. Like Confluence was rebutting her a bit, but I saw Kel have a few rebuttals. When he was saying there's nothing that intrinsically tells us different from the animals, she had our sentience essentially was one of her arguments, and not so many words, but bouncing back and forth between intrinsic truth and inherent beliefs. I don't think she actually fucked herself in the intro as well. What she did was cast doubt upon your view that Christianity is the guiding force by saying we have all these other civilizations with all these other guiding forces, and they've all come to their moral codes as well. Some of them without a god, some of them with different gods and whatnot. And I thought her bringing up the Aztec early to double down on that point was going to do well, but then you just classified them as a tribe like they were godless when they were literally doing these sacrifices to her god. So you cut her off. You said it was about animals, but I still gave Confluence the win here, though. I thought Kel had a couple better responses than Cleaner gave her credit for. Is all I was saying there. Confluence kind of controlled the tempo of this, and since he was attacking, all he had to do was keep attacking, and it felt like when you have 2 or 3 unanswered good hits, you kind of took out the argument. So I'm giving it to Confluence.
All right.
I think you were, Kel. I think if you dive more into when it comes to morality, the social construct and how people adhere to the social construct within a morality claim, I think you'll actually come to the kill shot of this one, the undefeatable moral prompt that you can make here. And the undefeatable argument, but I'm not going to give it to you, and I'm not going to give it to anyone else.
Yeah, he derailed you there because your opening argument when you were talking about things like you were setting up for the environment, the nurture, this is what their gods believe, setting up their morality. I thought that was your strongest argument. He kind of kicked it out from under you, and you didn't really get back to it until late into it, and then you started bringing up science to explain things way too fucking late too. So that's all.
I think you're on the right track, though. If you keep reading in on your construct understanding and morality claims around that, I think you'll get there. I do. You're not too far off from it.
GG's. Thank you.
All right, I need to go to bed. I'm getting looks.
Confluence, I think that your argument was basically sound. The problem that you ran into is, I'm sure it was because you were flustered or tired, but you kept talking about monkeys and other things, which, while they're sentient, really don't have developed into a full society. It would have been better to have used people like the Hun, right? Or any of the nomadic tribes that had no real religion. They worshiped the sky as their religion, right? And they were warlike, and they had no morals, and they stole, and they beat people up to death, and they literally, I mean, literally, what is it? Something like 30 or 40% of the world has Attila the Hun's DNA, right? Because why? Because he had no morals. He had no moral code. I mean, he had a moral code, but it doesn't have anything to do with being good or anything else. And
I'm sure he thought he was good.
He was good. He was very effective.
He was very effective. Effective, yes.
It's not good.
Right. And so when you it's very and so what religion brings is that stabilizing component, right? To explain what is right and wrong. And it's and also I think that, you know, typically it always gets bogged down in Christianity and not religion in general. You could have used, you actually could have gone to, I would have turned the Aztec thing around on her and said, yeah, absolutely. Because of that the Aztecs had the religion and sacrificed every warring tribe against them, they were the main tribe and they absolutely conquered their entire area. And why is that? In their religion, that wasn't a bad thing. So we can consider it horrific, but that may have survived. That's the reason they survived as long as they did. They needed to be that horrific in that environment. So I would have probably turned that around. I think that you were trying to be kind, or maybe it just didn't occur to you. I don't know, because people don't like to go to horrific.
I brought up the Aztecs. That's why I was shaking my head at Tyler. I was the one who brought the.
Oh, were you the one that brought it up? Yeah, well, but I think, yeah, okay, yeah, but I mean, they did have a kind of a religion.
Yeah,
they were, you know, literally sacrificing people to the sun god. But when you dive into it, it wasn't too much of a real religion as much as it was they wanted to. They were a relatively small tribe, and you know, they wanted to survive, and this was their mechanism to survive. And
But
so
see, that's the problem though with that, right?
Mhm.
With that argument, when someone is on a religious side, they're making the argument, okay, well, but this other society had this metric that they thought was moral, but when we came around as Christians, we're doing what most people right now think is normal. The social construct of that is the religion. The religion is what has created that social construct for people to understand their moral foundation. And for the people within that, or for the people who are looking to achieve something in that, that would be an objective. That would be an objective fact. But for everyone else outside of it, it is a subjective metric, and so it is an arguable metric.
Well, so the problem is that when you get into morality and immorality and that sort of thing, so I mean, people often forget that the devil is part of religion.
Very true.
And so you have to have that yang to the yin. You have to. And so you can say I can absolutely say that religion is the basis of morality by simply using the Aztecs to prove that, their religion, they had a religion, it was an immoral religion, right? Morality doesn't necessarily come from religion in and of itself.
It comes from the people that adhere to what they've constructed to be morals in their construct. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm saying though, is that, like, so from each person's religion or belief, they could see that everyone else outside their belief, because in their belief, their world, their tiny community or their massive community, depending on how big their religion is, it's objective for them, because in order for them to to achieve the two main drivers of life, which are survival and reproduction, they have to do this thing in their community. But outside that, they see everyone else as subjective. And this is why there's a big breakdown between people within a religion and people outside of that religion.
Well, I think that what you really have to remember is that even people who worship the devil don't think that they're doing the wrong thing. They think that they're doing the right thing, the moral thing. So your idea of morality and my idea of morality can vastly differ based upon the God that we choose to worship. And this is something that, and what people get hung up in is this idea that that is very much based in Christianity, is that there is a good and evil, and morality is inherently good, and morality isn't necessarily inherently good. It's moral, right? It's a moral thing to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's inherently good. Would it be moral for you to steal food to survive? Is that moral?
I would say it depends on the social construct, because for each construct, what is within that construct, being the population, what they understand as the morals would be objective for them, because those are the things they have to do to achieve survival and reproduction. Outside of that, though, they don't see other people as having objective morals because they aren't within their worldview.
I am Charlie Kirk. Actually, the Aztecs, they did have to sacrifice those people to survive. They were a smaller tribe. They were surrounded. They were one. And when I say smaller, I mean not in the way that they weren't. It wasn't like there was 100,000 of them and 1 million of the others. It was more like all of the tribes were probably 200 or 300 or 400 people, whatever they were, and so they were all in danger of wiping each other out because they were small tribes. And so to protect themselves, they created this metric, and that's what they did, was kill their
I think the Aztecs were quite a bit bigger than that, though.
I'm being
maybe you're being hyperbolic.
I'm being hyperbolic, a little bit off the cuff, but I do think it's a real, and again, I told you, this is a hard argument to have in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
And so I'm going to go to bed.
There's a lot it can devolve into. So
Well, people, chase down things. The one thing that didn't happen was an appeal to inherent good, that we are inherently going to find the good, because because I don't believe in that. And it's just like when I had the debate with Mark Weber and on a Modern Day Debate, and he's like, well, that's their secular humanist viewpoint, is that everyone's inherently good, right? And they don't need religion. They don't need, they just don't need any blueprints. It's just people are going to be good.
Hey, Kel, you did really good finding your level and coming back and debating. That is a W for you, because sometimes when you lose your emotional bearings, it's hard to find them. And you came back and you did an awesome debate, even though the other judges were inadequate. I thought
I'm gonna have to look at Anson's metric.
I want to know how I got minus 22 fucking points.
Yeah, I that one I got, but I think it's people get wrapped up in this inherent good thing. And again, I told Mark that if it weren't for religion, I would be a pirate slitting throats, guaranteed, 100%. Like I'm not a good person. I don't know that I'm a particularly good
that's just. I mean, like there could be the claim made, and even a foundation that could support that claim of the majority of people would be inherently good. I would never say all, because it's a monolith and it's kind of insane to say that like all or nobody would be, but I would say vast majority of people have objective morals, whether they understand that they do or not.
Yeah, again, it's a long debate to have, man. I'm going to Discord. Get off my back. What's wrong with you guys? I'm being funny. I'm sorry. I don't see anything in. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong.
Let's do that long form debate, Confluence. You said you wanted to debate me on this.
I would love to.
Yeah,
I'd
that sounds
absolutely
good.
love to.
Yeah, I've been an atheist for a really long time.
Well, I've been a non-atheist for a very long time.
Yeah, seems like it'd be a fun debate. Maybe we
Yeah.
can get Kel to moderate for us on
Yeah.
his channel.
To add to the chaos.
Yeah.
Kel, don't give me minus 22 points though. I swear to fucking God.
See, now he has a belief structure.
Yep.
There you go.
Now I
There you
do.
go. All right, I'm going to bed. Kel, is a pleasure once
Right,
again.
good debating with you, Kel. Thanks, Grid, for having me on.
Everybody that was
Thanks to the
here that is
judges
not-
and Tyler is gone.
Yeah, Tyler had to go to bed too. I got to go to bed. Anson had to obviously go to bed. See you, Kel. Have a good evening.
See you guys. God bless.
Yep. See you guys. I'm going to raid you guys over to Emmett. Go have fun. Be cool. And I'm out of here.